I admire all places with clean bathrooms. Good for you. It's a pride thing.
Yeah, you get your own.
It's a pride
You
thing.
get some privacy, and they're clean.
And
You know
they're
what I'm
clean.
saying?
Oh man, clean bathroom. I'm telling you, it goes a long way. I have actually crossed out restaurants off my list because I go to the bathroom like, oh no, bathroom too dirty. Gotta get out of here.
Exactly.
I can't imagine how other places. If the bathroom is clean, I imagine everything is clean.
That's exactly right.
You know what I mean?
If the bathroom is filthy, you will assume everything is filthy. That's just kind of the way that operates.
My mind wanders with the bathroom.
100%. Well, the mystery of Buc-ee's, but once you're in a Buc-ee's, it's great. I mean, it really is.
That's what I'm saying. The bathrooms are clean.
Fresh food.
No, that says a lot.
Healthy options
There
too
you
in
go.
there. You can do some Christmas shopping while you're there.
So give
It
'em
really
props.
is good.
Yeah.
Bucky, what do you call them? The Bucky balls, Bucky bites, Bucky balls.
I don't even. What is this?
I don't know. There's a little
What's a new
delicacy.
thing? Yo, what they got all kind of stuff. I don't know.
No, they got these little Bucky nuggets. I guess they're. I don't even
is
know
it
what they.
sweet? Is it like a pastry or something?
I don't remember.
See?
I just heard
No,
people
but
like
it's-
these things. I can't even tell you what they are.
Because I don't do that. That's not my realm, but I know people love it.
Stay in your lane.
Stay.
You're get to Bucky's. Yeah. So how are the gas pumps all full every single time?
Is gas cheaper at Buc-ee's because of all the
No. Gas is gas. You know what I'm saying?
gas is gas.
But yes, it is quite the operation at Bucky's. I'm sure.
Man, what?
That's how a Friday begins. It's a football Friday. Be careful out there, as Rod said. He saw a little bit of an accident.
Yeah.
So slick streets and roads, misty and foggy this morning to get up and greet your Friday morning, 2nd February. Let's get to the headlines, top stories. There are a ton of them from all the sports of play. Let's get to the top news of a Friday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and we'll start with Texas basketball and a huge win for the Texas women last night on the road in Waco. The fabulous freshman Madison Booker scored 22 points. Aaliyah Moore headed 19 as the 12th-ranked Hornets pulled away from 13th-ranked Baylor in the fourth quarter during a 67-55 win. Longhorns improved to 20-3 overall, 7-3 in Big 12 play, and despite several injuries and kind of dragging a little bit into the late of the season, it avenges a late December loss to the Bears in Austin and for a fired-up head coach Vic Schaefer.
Like, these kids are, what they're going through dealing with, Deanna Gaston, not 60%. She's not ready, tried to give us some help, did tonight. Madison Booker ain't practiced in 5 days. I mean, unbelievable. That kid's a monster. If that ain't the best freshman in the country, I don't know who is. For what she's having to do for our team, run the point, score, assist, defend, the kid's unbelievable.
Yeah. He also compared it to another 35 freshman that played at Austin. Of course, that was Kevin Durant back in the day, but the Longhorns with a big win. Texas football, big departure for Steve Sarkisian and his Longhorns. After 3 years on the 40 acres, Texas Director of Player Personnel, Billy Glasscock, is leaving Austin to take over as the general manager at Ole Miss. Glasscock served an important role in coordinating the recruitment of high school and transfer portal prospects in concert with their support staff here at Texas. Over the past 3 seasons, the Longhorns have signed three straight top 5 recruiting classes, just landed the second-ranked transfer portal class in average ranking. In the NFL, big departure for the Cowboys as well. After 3 years at the helm of a top 5 defense for Dallas, Dan Quinn has been named the new head coach of the Washington Commanders, filling the 8th and final vacancy. So now the Cowboys have to face Quinn twice a year in division. Reports abound this morning that UCLA head coach Chip Kelly may be joining Quinn in Washington as his offensive coordinator. Remains to be seen which assistants Quinn will take with him on the defensive side from Dallas, and whether Dallas looks outside the organization or promotes someone from within to run the defense. For Mike McCarthy, we'll keep an eye on that. The Vegas Raiders, by the way, according to multiple reports, are expected to hire former Arizona Cardinals and Texas Tech head coach Cliff Kingsbury to be their new offensive coordinator. Big day in high school sports as well. University Interscholastic League released its new district realignments and alignments for the 2024 through 2026 athletic seasons. Big developments include 26-6A being shrunk down to a 7-team district that includes Austin High, Westlake, Lake Travis, Bowie, Aikens, Dripping Springs, and Del Valley. Buda Johnson, meanwhile, moves south into District 29-6A. That will now be in a district with Cibolo Steel, Comal Canyon, Converse Judson, San Antonio East Central, Schertz Clemens, and San Marcos. Austin Anderson, meanwhile, drops out of that district, and they're going to join along with Pflugerville Weiss into the 5A level. They've been placed in a District 12-5A, in the district that features plenty of travel. How about this district? Austin Anderson, Pflugerville Weiss, Pflugerville Hendrickson, Bastrop Cedar Creek, Buda Hayes, Kyle Lehman, Lockhart, College Station, and A&M Consolidated, all in District 12-5A. Also fast-growing Hutto moves into now District 19, District 25-6A, along with Vandergrift, Vista Ridge, Manor, Round Rock, McNeil, Stony Point, Westwood, and Cedar Ridge. Got all that? In the NBA, Houston Rockets have acquired Memphis Grizzlies center Steven Adams in a trade that includes guard Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks, and a blockbuster trade in baseball as well. Baltimore Orioles have acquired right-handed starting pitcher Corbin Burns from the Milwaukee Brewers for a pair of top prospects and the 34th pick in the 2024 draft.
All right, so it's officially done. The head coaching carousel in the NFL with Dan Quinn getting the job, and it was trending that way yesterday. We talked about of all the final candidates, he was easily the most accomplished and had the I think all those top candidates, the finalists for that job. He was the most recognizable name and probably made the most sense. And when you look at it, Washington, I mean, you get the number 2 overall pick. You got the most cap space in the league this offseason, so they can spend a lot of money in free agency to help build that Dan Quinn defense because I think they're very specific athletes he likes. He likes hybrids. He likes some guys with multiple positions. Hell, he'll probably go and probably poach a lot of the Dallas Cowboys free agents on defense. I haven't looked at the list of guys who are free agents on defense.
Coaches always like to bring guys that already know their defense and they know well.
Yep,
know the scheme.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn did that actually when he got to Dallas.
Yes, he did.
He brought some of his guys in, so I'm sure he's going to do that with some Dallas free agents. That's expected. And like I said, he got the second most cap space. You got the number 2 overall pick. It's not a bad place to start building. It's going to be interesting to see. I haven't seen it, and maybe it's already been announced. I'm not sure if he has a offensive coordinator pick in mind that's trending. Like I said yesterday, he's done a really good job actually picking OCs. Now, we don't have a huge sample size. He only had one head coaching job, but he did hire Kyle Shanahan, and he did hire Steve Sarkisian. It's pretty damn good.
Well, and the reports are that it's Chip Kelly.
That's, you know what? That makes a lot of sense with Dan Quinn, and that's such a Dan Quinn move, and that kind of goes into another conversation we can get into later about the college coaches, going to the NFL. We saw Jeff Hafley, the Boston College head coach, go to the NFL. There are some more details about why he went. I think it's more specific now. Apparently, some sources, which I'm sure are close to him, have indicated that it's something specific. Not, we talked about NIL, transfer report, all these different things, but he's something specific that he may have grown tiresome of as a head coach. We'll get to that later. But being back to the Dan Quinn thing, that Chip Kelly thing makes sense. And there's been a lot of talk that Chip Kelly and his AD are not on the same page, and that he interviewed multiple times with multiple teams.
Yeah, he was trying to get out of UCLA. Obviously, they're moving to the Big Ten. There's, if you read about UCLA, they're big time in the red. They're in debt as an athletic department in a big way. I don't know if that has anything to do with him.
Also, maybe they're divesting of sports.
Yes, and it's and look, I mean, we see, everybody has their own reasons, but Chip Kelly has been in the NFL before as a head coach, but to be an offensive coordinator, it pays pretty well. And they're going to pick. They have the second pick in the draft in Washington, so Chip Kelly will be a part of that evaluation of which quarterback they take.
That's exactly right.
I mean, you wonder if that leads to a Jalen Daniels with LSU with his skill set and Chip Kelly's background as a coach. Likes a quarterback with some legs that can run a little bit, and also athletic, which he is. But we'll see. I mean, that leads to compelling storylines.
Because the Raiders, that one of the Ian Rappaport reported before. I guess now Cliff Kingsbury may be trending for the Raiders too. Is that
that's what I just mentioned in the headlines. Among all the headlines, yes, he Cliff Kingsbury is going to be the new OC in Vegas for Antonio Pierce.
The Raiders interviewed Chip Kelly at least twice for their vacant OC job under Antonio Pierce, reports Ian Rappaport. Rap sheet.
Well, and then there's the report that.
But he ultimately, obviously, Cliff Kingsbury is going to be the guy. But just to show you that, hey,
they were looking.
He's been looking for a while, and the word is, like you said, there's some issues with the administration, athletic department, and him and the AD. I think the rumor is that the AD was trying to get money together to get him ousted, and he found out, and the chancellor, and then there was a power struggle. And, yeah, that kind of thing. Maybe Chip Kelly didn't want to do it.
Makes your head spin, all these coaching moves for sure.
Yeah.
I would also say that, the second to last coaching vacancy to be filled was in Seattle when they hired Mike Macdonald away from Baltimore, the Baltimore defensive coordinator. Now there's reported he wants to hire former Washington offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, who had just moved to Alabama with Kalen DeBoer. And that leads people in Seattle to wonder if Mike Macdonald and Ryan Grubb are going to draft Michael Penix in the middle of the first round, because Ryan Grubb just coached Michael Penix for 2 years at Washington, and Penix is at the Senior Bowl right now. Everybody connecting these dots. That would make some sense too. If you're Mike Macdonald, you're going to run the defense in Seattle. You bring in a Ryan Grubb, who's seen as a young rising offensive coordinator, offensive mind. And then you have a pick in the middle of the first round, where most people expect Michael Penix to be drafted.
If you do that, I mean, that would show. Honestly, I guess it would show you a lot about the respect that Mike Macdonald has for that offense, because I know he would have studied it well, because he's got connections to it through Jesse Minter.
Yes.
And I'm sure,
Michigan just played them in the national.
Michigan just played them. They
Yeah.
just scouted them, right? Did a lot of scouting and research on them. So I'm sure he talked to him about it. And I guess he thought about that offense and thought, hey, man, this is one of the more – I thought it's one of the most sophisticated passing games in college football, and hell, now maybe all of football.
Yeah, we'll see. So, yeah, man, it's moving fast as far as that goes. 8 jobs open, 8 jobs filled now, and now it's about coordinators. Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, Pete Carroll, all without work at this point as far as head coaching jobs.
Don't look like any of those guys will take a coordinator job. I just don't.
No.
I haven't heard it, and it ain't been reported, so I think they're just going to sit out this coaching cycle.
Well, that leads you back to what the Cowboys will do to replace Dan Quinn. A lot of talk it'll be from within. And or Ron Rivera is a name that's been mentioned. People have talked about Mike Vrabel. Would he come back as a defensive coordinator?
Mike Zimmer's come up.
Mike Zimmer's name at 67 years old has been mentioned as an opportunity. I mean, younger than Bill Belichick. But, yes, I mean, a lot of names. We'll see which way Jerry – and how much, I mean, literally how much say do you think Mike McCarthy will even have on who the new defensive coordinator is? I mean, he should.
He should.
In a real world, the coach should have a huge say.
On percentage, I'm probably going to go his input will be worth about 20%, 20-25%. That's pretty good. Not bad. I mean, usually head coach is closer to 50 or higher in terms of who my DC was going to be with the way we play football. But I think, unfortunately, like you've talked about, chain of command. It doesn't always kind of work. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. So we'll take your pulse of that, Cowboys fans. Who do you want? Someone from within? We've heard the name Joe Witt Jr. Also, who could be promoted. He was the assistant secondary coach.
Yeah.
Al Harris is on that defensive staff right now.
That's a popular name.
But the problem is if you don't promote those guys, Dan Quinn might come get them and bring them with him. To Washington to be a part of his defensive staff.
I could see that.
So we'll see where
whoever you bring as a DC is probably gonna want to bring in their people anyway.
100%.
I mean, that's the thing about bringing a DC. That if that doesn't happen and Jerry starts, which the Cowboys have done before, starts piecemealing the staff together before they hire the DC, that could be problematic.
Yeah, I mean,
if it doesn't fit,
and we'll see where it goes. But as we've talked about, you've certainly walked people through this. Dan Quinn has a very specific style of defense he likes to play, and he's brought personnel to that.
Yes.
And so you almost are not forced. I mean, it would be in your best interest if you are, as Jerry Jones said this week at the Senior Bowl, all in for 2024. Mm-hmm. You probably want to bring someone who runs a similar defense instead of trying to bring in someone with a different style who then needs different personnel, different types of players.
That's exactly right.
Because you can't do that in one off season, especially when you're already in cap issues. You need some consistency with your defensive scheme. That's kind of a Dan Quinn disciple would probably make the most sense.
I'm with you.
In the short term.
Yes. While you kind of transition with that defense instead of bringing in somebody who's going to need totally different elements and pieces to construct their style of defense. And I think Dan Quinn runs a really modern defense. I mean, he likes a lot of 3 safeties. That's unusual. That's unique.
And big safeties at that.
Yes, he wants hybrids. He can move around and put into the front. He plays a lot of sub packages. A lot of Cowboys fans don't like that. But I think that this year it was even more extreme because of the loss at linebacker and all the injuries at linebacker. But usually he wants his linebackers on the field, but he does like a fresh sub package that's nickel personnel, dime personnel lots, and he does a lot of twists and stunts on the defensive front, tons of twists and stunts on the defensive front. I mean, one of the top 5 in the NFL twist stunts in games. And they like a lot of pre-snap shell disguise with their back 7, among the top 5 in the league. That's a lot of different elements, but his defense is all about distortion and deception, and that's why they force a lot of turnovers, because it's quarterbacks not being able to read the box count properly to determine if it's an RPO. That's why it's really good at, you go look at it, they play a lot of man coverage, but they get to the quarterback a lot. Pressure rate always among the top 5. That's because of the twists and stunts, because they confuse blocking schemes, confusing the O-line, their blocking schemes, confusing pass protection, also confusing the quarterbacks. The only problem with the Dan Quinn scheme, I believe, is that I think it is vulnerable to power football. Every scheme's going to have a vulnerability. You ain't going to be able to defend every damn thing all the time. I mean, even the 49ers, they got all pros all over the damn defense at every level, and you can still run on the edge on them at 6 yards a pop. All right, that's just, you can't stop everything. So they'll be like, oh, man, you can run power on them. You can do something on every defense in the league. I mean, go look at that Ravens defense, what happened to it. That was the best defense in the league, one of the best defenses of all time. And it still was good, but Patrick Mahomes found a way to make some plays on it. They couldn't cover a tight end. Couldn't cover an all-time great tight end with chemistry. I mean, every defense is going to have a vulnerability. So I think power football, that's why he drafted Mozzie Smith, right? He was drafting linebackers. He understood that. he needs to have an antidote for that. Remember they picked up Jonathan Hankins. He knows that that's where his defense can be exposed. And the Cowboys know it too.
Yeah, and they were, heavy run teams. Even the losses they had this year were a lot of times on the ground with Green Bay, obviously the last one, but Buffalo ran all over them. Arizona ran all over them this year. Detroit, even though they won the game, had a good day running the football. So you can't run that rock. Yeah. All right. So Dan Quinn is out. Who do you want if you're a Cowboys fan? Who do they go with? Also, as we said, Chip Kelly likely going to Washington. So if you're Dallas and you're looking at that division, you now have Dan Quinn in the division twice a year as a head coach. You have Kellen Moore in the division as an offensive coordinator in Philadelphia twice a year. Oh, yeah. And so obviously those are the teams you need to keep an eye on most closely.
How about familiarity? Because Chip Kelly was once an Eagles coach. So, I mean, he was in that division too back in the day. That's a lot of retreads.
Rolling in.
A lot of recycling, retreads in there. But that's going to be interesting. I have no idea how the Eagles thing is going to play out. I'll tell you right now with Kellen Moore because I don't know how compatible that is. But we'll see if Kellen Moore can evolve his offense into what kind of maybe Nick Sirianni wants. And then the Vic Fangio thing. Vic Fangio being thrust into that division. That's big. I mean, it's one of the best. He's one of the most impactful DCs in the NFL in the last 6-7 years or so.
Yeah, no question. No question.
Very influential.
All right. Meanwhile, the Cowboys running it back with Mike McCarthy. We'll see what they do on the defensive side. And it's now closed out with 8 vacancies, 8 jobs filled. And as we say, Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, some other big names not going to be coaching, and we'll keep you posted as it happens. And Pro Bowl is this weekend. Senior Bowl is tomorrow. So we got plenty of football, of course, and the Super Bowl is a week from Sunday. We'll dive in there. Speaking of couldn't stop a tight end with the Ravens, got some good audio to play coming up with just the greatness of Travis Kelce and just why he is so great. Yeah. I found some sound from Luke Kuechly, the Hall of Fame linebacker, talking about what makes Travis Kelce so good. Also a former teammate of Travis Kelce, talking about why he's different than most tight ends.
I mean, he doesn't even get compared to tight ends anymore. His statistical comparisons are to like Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who he's
in the playoff play.
In the playoffs and the postseason when it matters. That's who his statistical comparison is. That's how productive he's been.
I'll play that for you coming back, and then we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Rod will talk about the departure that the Longhorns dealt with yesterday. Texas Director of Player Personnel Billy Glasscock leaving Austin. He's been an important cog in that front office. It's amazing. We're calling at the college level now general managers, but really what it is.
Chip Kelly's got one in what did you say? In title, it actually says general manager.
Now Ole Miss does too.
Yeah, there you go.
Lane Kiffin
They're not trying to hide it anymore.
Luring Billy Glasscock away from Austin, where he has been in charge, and let's call him GM.
Why? I mean, why not?
That's what it is.
It's what it is. I need a personnel department.
Yes, we do, because we have high school acquisitions. We have portal acquisitions. We got to recruit our own players back all the time.
The guys are leaving. I got to keep up with the guys that are leaving and hose my roster.
And no head coach can do all of that. It's not possible.
No, not anymore. No. Not anymore.
Not enough time in the day, for sure. So Rod will take us behind the BOC. We'll get this Travis Kelce conversation going. We'll talk with you as a Cowboy fan about the defensive side of the ball and what they do. It's a busy Friday. Be careful out there, as Rod's already said. It's slick and a little foggy as you get up and out on this 2nd of February. We're also watching Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and Groundhog Day. We'll get the latest there as it breaks. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. When you're putting your money on the line, put it on the line with my friends over at MyBookie. They are a trusted sports book that's going to give you all the tools that you need to win and win big. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down. You can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds, boosts, same-game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, touchdown is another chance for you to hit a huge payday. To get started, it's so easy. Go to mybookie.ag right now. Register for an account, absolutely free, free 99. That's going to be a running theme here. And when you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's right, free 99, folks. The promo code is HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and for a limited time, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Once again, best price you're going to get. Try MyBookie money back to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and the Chiefs? Well, you won't find odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. With MyBookie, you're making money before you even place that first bet. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you are betting with the best.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Friday on The Horn, Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B, Ty Henderson as well, getting you into your weekend. No college or pro football this weekend unless you consider the Pro Bowl football, but it is a flag football game now.
Yeah, it's football. It's football-ish.
I did see last night they had the skills challenges going on.
Yeah.
I saw Baker Mayfield against C.J. Stroud in a quarterback accuracy competition. Baker, but just missed an eyelash. It was like 9-8 and hitting targets.
Good for you,
pretty
Baker.
good. Of course, Eli Manning was coaching Baker, and Peyton Manning was coaching C.J.
Okay.
You know, as far as that, they had teams.
Yeah, because they got like the draft and everything.
Yeah,
right,
yeah. It's all made for TV. It was, you know.
It's made for the kids. It's actually, like I said, it's a candy cigarette. They're trying to, they've switched their demo. They know people like E. Hogan and myself don't give a damn about the Pro Bowl, and we're not even going to watch it. So now they're just trying to get a younger demo, and that's why they're going with game. Just basically a field day events with NFL
like
players.
literally. It's and then they had
like field day.
They had a segment with the best catch.
Yeah.
And it was Puka Nacua trying to catch a pass while water skiing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And then who was it?
See?
David Njoku tried to do a backflip and catch a ball. I mean, it was.
See, you brought a smile to your face. You're like,
Imagine
imagine
something from the Chive TV or something.
Yeah, it's something for the little kids.
Yeah, it's playing the younger set, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think that's what they've decided. Hey, man, we're not gonna convince real, experienced football fans, old school football fans that Pro Bowl is cool. We weren't watching the Pro Bowl when they were actually putting on pads. We stopped watching.
No, it's been a while.
Yeah.
But also yesterday, Jim Harbaugh was introduced as the new head coach of the LA Chargers. This dude's something else.
Man, he is. We got to play some of them cuts. I'll send Toss up. They're just.
Well, I have one. Let me play this for you. This is Jim Harbaugh yesterday. His debut in La La Land. We know La La Land's about entertainment and big stars and
charisma. And he's got it in. He's got tons of it.
He was something. Let's hear a little bit of Jim Harbaugh about his plan as he comes out to the LA Chargers.
Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
Should I tell him? Yes. Okay, so
I want to drive my RV out. I want to drive my RV out and go to a trailer park, like down by the water or by Disneyland. There'll be 2 that I've researched that are close to the facility, and I want to Jim Rockford it for the for the next couple months until we move to the new facility. I have that thought going through my head.
All right, Jim Harbaugh was going to live in an RV down by the river.
He's not joking. I think he's
Clark Griswold.
I think he's. People they think it's first like no. He's kind. This guy did sleep at a recruit's house outside of a recruit's house one time.
He is something.
He is a wild dude, man. There's so many stories now circulating. We can't play them all because they're so lengthy. But I've been bookmarking these Jim Harbaugh stories from all the players, and they are wild. He's just a weird, eccentric guy.
He really will until they probably find a house, live in the RV.
No, I'm serious.
He and his wife.
Yeah. No, people think he's joking. I'm like, yeah, it's funny, but he's serious. he has researched it. His dad got a couple here by the.
Oh, you heard him at the beginning. Should I tell him? Should I even reveal this?
Because the owner's been like, Jim, no. Jim,
we're paying you $16 million a year.
I advise against their hotels, really nice hotels around. You can just
$16 million a year.
We'll book it for you. We'll book you a whole, we'll book you like a suite and everything. But he's like, nah, I think the trailer would work better.
I like my RV.
I would.
He really does.
I want to be next to my people.
You know who would like Buc-ee's, as we talked about, would be Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh would love Buc-ee's.
That's a great point. Jim
and
Harbaugh.
Thanks to all the texters that let us know they were called Beaver Nuggets.
Beaver Nuggets. There you go.
The Buc-ee's things.
And okay, what are these Beaver Nuggets again?
I don't know. No one told us what it was in a Beaver Nugget. I don't know exactly the ingredients of a Beaver Nugget, but they're kind of world famous.
Okay,
apparently.
You'll get that soon.
But
yeah, that's a great point. He would love Buc-ee's.
Oh man,
Buc-ee's fits Harbaugh's personality so well.
Down by the river.
Oh man, that might be. You know what? That's gotta be a natural little.
And he just said maybe down by Disney somewhere. But that's Clark Griswold right there from Vacation. Yeah. He wants to go live down by the Wally World.
I wouldn't be surprised. Didn't who was that? Was it Gardner Minshew that traveled around?
Gardner
like
Minshew,
had his own
quarterback.
Little RV that he used to drive around in, like before training camp and stuff.
Yeah. That's for real too.
Yeah.
Speaking of for real, before we get to behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football. Wanted to play this for you because we were talking about it. Travis Kelce. This was also a piece of sound that I found yesterday from what makes Travis Kelce tremendous. Because you talked about the Ravens and their inability to stop Travis Kelce, even though they're one of the best defenses. In the modern era, as Mike McDonald's defense led the NFL in, takeaways, sacks,
scoring offense,
scoring
defense,
points allowed, those kind of things. And here's Luke Kuechly. Luke Kuechly, of course, great Boston College linebacker, going to be in the Hall of Fame as a linebacker, Carolina Panthers. He was talking about what makes Travis Kelce different because one thing about Luke Kuechly is he was one of those guys that knew the play before it was run, right? He was had this unbelievable film study and instinct for the game.
That's right.
And listen to him because as you say, you're trying to find tendencies, you're trying to pick up on cues of how you're going to be able to stop this play. And for all the fans out there who wonder why is Travis Kelce wide open all the time?
All the time.
How does this happen?
Yes.
Here's Luke Kuechly, the Hall of Famer, talking about what makes him different.
Well, I think the thing with Travis, you try to study as much as you can. You try to anticipate routes. He doesn't run. He runs normal routes. He runs fades like he just ran that touchdown, that back shoulder ball he caught against Baltimore. But nothing he does is truly on script. So he can come up, he can find a window, he can move out of a window. He has the freedom to kind of find space and sit down. And what we always talk about with guys like that is you have to keep your eyes on Travis. You can't take your eyes off of him and put him on Mahomes. If he comes out of a break, you think it's a typical out route, you put your eyes back to the quarterback, then you lose sight of Kelce. And once you lose sight of him, Mahomes knows that. Kelce knows that. Now he's going to pivot and get open. So when you play guys like that are have such a good ability to kind of just go off the cuff, you got to have your eyes on them. You got to pin hips. You got to stay attached. And then when the ball is in the air, the one tell that guys like him have is his eyes. His eyes are always going to tell you when he's tracking the ball. The good guys, you can't read hands because they're going to wait to the last second, throw your hands up. But with Kelce, if you can stay attached, you can keep your eyes on him, you can read his eyes. When his eyes begin to focus is when you can play through his hands. And it sounds super easy, but there's a reason that he's Travis Kelce.
No, it makes perfect sense. Like, I don't know if you guys, have seen his route, like they do, like the route graphs of basically of them and how they ran routes all throughout the game, like all the targets I should say he had, and the Next Gen Stats. they'll basically have a it's kind of an animation of all the different routes that he ran, whatever. He never has one hard angle or right angle in his routes. They're all just him really finding ways to get open. It's crazy. Like there's no hard angle. The thing about it, most routes are hard
drifts.
angles. Yeah, he just kind of drifts. He just finds a hole. He just finds really a vulnerability within your defense. He finds a soft spot. So that makes perfect sense. In 11 of 11, there's not, like I said, they 11 of 11 against the Baltimore Ravens. Not one hard angle or right angle in his routes.
Well, that makes perfect sense. And I also heard on Rich Eisen yesterday on our station, Mitchell Schwartz, his former offensive lineman, talked about how he, between what Luke Kuechly just said and then Patrick Mahomes with this crazy connection with him, that they're in such – this is the best defense in the NFL. One of the best we've seen in decades for the Ravens, and they go 11 for 11. They don't have an incompletion when Patrick Mahomes is throwing to Travis Kelce.
Everybody knows it.
I mean, it's like
everybody knows it.
It's just and by the way, the Chiefs are still underdogs in this game on a week from Sunday. Trying to figure it out. I mean, everything is pointing to the Chiefs. That means yet they're getting 2 points. But either way, hey, can we go behind the burnt orange curtain, talk some Texas football, because there are developments as always.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's get into the big news, and it's a big loss for Texas, frankly. Billy Glasscock, who was Texas Director of Player Personnel, leaving to go to Ole Miss. Ole Miss this offseason, making some moves.
They find a sugar daddy somewhere?
They got plenty of them because Ole Miss right now. I think they may have been one of the, if not the top transfer portal acquisition class in college football. It's definitely one of the best. And Lane Kiffin, who was really close with Sark, they're really close friends. He ends up stealing Sark's Director of Player Personnel. I guess it ain't personal, Sark, but I need that guy. So Billy Glasscock moving on to Ole Miss, leaving Austin for Oxford. He's taken over as the general manager for Ole Miss. He's going to be in title, the general manager, and maybe that's what he wanted. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Sark could have made him the general manager. We know now Chip Kelly has a general manager. Well, it looks like Ole Miss is going to have one too. He's basically the GM for Texas, all right, of their personnel department. He's the one that coordinates the recruiting of the high school prospects, transfer portal prospects. He basically creates the big board and lets all the coaches know where their assignments are and where they need to be recruiting and in what areas they need to be recruiting, what players they need to be highlighting. And he started his career, memories in junior college, kind of rose up through the ranks just off of just his merit. His Arizona Western and Joliet Junior College in the recruiting operations as assistant there. And then he went to strength and conditioning. And then he was at Northern Illinois for 2 years. And that's really where his career started to skyrocket. And he followed Jerry Kill, remember, from Northern Illinois to Minnesota. And he was their director of recruiting operations. And he was like, a national director of recruiting operations. I think he won an award for being the best recruiting director in the country along those lines. So he was one of the best recruiting directors in the country. And then that's when he went to North Carolina State a couple of years later. Then that's when Sark found him. And by then he had developed a reputation for being a guy who had a really good eye for talent. Just had a great eye for talent, got a great eye for talent in a unique sense of roster construction, depending on the vision of the coach. That you could give him your vision and that he could start to formulate a plan for roster construction. And he did a great job at Texas. I mean, you had top 5 classes every year that he was here, basically. You look at it overall. Number 4 recruiting class this year, number 3 in 2023, number 5 in 2022. I mean, Texas has been stacking classes, so that's a big loss. And I wonder if, Brandon Harris just ends up being promoted from within. I know he's been working with the staff there for a long time, and he's right. If I'm not mistaken, I will look at it. I believe he's right under Billy Glasscock. Billy Glasscock. I believe he's right under him. So that could be a promotion from within, to watch that.
Interesting, yeah. And Brandon Harris has been there a while.
He's
and,
been there a while. He's passed up some jobs too.
He has.
He's gotten offered. I don't want to. I don't want to lie about it, but he's gotten offered a couple of jobs. And he's passed on those to stay at Texas. I believe one in the league too. Let me go look at it and make sure. But yeah, so I can think that would be a nice hire to kind of keep the continuity. Sark's big on continuity. That would be a big continuity guy.
Yeah, for sure. And someone who already knows the lay of the land. And Brandon Harris, if you remember, correct me if I'm wrong, like when they've had coaching vacancies for a spell, he would drop in and
take over the recruiting.
Help
yes,
recruit,
he
right?
did that with the D-line position.
D-line, yeah.
Great point.
So, yes,
Great
so
point.
obviously has the trust of the coaching staff and Sark for sure. That would be interesting. But, yeah, Ole Miss is making moves in the SEC, obviously.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin, he has been as vocal as any complaining is probably the wrong word, but at least pointing out that the haves and the have-nots and the arms race and in the NIL space. And now his all of a sudden, his arms are growing.
I think that he's decided, and I think wisely, hey man, if you can't beat him, join him. And I mean, you can complain about it. And Sark doesn't complain, but Sark talks about wanting guidelines and wanting better guardrails and more checks and balances in the system now. NIL transfer talks about it all the time, actually. But he is still all in on those means and ways to acquire talent and to improve his team. You have to be, and until the federal government comes in or Uncle Sam comes in and decides there's a federal law that there's more unanimity in terms of the NIL space, and it's not a state law thing, state to state, you might as well take advantage of it. Guys, right now is the best time in the history of college football to be a student athlete. It might be a student athlete period, but I think be a college football player. I'm just talking about my experience, because sooner or later there will be guardrails. Sooner or later there will be a uniform law, NIL law, that everybody's got to operate by. It's going to happen. Either the federal government will do it, or the powers that be in college football will decide, hey, we're operating by this NIL rule, and they'll just, I don't know if they're going to emancipate themselves from the NCAA, whatever. It's going to happen. But in this period now, while it is kind of the Wild Wild West, go. Go.
Well, I mean, I think that's been the
do it, man. And I think that's what Lane Kiffin's doing too, and Sark's doing it too.
Yeah, and they both, and Sark has said that, right? I mean, you can not like a situation, but you have to thrive within it. While is how it is, right? It just is. Dabo Swinney over at Clemson has taken the opposite of that. Is I don't like this and I'm not doing it. I mean, still to this moment, Clemson has not added one portal player through the offseason.
That is insane.
I mean, you can take a stand on things,
That's
but
insane.
Is that what's best for your program right now?
That's insane. I can't believe that.
I mean, because I would
That's
bet
malpractice. That's malpractice.
100%. I would bet if you're Steve Sarkisian and Dabo Swinney and you sat down and talked about the ills of college football, they'd probably be in pretty close alignment. But you can complain about it, or you can play within the rules as they are stated today, and try to get them fixed and be an advocate for change. But at the same time, you can't let your program fall behind because you're not participating in this free market, essentially.
That's exactly
and actually discouraging against it. That's not going to. I mean, it is.
Yeah, openly discouraging. So a student players are like, well, I don't want to go there. Guys doesn't believe in NIL, doesn't believe in the transfer portal.
Yeah. And again, it's one thing to take a stand. And I remember, and we really can draw on the parallels with Mack Brown and Dabo Swinney when Mack was at the end of his run at Texas. And I remember Mack Brown being like furious when we're talking about general managers now in college football, Ron. Mm-hmm. It was Nick Saban who started that whole thing. When Nick Saban came back from the Miami Dolphins from the NFL, he looked around and said, well, look, I'm looking for an advantage here. There's no rule against having front offices. Support staff.
Yep.
You can only have 10 coaches that can recruit and go out and recruit on the road and be on the field on game day, but you can have as many support staff as you want. So if you can pay for it, you can hire them. And so, man, what an advantage in the NFL to have GMs and scouts and front office personnel to handle a lot of the daily work.
Yep. So
he started to form that. And Mack Brown was so against that.
He was.
So against that.
He wanted to be mom and pop shop.
Yeah. Well, and guess who copied him? Urban Meyer at Ohio State, Dabo Swinney at Clemson. They started doing this, and Mack Brown fell behind. That started in like 07, 08 when Nick Saban came back from Alabama. I mean, that's a long time ago now. But at the same time, it's the same thing. You have to evolve within your whatever your profession is. You cannot like the situation, but you also have to evolve within it.
Yeah,
to thrive.
That's a great point. You're right about that. That's why Dabo, when people were bringing up the candidates to replace Nick Saban, I was like, you can't go Dabo. He's just too anti-modern college football right now. He's spoken out vehemently against it, and his actions actually have followed that. Sark has spoken out against it, but Sark's actions are that, hey, I'm all in. I wish there were some guardrails, but for now, I am all in. Okay, so I got it from shout out to Bruce Feldman tweeted this out in 2021. Texas Director of Recruiting Brandon Harris, who interviewed for a job with the Rams, has opted to remain at UT.
Sean McVay.
Because he was really close. Yes, Sean McVay liked him, so he's sharp. He's a smart dude. And yes, I'm not sure. Some stuff saying here it might have been for an assistant quarterback's job. Because remember, he's a quarterback.
Yes.
So that wasn't necessarily a front office job or a scouting job, but he's a smart young man and has been coveted elsewhere. And I'm sure he's probably been coveted for front office positions at other spots, but he has turned down some jobs. He wants to be at Texas, and maybe this is the reason that he wanted to be here, because he knew that Billy Glasscock was his guy. He was at one point he was going to ascend to another job too, because he really hadn't been at any place that long. He builds it, and then he moves on.
Behind the burnt orange curtain with RB. Good stuff right there. We'll follow the Longhorns into the weekend and what's to come, including the Senior Bowl tomorrow, 11 o'clock on NFL Network. That will include T'Vondre Sweat. I'm sure a lot of you saw the video that went viral. T'Vondre Sweat catching a pass in the end zone, catching a touchdown.
He had a hell of a Senior
running
Bowl
routes.
practice, man. His practice was awesome.
Also, Christian Jones there at the Senior Bowl tomorrow in Mobile. We'll come back. We'll pick up some What the Facts. We'll also reset those top stories. Busy sports day from the high school, college, and pro level. A lot happening on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
I appreciate all the working men and women out there getting up, getting after it on a Friday, wrapping up your work week for a lot of you. You do work the weekends. We appreciate that too.
Oh, yeah.
And be careful out there. Slick streets, a lot of rain and mist and fog and all of that. But it's a busy Friday into a fun weekend. Big win for Texas basketball last night on the women's side. We'll get you details coming up here from Vic Schaefer. Also more on the Cowboys and what they're going to do to now replace their defensive coordinator, Dan Quinn, who accepted the head coaching job in Washington yesterday. But what the facts, Rod? I got to say this after looking, right about 9 o'clock yesterday during our show, the UIL dropped their new district alignments.
Yeah, I saw that.
For athletics. And, this is what the facts. The fact is the craziest district is 12-5A. 12-5A, which I know this is a puzzle for the UIL to try to put together. Like we 26-6A drops from a 19 district to 7.
Okay.
That's Austin High, Westlake, Lake Travis, Bowie, Aikens, Dripping Springs, and Del Valley. Buda Johnson's going to have to go south now. Of course, that's the biggest school in the Buda Kyle area. They're going to have to go down and play Cibolo Steel and the Braunfels School, San Antonio, Northern San Antonio schools, which it happens. But Austin Anderson was a part of that district, Rod, the Anderson Trojans, but they've dropped from 6A to 5A. Okay. Well, Anderson's now going to be in a district. Listen to this district. Austin Anderson, right in the middle of town, Pflugerville Weiss and Pflugerville Hendrickson, Bastrop Cedar Creek, Buda Hayes, Lehman High down in Hayes, Lockhart, College Station, and A&M Consolidated.
Damn.
That's kind of all over the place.
Wow.
I mean, that's Austin, Pflugerville, Lockhart, A&M,
Consolidated.
College
I
Station.
would love to see the just the mileage that in between, like the furthest schools in that district now.
Yep.
And how far they have to travel.
Well, and then for Hayes, that's for football. But in sorts like basketball, they're going to Cedar Park to play a bunch of Cedar Park schools. It's different for different sports.
It's for different sports now too.
But it's a mess. I mean,
it's basically what I've been told is they try, because they have so many schools. I mean, Texas has more high schools than any other state. So they try their best to. It's the best for the most schools.
Sure.
It's the best approach for the most schools, but there are going to be some schools, and you just pointed out an example there, they're just going to get the short end of it, and it's going to be real bad.
You're kind of bouncing around from place.
Yeah, there was no easy solution for that situation. I guarantee you. For that
with Anderson dropping back, and it's by population of school.
Yes,
and it's just.
Man, that's brutal though. I mean, do they get like a tax break for the travel, like to be able to send these kids there? They got to do the booster club, got to raise all this money for the travel.
It's crazy,
right? They should, man.
Yeah,
that's brutal, man.
And so check out your district and where it's going to be for your youngsters. Obviously, playing sports or will be playing sports here shortly. We went through that, as I mentioned, when our kids are all grown and gone. But we did that once. My son, for a 2-year stretch, we were in Hayes, and we were driving up to Cedar Park, Leander, playing baseball games all the time, every Tuesday and every Friday, or unless they were home games.
Man,
crossing town middle of the afternoon.
Oh, so that's why I didn't realize that, but that as a parent now, that's going to be a pain in the I didn't realize that's something you had to worry about. So and keep up with it, but you do.
You do. Like your kids would travel to Bowie, and Bowie makes sense, right? Bowie's got Bowie and Aikens, which is right down the road, and Austin High, Westlake. Dripping Springs. I mean,
they
don't
move around a lot.
No,
it's like if you're closer to the city that you're okay. That they don't move, but I say that, and then they end up.
Then it's Anderson, right?
Anderson's I say that, and then they end up. Yeah, so
it's odd, but yes, it's a very difficult job the UIL has to try to put that puzzle together on a biannual basis.
I'm sure get a lot of emails from some very enthusiastic parents after this thing drops. Right, that email box is lit, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I got one for you. How about this? So for the Super Bowl, CBS will be, since we're What the Facts, CBS will using a total of 165 cameras.
Is that all?
3 drones, 5 sky cams, 25 robotic cameras, 20 in-zone pylon cameras, 24 cameras with 4K zoom, and 6 doink cameras inside the uprights. Nickelodeon also will be simulcast on Nickelodeon. because that candy cigarette thing ain't going away. But there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Also, from what the facts, it is official now. Lewis Hamilton leaving Team Mercedes in F1 to go to Ferrari. That's a big deal on the global racing circuit.
I heard the stock.
Huge deal.
The stock is shooting
for Ferrari.
up. Like it's
for
just,
Ferrari, yep.
Oh, man, it's just flying.
Yeah, big time. Lewis Hamilton, of course, many times a world champion, leaving Mercedes where he has driven for so long. But yeah, 165 cameras for the Super Bowl.
165. I'm telling you.
I love
They'll
the
cover every
20 cams inside end zone pylons.
Yeah, man. You got to make sure
That's
they get
a big
that.
one.
Yeah, that's for the touchdowns. You got to make sure they get that. They'll have the 24 robotic cameras. Ooh, that is.
By the way, all this technology,
Unmanned.
and we still have old dudes spotting the football with chains.
The chain thing is probably the most ridiculous.
Come on.
We
Can't get an exact spot of the football at this point.
Yeah, with laser technology, but we got the
And we
chain
still got
gang.
the chain gang in the National Football League.
Hey, it's a show. It's a show.
Come on, man.
It's a TV show, man. It's part of the drama, E.
Hook 'em
Chain
up. 1
gang.
hour down, 4 to go on a Friday. Callahan's General Store, folks. As we always say, it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day, and it certainly is. They have live music every Saturday, so get on out there tomorrow from noon to 4. They'll have some live music and fun. It's just a cool place to hang out. I promise you, Callahan's is, once you get in there at 501 Bastrop Highway, you realize just how large it is, how big it is, the General Store. They got everything you want. Tell you about keeping your yard looking like a golf course year-round with our partnership with Callahan's and our tour of Central Texas golf courses. They can help you with that. The people, the Western wear section, the rodeos around the corner, rodeo galas this weekend. So if you need hats and boots and gear, belts and everything, they have all that. They got the hardware section, housewares, everything you need. It's just the General Store, but everything you need right there. Callahan's is an awesome place. I promise you. Also, if you're looking for some live animals and pets and feed and everything, they've got that as well. But really, the number one thing for me is getting to my yard in good shape at Callahan's. And it's the products and the people that help you do that. And I say, you make it a habit. Get in there every couple of weeks, every month or so, and talk to them about what you should be doing for this season, what products you're putting down, organic or conventional fertilizers, or the weed and feeds and the pre-emergence and all those things, the mulches and things. They'll help you with it, not just with the products that they have, and sourced a lot of them from right here in Central Texas for your yard, but the people that know how to apply them properly and when to apply them and how much to use and what you do for shady areas or sunny areas and those type of things, which we don't all know that, but they do, and that's why they can help you keep your yard looking like a golf course year-round. At Callahan's General Store, it's the people that separates them. Since 1978, family-owned and locally operated right here in Austin, Texas. 501 Bastrop Highway between downtown and the airport, right off Montopolis there, and still rolling after 45 years at Callahan's General Store. Online at callahansgeneralstore.com, and it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day. Friday on the Horn. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. If it is a Friday, and in this first Friday of February, Rod, what does that make it?
Freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B.
It is. And coming off our What the Fact segment, it is a fact. Or an opinion, I guess. Punxsutawney Phil in Groundhog Day did not see his shadow today.
Okay.
I don't know how they determine that. Does he talk? I don't know. I don't understand.
So that means we're gonna get spring.
Yes.
That means spring's coming early.
I think it's if it's whether or not he comes out of his hole or not.
He has woken up and not seen his shadow, meaning, according to the legend, we are destined for an early spring.
So he didn't come out of the hole.
I mean, he did come out of the hole, but then they say he didn't see his shadow. I don't know how they determine this.
I think that's just like like an old English term for him coming out of the hole. Is it not? I've since I was a kid, I was always like, if he comes out, there's longer winter. If not, then spring is coming sooner.
I finally saw someone who lives in that area make it make sense. They just said it's just a reason to have a party. It's a reason to all get together and have a party.
So nobody cares if he actually sees his shadow.
No, it's a legend.
Yeah,
folklore.
I'm sure somebody has researched how accurate this all is. I'm sure that's within a Google search to find out how accurate Punxsutawney Phil's,
and why February 2nd? What's the important? I'm sure there's reasons for this. I'd have to research them, and I don't want to do that. Of why today? Why February 2nd is the important day? I don't know. And I don't know how a groundhog knows if it saw a shadow or not, or how we would know if it did or didn't.
A reason to drink, and they probably can drink early too.
Oh, in Pennsylvania? Hell yeah.
Early in the morning.
Easy. Yeah, because I was watching it was at the morning news here, and they had music going, a bunch of big dudes in beards playing the banjo.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They were jamming. It was good. It's good. All right, so we appreciate you folks on What the Facts, because we're talking about district realignment in UIL. Somebody let us know that Gonzales, Texas has to play Lago Vista. Gonzales is down south of Luling.
I know.
On your way to Victoria. They got to play Lago Vista?
I want to say.
You know where Lago Vista is?
Yeah. No, there's a lot of. I want to say there are a lot of schools that happened to. Lufkin, Texas, actually. Lufkin got a crazy setup too. Because I heard somebody complaining about that. How they got to travel.
Well, look, there's reasons for it. I mean, here's a guy that says, I grew up in a small town in the Panhandle. Closest district school was 80 miles away. Which, look, if you live in West Texas.
Yeah, you got Abilene.
You're
like
driving.
That. Yeah.
And you're used to it, by the way, because it's a long way to anywhere out there, for crying out loud. But that's why I mentioned Austin Anderson. But, Austin Anderson, the Trojans, are the only 5A Division I school in Austin. So they can't play other schools in Austin in district play. So they're going to go to Pflugerville and Hayes and A&M Consolidated, and they're going all over Bastrop to try to play other 5A Division I schools. I get the reasoning, but it is, that there's logistical issues you deal with, especially a parent of youngsters and things. It's just the way it goes, though. I mean, everybody's got their issues to deal with, but that was announced yesterday.
Yeah, so. No, like I said, I feel for the parents because that's true. Yeah, it says Lufkin is in Lufkin, Burleson Centennial, Claiborne, Dallas Highland Park, Joshua, Midlothian, Red Oak, Tyler. I don't even know how that even makes sense.
Lufkin's got to come a long way. They're coming east.
Yeah.
They're coming west, I should say, into parts of the Metroplex to play district games. Yeah.
And I guess that's the determination they make is like, do we take them? You got to take them in one direction when you're out there in the middle of, not in the middle of nowhere, but when you're by yourself, when you're isolated. You take them in one direction. You take them that DFW way. You take them toward more, more metropolitan areas or where there are more schools. Because that's wild, too. So it's the best solution for the most schools. Doesn't mean it works for every school.
Yeah.
It's just the best solution for the
most
Gonzales.
Schools. I mean, somebody just mentioned Gonzales, which is a cool little town, by the way. A lot of history in Gonzales if you ever make that drive down 183. But so Gonzales is in a district not just with Lago Vista, but also Salado and up north there. So the text just bounced from where I had, but crazy. So you now know what your district is for the next 2 years in the UIL and in the state of Texas. That came out yesterday. Salado and Gerald with Gonzales, who also goes to Lago Vista. Golly.
I said I don't know how I don't know these road trips, man. I guess that's what the booster clubs are for. To raise money for these road trips.
But for you're just thinking for a problem for like Gonzales. To get from Gonzales to any of these, you got to come through Austin, especially to get to Lago Vista. And that was always my challenge when my kids were playing ball, and we had to go through. We were in Hayes, and you had to go through town to get out to like Cedar Park and Leander and Vista Ridge and all these schools.
So that's a long trip because you got to go through all the traffic. Yeah,
it's right in rush hour. It's right in the middle of rush hour. You're trying to get out there. It's like, and they're same thing when they're coming our way. It's like there's no way around it.
It's brutal.
You just got to go straight through.
It is brutal.
Plow up, Mopac and plow. I mean, it was
the only way out is through. But no, you can go. But can't you go around now? Can't you use the tolls?
Now you can.
Now you can. Back in your day, you could. Yeah, a little bit better. You got to pay for it though.
That was years ago for me. Hey, can we get to the other headlines though? Top stories on a busy Friday. Let's get you caught up. Rod's got a great rant coming up to take you a deep dive. There's a lot of news. Let's get to it. Top stories presented by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. We start with Texas basketball. Huge win for the Texas women last night on the road in Waco. The fabulous freshman Madison Booker scored 22 points. Aaliyah Moore added 19 as 12th-ranked Horns pulled away from 13th-ranked Baylor to earn a 67-55 victory. They improved to 7-3 in Big 12 play. The win avenges a late December loss to Baylor in Austin for a fired-up Vic Schaefer.
Like, these kids are what they're going through dealing with. Deanna Gaston, not 60%. She's not ready. Tried to give us some help, did tonight. Madison Booker ain't practiced in 5 days. I mean, unbelievable. That kid's a monster. If that ain't the best freshman in the country, I don't know who is. For what she's having to do for our team, run the points, score, assist, defend. The kid's unbelievable. I mean, that number 35 might be as good as the one they've had here before.
Wow, that's a Kevin Durant reference for Madison Booker right there from Vic Schaefer. Texas men in action tomorrow, by the way. They'll play 1 o'clock at TCU, their 5th straight game against a ranked opponent. Horned Frogs on the road in Fort Worth, 1 o'clock the tip. Texas football, big departure for Steve Sarkisian and the Horns after 3 years on the 40 acres. Texas Director of Player Personnel Billy Glasscock is leaving to take over as the general manager at Ole Miss. Glasscock served an important role in coordinating the recruitment of high school and transfer portal prospects in concert with the recruiting support staff. Over the past 3 seasons, the Longhorns have signed 3 straight top 5 recruiting classes, landed the second-ranked transfer portal class in average ranking. Big departure yesterday morning for the Cowboys as well. After 3 seasons at the helm of a top 5 defense for Dallas, Dan Quinn has been named the new head coach of the Washington Commanders. That fills the 8th and final vacancy in the NFL. Reports abound this morning that UCLA head coach Chip Kelly may be joining Quinn in Washington as his offensive coordinator. Back in Dallas, remains to be seen which Quinn assistants will go with him to Washington. Also, whether Dallas looks outside the organization or promotes from within to replace him. Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire former Arizona Cardinals and Texas Tech head coach Cliff Kingsbury to be their new offensive coordinator. NBA Rockets have made a trade, acquired Memphis Grizzlies center Steven Adams in a trade for guard Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks. Blockbuster trade in baseball where the Baltimore Orioles, 101 wins last year. They've acquired starting pitcher Corbin Burns from the Milwaukee Brewers for a pair of top prospects and the 34th pick in the 2024 draft.
Yeah, the coaching carousel is officially done with Dan Quinn getting the Washington Commanders job. That is a job could be sneaky good because you do got talent there. Wide receivers, you got some really good wide receivers in Curtis Samuel and Terry McLaurin. You got really good. I mean, your defensive line actually, even though you did trade one of those pieces with Chase Young, it's still a loaded D line with some really good pieces there. I think number 2 overall pick. So, you'll be able to pick your quarterback of the future, wherever that may be, with that number 2 overall pick in a deep, rich quarterback draft. They got the most salary cap space in the league this offseason. So they spend that wisely, and they have the new GM, Adam Peters, who is the assistant GM with the San Francisco 49ers. So he's seen it done, knows how to maximize that draft capital. And I said Dan Quinn can't afford to pass up any more jobs. I mean, this coaching carousel, this cycle, he had to take one of those jobs. Otherwise, next coaching carousel cycle, I mean, you'll have Vrabel out there. You'll have, you're going to have Ben Johnson, the Detroit Lions guy. He'll be in that next coaching carousel. Bill Belichick will be putting his name out there. He's going to be trying to, make some connections here in this during this season, this time off. I guarantee you, so that he can get back in to the coaching game. So I just think that Dan Quinn, his hand was forced a little bit, but I do think it's a good situation for him. It's not a bad situation at all.
No.
Yeah.
And
a division he knows.
Division he knows. And, his second opportunity as a head coach, of course, took Atlanta to a Super Bowl, but didn't win that Super Bowl. They're up 28-3.
Yeah.
And lost to the Patriots that night.
He knows how to choose a good OC. Shows Kyle Shanahan and Steve Sarkisian. It's pretty good offensive minds.
And here comes Chip Kelly, it appears. And the coordinator hires are happening fast and furious because we mentioned Chip Kelly to Washington likely with Dan Quinn. And because it's funny because I guess the Chip Kelly connection came with Dan Quinn because when it looked like Dan Quinn might get the Seattle job, the name Chip Kelly percolated.
Yeah.
And now he's going to Washington and Chip Kelly's percolating there. So there must have been a connection.
And
now
Chip Kelly's trying to get out too.
Yeah, Chip Kelly wants out of UCLA.
Chip Kelly is also using his NFL connections to get interviews because the reports are in reports that he interviewed for the Raiders job.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, I mean,
for OC job, sorry.
You would speculate that if Dan Quinn had communicated to Chip Kelly, hey, look, if I get one of these jobs, I'd like you to come with me, kind of thing. And now he is going to Washington, and we'll see what Dallas does. In a lot of thought that they're going to promote from within in Dallas, which is what Dallas typically does. But it can work when you go outside and bring in a Dan Quinn, who kind of changes and revolutionizes your defense in top 5 3 straight years. And that's what I said yesterday for Cowboys fans, Rod, after you had to run. By the way, Rod's going to have his wisdom teeth out this coming week.
Yeah.
Are you not? Is that
Doc wants
is that
to
official now?
That's official. Monday and Tuesday. I'll be out.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, man. It's going to be rough, but it's okay. I think the recovery will be quicker than I anticipate.
Good.
I think it'll be because the doctor was like the way he made it seem that it wasn't going to be something that was long and drawn out. I'm only going to miss 2 days of work. We'll see. Maybe I'll come in here sounding like something weird because my mouth will be all swollen. But he says I can come back to work after a couple of days. So
well, sorry to hear that. But
no,
you got to do what you got to do.
It's got to happen, man.
But
go to the dentist, guys. So go see my man, Dr. U.
Go see Dr. Eckert.
Dr. Eckert.
Take care of your oral hygiene for sure.
For sure.
But I mentioned that because you had to leave a little bit early yesterday to go to that appointment, and I mentioned when you were gone that because that came down right as you were leaving that Dan Quinn has accepted the Washington job.
Yep.
And has been hired. He would accept it. They were going to offer it to him, and so for the Cowboys now. Whatever you thought, because now Cowboy fans are like, good riddance. If you had 3 straight top 5 defenses, I know the last vision of him was the Green Bay game, and that was a debacle for everybody because you got smoked. It was 48-16 on your home field against the 7 seed, embarrassing on all levels. And the defense was part of that, without a doubt. But Dan Quinn did oversee 3 straight top 5 defenses. One of the better units in the league.
Yep.
Kellen Moore was there before, right? And you had scoring offense number 1 in the league for his time there. And it's quick how Cowboy fans think, well, they weren't good coaches. Those were good coaches,
damn good coaches.
And the fact that they're in demand by the league tells you they're good coaches. And I guess the frustrating part for Cowboys fans for me is you got 9 Pro Bowlers, you got coaches that are in demand that people want, and you still can't win. That's highly frustrating.
That's culture. That's who they are.
Yeah,
it
is.
Unfortunately,
and we know it stems from the top without a doubt. But you got good coaches, you've got really good players, and you can't get past the wild card round or the divisional round of the playoffs.
But that's been the way for 3 decades. They've had good players.
I know. Well, they haven't always had good players. There have been years where they were really void of talent in a lot of cases. Well, this team's really talented.
I know, but a lot of times the Cowboys, they're never just totally bereft of talent. They got a lot of time they have the talent. Coaching at times has been an issue. It's not now. Yeah. No question. Talent or coaching.
And now Kellen Moore's in your division, Dan Quinn's in your division, and you got to beat those guys. And Mike McCarthy goes head to head with them now on two games a year against both of those guys, and we'll see. It's one of those. We know the reasons, right? We've been through them over and over again, but frustrating for sure if you are a Cowboys fan, because I do think Dan Quinn's a very good coach, and he was
no doubt
unbelievably liked in that locker room.
Yeah, and his system was a very progressive, modern system built on multiplicity and hybridism with his athletes. He likes playing a lot of 3 safeties. He likes twisting stunts up front. He likes pre-snap shell disguise, plays a lot of man coverage. He had a brand of football that he had really started in Atlanta, but then really perfected it with the Cowboys with Micah Parsons and all these different hybrid players that he brought in. And I just wonder for the Cowboys, are they going to, pivot, go a different direction, or are they going to try to keep the continuity of that style of defense, just another play caller's spin on what Dan Quinn was already doing, who has familiarity with it? That would be the promotion from within. So because his scheme was so unique, it's going to be really interesting to see front office wise. This is why your chain of command critique of the Cowboys is so important, because alignment is key here to make sure the front office is on the same page. Do we want to go in the Dan Quinn direction? If not, it's going to be the types of players that we're going to draft and acquire are going to be very different. If we're going to bring in another DC who doesn't want to run the Dan Quinn system, it changes a lot of things. It changes your approach. It's going to change the direction of the talent acquisition cycle for the Cowboys. So it's going to be interesting to see who they decide is going to be the DC. And it'll tell you, I think promoting from within is probably the best course of action.
Yeah, and that Joe Witt Jr. is a name. We'll let you hear from him coming up. Kind of some what you might be getting if it is indeed Joe Witt Jr. We will pick that up coming up. Also, as we mentioned, Chip Kelly with Dan Quinn in Washington. Looks like Cliff Kingsbury to the Raiders to coach offense for Antonio Pierce. By the way, Marvin Lewis, the former Bengals coach for a long time, has been named the assistant head coach there.
Smart
kind
move.
of a veteran mentor, or at least an advisor for Antonio Pierce, who's young in the game.
Smart move.
And the Buccaneers are working on a deal, Tampa Bay, to hire Liam Cohen as their new offensive coordinator. He's bounced back and forth between the Rams and the Kentucky Wildcats in college football the last 6 years. Baker Mayfield said out at the Skills Challenge this week that he would wait to even talk to the Buccaneers until he found out who was going to be the OC. That's one he's probably going to like, if it is indeed Liam Cohen coming in from the Rams.
From the McShanahan tree.
The McShanahan tree, yes.
Yeah,
Sean
everywhere.
McVay, Kyle Shanahan. All right, let's go to Rod's first rant of this Friday morning, a football Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so we were just talking about the Dallas Cowboys and their defensive coordinator vacancy that Dan Quinn leaves. Now he's headed to be the head coach of the Washington Commanders. Let's talk about the candidates, internal candidates, and the candidates that they could bring in from the outside. Joe Witt Jr. Right now looks to be one of the favorites. Joe Witt Jr. is the pass game coordinator, defensive pass game coordinator, and secondary coach. The reports are this is his dream job. I believe I saw Calvin Watkins tweet that out. This is his dream job. So if that's the case, I'm sure that he will, if the Cowboys indeed want him, that he probably would decline any other job offers, even following Dan Quinn to Washington, which that's going to be a possibility that you could lose a lot of these internal candidates because Dan Quinn could decide to poach them, that he wants these guys. Aiden Dirty is also another internal candidate which has been mentioned. He's under Quinn. He also the defensive line coach, so he would be a candidate because he would have familiarity with the system, of course. Also, Al Harris has been another popular name mentioned, who has coached the defensive backs under Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn's defense is very, very DB-centric. Loves a lot of sub packages, nickel, dime defenses, plays three safeties, your big nickel, your big dime. Al Harris would have familiarity with the system. If you want to keep continuity, the internal, and for the Cowboys, I would say they probably should bring in someone who's an outsider because it helps them to have fresh, new ideas, a fresh perspective on the organization, which the Cowboys often need because they operate in a bubble a lot of the times. But I do think for Dan Quinn's system, because it's so unique, you probably would do best if you want the continuity go in internally. But externally, guys on the outside who you could bring in, Donweek Martindale, widely respected as a DC, loves to blitz like crazy. He's one of those guys. Sean Desai was with the Eagles, so that's obviously he arrived in Philadelphia last offseason, was hired as Jonathan Gannon replacement. Didn't work out well for them, but he's a disciple of Vic Fangio, who also is now in your division because he is the defensive coordinator for the Eagles. Ron Rivera is another thing that's been mentioned. I like Ron Rivera. He was my defensive coordinator when I was with the Bears. My only concern about Ron Rivera is it's been a few years since he's actually called defensive plays, so I'd wonder about how modern his defense would be. That's always a concern with a coach who rose to the head coaching ranks, but hasn't really been a play caller in a while. So I wonder how modern his defense is, because Dan Quinn has got one of the most progressive, really kind of breakthrough, groundbreaking defenses in the NFL. I know it's crazy to say, but conceptually it is. He's doing a lot of things that are right now kind of against the grain, but I think they will become more and more. I think they'll become more and more of a regular concepts that you'll see in the NFL as teams start to kind of copy that model, because Dan Quinn's got a really good defense, and this is a guy that's been an architect of a couple of defenses now that have been really good. The Legion of Boom defense was an all-time great defense, but that was a very different defense than the one he had in Dallas. So it just shows you that he can evolve, and that you can see that Dan Quinn defenses, they do change from location to location. Hell, the defense that he has in Washington may be different than the defense that he constructed with the Cowboys. But I will say the defense that he built with the Cowboys, he was working on that toward the tail end of his time in Atlanta. So I believe this is what he was progressing toward. All right, Brandon Staley. I know people don't like Brandon Staley as a head coach, but Brandon Staley is a defensive coordinator, guys. Also from that Vic Fangio coaching tree. He was one of the best DCs in the NFL. One of the fast rising stars. So he got the job for the Chargers at a young age and ended up underachieving and got fired as a head coach. So I don't know if he's ready to be a head coach yet. But Brandon Staley as a defensive coordinator, honestly, I think I like that. I might take that. System is different, though. A little different than what Dan Quinn runs, but every system is going to be different than what Dan Quinn runs. Clint Hurt, he's out because of Pete Carroll being out. So Clint Hurt is a longtime respected mind that Cowboys could consider. He might be a hot commodity. I don't know. I know there are some other guys who haven't committed, like Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator with the Broncos in 2022, and then went to Carolina. Now they have a new coach, and I know there's talk that they may keep him, but if not, that's an opportunity. Mike Zimmer's name has already been brought up. I got questions about how modern his defenses are too, because Mike Zimmer's been out of the game a little bit while in terms of play calling, but I do think Mike Zimmer's a hell of a defensive mind. And I think there's some other guys, maybe Shane Bowen's another name that's been mentioned. Mike Pettin is another name that's probably been mentioned out there, but you got about 10 candidates potentially internally from the guys you can bring in as outsiders who would be, in my opinion, they'd be credible candidates that the Cowboys can bring in. But I think right now your best course of action, because of how unique and non-traditional Dan Quinn's defense is to get somebody who knows the Dan Quinn defense. And you can always transition to something else, but you need somebody to help you with the transition so you don't go cold turkey. Because I think that going from that defense cold turkey could cause you to have some issues, some serious growing pains.
Yeah, well, and that you don't want that slide, right? I mean, as I've said, and my opinion on the Cowboys is this would be the year. I know you just went 12-5, but you're 3 straight years of not moving past the divisional round. You have a quarterback who's about to be worth $60 million on your cap. This would be the year I'd eat it and just start I don't want to say rebuild, but I'd start to move on from Dak Prescott conversation. I know I'm in the minority on that with most people. I would start that process and start looking to the next level. Maybe Trey Lance gets an opportunity in the future, but either way, they're not going to do that. Jerry Jones said we're going all in for this year. So if you're doing that, you're probably going to extend Dak, and here's you're hitched to his wagon for the next 4 or 5 years, even beyond this coming year. And that means you want to beat. If you're going all in on 2024, as Jerry Jones said, and we know there are mixed messages coming from that mouth, but if you are going all in, something within the structure is probably your best case.
Agreed.
Because if you bring in something brand new that's got a different philosophy, different type of personnel that they like to use, ideas, then there's a personnel gap, right? Then I need this and I need that. We saw Pete Kwiatkowski do it here at Texas. Like when he first got here, he kind of had to work with what was there.
Exactly right.
And now they're working towards acquiring the players and bringing in the players that kind of fit what he wants to do. You do the same thing at the pro level. And Dan Quinn had been there 3 years and had shaped the the organization and that defense around what his vision was. Someone from outside with a different vision, I would see
Might
slippage.
take some time.
I would see slippage.
Yeah.
That's why there's a opportunity, someone from within, Al Harris or a Joe Witt Jr. or one of those kinds to keep the consistency. Because normally with the Cowboys, I know they're big on promoting from within, and we like our guys, but that might be, if you are indeed in for 2024, that might be the best course of action.
And I know Trevon Diggs said Al Harris for DC, so I think he's big on Al Harris already. And something to keep in mind, the number one question that Jerry Jones and Will McClay and Mike McCarthy, all the guys who are going to be putting, obviously, input in on whatever this decision is going to be made, what's your plan for Micah Parsons? Because we're about to make him the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL, and I need to know we're going to get the most bang for our buck out of this dude. If we pay him this kind of money and then you have a system that doesn't maximize Micah, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So that's your number one question.
And how do you weaponize him, for sure? And look, there's, as we said, the Jesse Holley conversations, questioning his work ethic and commitment to the team and commitment to being the total package player, all that kind of things. And who knows if that's fictitious or if that's whatever that is. It's certain there's just a lot of noise around the Cowboys right now coming from family members and people who cover the team. And it doesn't feel like a real good situation. And now Dan Quinn, who was one of the most liked people in that facility, is now moving on. And so we'll see where the Cowboys go there. Good stuff with Rod's rant. We'll come back. We'll pick it up. We'll hear from one of those candidates from within, kind of his coaching philosophy. We'll also hear more from Jim Harbaugh, who is the new head coach of the L.A. Chargers, as the 8 vacancies have been filled. And what do you know? Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel, Pete Carroll, all not coaching in 2024, it appears. We'll talk more about that. Plus, before the end of the hour, bullish or BS. We'll get to some stories that we're calling BS on, or some that we're really bullish on before the end of our hour here in the 7 o'clock hour. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
What's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Dr. Greg Eckert, and his fantastic team. As a matter of fact, just earlier this week, got a chance to visit Dr. Eckert and his great team. And it's been a couple of years since I'd been going to the dentist. Went there for a checkup, and Dr. Yu and his team were great. They were fantastic, and they will be great for you as well. Now, if you haven't been to the dentist for a little while, and a lot of you like to procrastinate, as well as I do, I was procrastinating with it. Don't procrastinate any longer. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, well, it's been so long, I don't want to go to the dentist. You might be a little worried, a little paranoid about it. Don't be, all right? Trust me, I was in that position. Just give my friend Dr. Eckert a call, all right? They will handle they'll ease your dental anxiety if you got a little bit of that, which I did. But it doesn't matter what you need. General dentistry, doesn't matter if you need teeth whitening, dentures, porcelain crowns, veneers, dental implants, full mouth reconstruction, root canal therapy. I actually went in for a checkup. Turns out my wisdom teeth need to be extracted. Actually, they're turning sideways. I got some issues, right? But I'm going to get it taken care of. And I went to Dr. Yu, and he assured me that it was going to be fine. They're going to take care of it. Walked me through every step of the process to make me feel comfortable. And also the insurance coordinator walked me through every step of the process there as well. So there was nothing lost in translation, no miscommunication. Everything that they do at Dr. Greg Eckert's office, everything you do is top notch, folks. It is first class. And now he can always help you out to get you a brand new smile. I've talked about that. He's always on the cutting edge of the technological advances in general dentistry. So yes, you can still get a brand new smile in just one day. No time spent without teeth, temporary fixings to complete your permanent smile. So you'll smile again, all right, and with confidence, and eat freely without pain or discomfort. So if you've been told your teeth need to be replaced, you can get them replaced today. Call Dr. Greg Eckert to learn about this revolutionary alternative to dentures. That is still the case. So Dr. Yu can help you out with that. But if you just need help right? If you have been ignoring, been irresponsible, all right, about your oral hygiene, and you just want to make sure that you get back on track, Dr. Eckert can help you out with that. That's what he's doing for me. And after that, I guarantee you I'll be more responsible about my oral hygiene thanks to Dr. Eckert and thanks to his team, right? So they can change your life in a number of ways. Change it by getting you that brand new, beautiful smile, or they can change your life by making that top quality dental care available to you, which, by the way, folks, is something that can save your life, by the way, all right? That's going to be quality. So give my friend Dr. Eckert a call. It doesn't matter what your needs are. All right. If you haven't been to a dentist for a long time, you need to go get a checkup. If you do have some pain, if you do have something that's irritating you in there, you need to go get that looked at. If you want that brand new, beautiful smile, my man Dr. Eckert can help you out with that. It's a one-stop shop, folks. 512-345-3166 or visit dreckert.com, DRUECKERT.com.
Show your love this Valentine.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
A lot of Cowboys conversation this morning with the departure of Dan Quinn to the division rival Washington football team. Still think that was a better name than Commanders, by the way. Washington football team. I was a fan of that.
It was unique.
It was unique.
It was unique.
Unique to the league. Commanders.
Kind of a soccer, like a Euro feel to it. Washington football team. I didn't mind it.
It's kind of but it is the football team. You know, I kind of like it.
The football team.
I'd like that if my team was called the football team.
Well, they were the racial slurs before that. So
yes. But as far as Cowboy fans, they're frustrated for sure. This says it really doesn't matter what the Cowboys try. They're cursed. This says Cowboys are who we are and always are who we thought they were. And it says, as a fan of the Cowboys, we will not win a ship until the Jones family moves out of the way and lets professionals do their job. That is true. And this one says, you guys are right. If Mike McCarthy would have been fired, then the hire for the defensive coordinator would have come from outside. That's true. You know, but firing McCarthy would be admitting, okay, let's kind of, rebuild is probably too strong a word of what I'm suggesting. It's a reboot.
Yep.
It's a reboot because to me, if we would all agree, and I don't know if everybody does, at least with me, I know Ty does, that Dak Prescott is not the quarterback to take you to win a Super Bowl. I think there is a ceiling there that has been shown. Plenty of sample size. Going into his 8th season now, he's never led you on a long playoff run. It's not all his fault, but at the same time, he's a big part of it. He plays his worst in the biggest games.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately,
that's a problem.
That is a big problem,
major problem. I mean, Lamar Jackson, you can say the same about him and in Baltimore. They're having the same conversations.
That's true.
They just signed him, so they're gonna. But I mean, you're at a point with Dak that you're now at the back end of this big contract you signed him after his rookie deal, and it's a balloon year. So you got to make some real hard choices of whether you're going to, swallow that balloon year, as we say, or, redo it and restructure it and stretch him out and commit to him long term. I would advise against that, but at the same time, and move on to the reboot. which I'm not saying to completely rebuild, but you're going to move on from guys like Tyron Smith and Dak Prescott, big picture, and maybe even DeMarcus Lawrence and some of your high-priced veterans, and you're going to move forward and build around the CeeDee Lambs and the Micah Parsons and the Tyler Smith, your young tackle, your young offensive lineman. Those are the kind of guys you then build forward with. But that would take a new coach. That would just take Jerry Jones pulling the ripcord, which I don't think he'll do.
Not happening.
But to my mind, if you're just all in for 2024 and you're going to promote a new defensive coordinator and re-up with Dak and stretch that contract out, you're just putting lipstick on a pig, as they say, Rod. You're putting Band-Aids on it, I believe, big picture, because in addition to you're not moving forward as a team, and we could argue that or not. I don't think you are. I mean, you've been stabilized. You won 12 regular season wins 3 straight years, but you're not going any further in the playoffs, and that's what you're judged on. You've also been passed in the NFC by now the Packers, the Lions, 49ers were already ahead of you. The Eagles, they've gone the opposite direction of you. They've completely, I don't say blown things up, but they've made massive changes.
They have.
Because they weren't happy with what happened this year when they made the playoffs, lost in the wild card round, just like the Cowboys did.
So it's back-to-back years, though. They've had to make massive changes. First of all, to their coordinators left after reaching the Super Bowl, and now they had to fire their coordinators. That's wild.
It is.
In a 2-year span.
Man,
they've had two changes at both coordinator spots.
But it's almost the anti-Cowboys, right? It's funny that they're in the same division
right.
and they're rivals because the Cowboys like our guys and we kind of stand pat and ride the wave, whereas Philadelphia win a Super Bowl, and then the first sign of trouble, they blow the thing up, whether it's quarterback, coach.
Get to a Super Bowl, they still think about blowing it up.
Right.
Harry Roseman, he's not.
They don't stand pat.
He ain't scared.
No.
Harry Roseman ain't scared.
They don't get comfortable.
No. Never has been.
And, we can debate, but, the Eagles in the last 5 or 6 years have won a Super Bowl, been to another Super Bowl, moved on from one quarterback to the next quarterback, and it's one of those things that in Philadelphia, you feel like if Jalen Hurts has another rough year next year, they're ready to move on from him.
Honestly, Harry Roseman, I don't doubt it, man. Harry Roseman, he does not play. He's not going to sit around. If it's inevitable, he's going to make it immediate.
Yeah.
He's like, it's inevitable that we're going to this coach is going to fail. You know what? I'm firing him. I'm moving on. So Harry Roseman, like he's Andy Reid. I'm like, Andy Reid ain't getting it done here. But he's reaching the NFC title game. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. He's winning playoff games. That doesn't matter. We got it. Andy Reid's got to go. We got going because if we're not competing for a Super Bowl, and if that is not the standard for Harry Roseman, then he'd rather just keep gambling. He'd rather just keep reinventing it if he's not playing for a Super Bowl.
I guess to my mind, that would be my style. That's how I would want my team to act, right?
Yeah.
Because some would say that's knee jerk, and it's you should build with stability. But with the Cowboys, we're talking about going on 3 decades now of this. So there's you stood pat with Jason Garrett for 10 years.
Yep.
Telling yourself and trying to sell yourself on the fact that was going to eventually
work. That's what Harry Roseman understands that the Cowboys don't. And the Cowboys, listen, the Cowboys are a decently run organization. They're not like that. It's not a totally dysfunctional embarrassment of an organization. They're winning 12 games, making the playoffs. But what I don't think they do, and I've said this several times, I don't think they study the NFL enough and the trends and the patterns in the NFL in several ways. Look at how they approach quarterback. We've talked about this with, them miscalculating the receiver market at one time. Like they don't study the league enough. And I think that it hurts them. It ends up coming back to bite them a lot. And they have not yet, and I've talked about this all the time, they have not yet studied the windows of the NFL. The NFL is built on 5-year windows, man. It's it. Harry Roseman understands that.
Yeah.
Harry Roseman gets like, nah, man. That's why no head coach and the quarterback have won their first Super Bowl together outside of a 5-year window. Remember I told you Lamar Jackson and Harbaugh, they were right at it. They were like literally on the 6th, close to the 6th year because Lamar Jackson didn't start the entire year his rookie year, and he's missed like 7-8 games during the last 4 or 5 years. So basically this was this was basically their 5th year together overall, if you take out the injuries and everything, and now they're outside the window. And that's scary. The Buffalo Bills outside the window. When you're outside the window, you need to change up something drastically. If not, trust me, your immediate, inevitable, right, downward spiral is going to happen. Like you're going to regress. Regression is just because the NFL is set up that way. The way the salary cap is set up, it's set up for you to have a 5-year window with a player. 5-year windows with good players. Once you draft all those really good players, you want to pay them at one point. Now you could just keep on drafting really good players, but the likelihood of that is really low. Truth is, you're going to miss on some guys. Some guys going to be busts. Look at the 49ers. Have drafted with us any team out there. busted on the quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen. Like, that's just natural, right? That's just human nature. You're going to make mistakes. You're not perfect. But if you do draft really well, you're probably going to have a 5-year window. That's it. Howie Roseman gets there. He's like, man, if we ain't on that 5-year window, I'm moving on. And that's why that's why he changed coordinators this year, because he's like, I got Jalen Hurts and his coach. All right, we're on year 3 of this 5-year window.
And I think the problem, because this text says, so if it's Dak, then it can't be Jones. It can't be both. No, it can't be both. It can't. I mean, the root cause of the problem for the last 27 years is Jerry Jones. I think we can all agree with that. As far as the complacency of the organization and to the things you're talking about, not studying the league, not understanding the 5-year windows, all the things that good personnel people and good general managers do. But it also Dak can be part of this problem. And Dak has shown to have a ceiling as a quarterback. But the general manager, who's also the owner, is the one who doesn't see that. He at least he sells that he doesn't see that. Yeah. He believes there's a next level to Dak Prescott. I disagree with that. Again, this is what can I play this piece of sound? This is interesting because the big conversation, because this says if Joe Flacco can win a Super Bowl, then the Cowboys can. If Trent Dilfer can win a Super Bowl, then the Cowboys can too with Dak Prescott. This is a different era of football than when Trent Dilfer was playing in 2000, right? I mean, this is a different time in the football. It's a passing league. It's a quarterback-driven league. And, look at the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl right now. And this goes to looking for the next guy if you know your quarterback has a ceiling. So Jed York, who is the 49ers owner. Mm-hmm. Correct. And you know him. And he was holding court yesterday and meeting the media, getting ready to head out to the Super Bowl. And Jed York, listen to him telling a story about Kyle Shanahan and how Brock Purdy ascended to the top spot as a quarterback. Because if you're a football guy, you're looking for your highest ceiling QB. Listen to Jed York talking about how Brock Purdy and a story that kind of backs up Kyle Shanahan's belief in Brock Purdy and just how good he is.
After practice, he's like, "Hey man, we got to talk," and that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest. Even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest and he let it play out the right way. Brock, ironically, I think his first game was against the Chiefs, and he had some mop-up time, and Brock, I think he threw one ball into the stands, and I may or may not have had some sarcastic comments for Kyle post-game. But when Brock took over last year, like, I think we had a calm about us, but there was a sense that, like, nothing catches you by surprise. And again, like, you might not love everything
yesterday. And obviously the crux of that is, they had Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance as quarterbacks, and as Jed York, the owner, saying, we're paying Jimmy Garoppolo good money. We gave up a lot of draft picks to get Trey Lance, and here's my head coach telling me that this third guy it looks like he's our best guy. To me, I mean that doesn't exactly parallel with the Cowboys, but the point being, you should always be looking for the best player, right? And are the Cowboys doing that? Do they settle on a quarterback like they did with Romo potentially and with Dak without looking for the next quarterback, to your point of their bad organizational habit of not drafting quarterbacks? Mm-hmm. Almost like they want to put blinders on and say, no, this is our guy. There's not a better guy out there.
Well, because they like their guys.
They like their guys.
So once they find their guy, we like our guy. We go from liking our guy to loving their guy. And that's, like I said, that's fine. But the other organization, if you study the league, they have been in that situation where they like a quarterback, but they don't love him. And if you don't love him, why marry him? You don't marry somebody you like. You marry somebody you love. And that's why Philadelphia went from a Carson Wentz to, letting Nick Foles have it to win the Super Bowl and then give it over to Jalen Hurts because they like those guys, didn't love them. I got to find me a quarterback that I love. And the 49ers did the same thing. Went from Jimmy Garoppolo. You know what? Let's see if we love this Trey Lance kid. Oh, we don't? Turns out Turns out we love Brock Purdy. Didn't know that. But you ain't going to find out until you go out there and date enough people to, to get some experience in the relationships, or having different relationships, to find out if you can fall in love with a different quarterback. The Cowboys don't know that. And we've seen that with Philadelphia. We've seen that with San Fran. You've seen it with Kansas City, right? With Alex Smith. San Francisco has done it multiple times. Jim Harbaugh did it too. It happens all around the league, guys. All around the league.
It does.
The upgrade at the QB position. And the Cowboys believe Dak Prescott gives them the best chance to win, so they don't need to upgrade.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, and I said it's not isolated to Dallas. The Ravens now have that question with Lamar Jackson. I know they love Lamar Jackson, but it's a performance-based league, and when you get into the playoffs, Lamar Jackson is 2-4 now, and has had some poor games in the playoffs. He led his team to all of 10 points last week.
They've had their lowest scoring output of the seasons in the postseason when Lamar Jackson starts. Think about that.
Yeah, and again, it's a carbon copy with Dak Prescott, because Dak Prescott,
crazy.
The last 3 playoff runs in January, the consistent has been Dak Prescott doesn't perform. The Dan Quinn defense performed twice in the San Francisco games, both times. The defense played well enough to win. Just like Baltimore's defense played well enough to win last Sunday, and the offense couldn't go take it. That was the case with the Cowboys the previous 2 years. This past year, this January, it was a wholesale collapse for the Cowboys. We all agree with that.
Agreed.
But that's 3 straight years, and the quarterback has been the consistent theme. And it's 8 years now for Dak Prescott in this league, and he has not led your team on a long run. That would be signal to move on, or at least be planning to move on, not planning to re-sign the quarterback for the next 5 or 6 years, which Jerry Jones is openly saying they're considering doing. That would be the crux of the year.
Trey Lance.
I know, that's why I'm saying trading for Trey Lance was the beginning of what you're saying.
Yeah.
That, you know what? We see what we got here. We know we like Dak, but at the same time, we need to be planning for the future, and that will be this offseason will tell us everything we need to know about that. If they don't restructure his contract and extend it, we'll know exactly what they're doing, no matter what they say.
Yep.
If they do, they're marrying Dak Prescott for the next 5 years. All right, we'll pick it up on the other side. Brock Purdy and the Niners against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs coming up a week from Sunday. We'll preview the rest. Plus, bullish or BS coming up. I've got one for you, Rod. Would you watch a steroid-induced Olympics?
Oh, I like that.
Would you? Bullish or BS coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. We all know Austin is a great city, aside from the traffic. But people keep moving to Austin, making it one of the fastest growing cities in the country. And as our city continues to grow and thrive, well, so do our friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build it. Many of the iconic landmarks that we love in the city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and D-Care Stadium. The folks at Ironworkers Local Union 482 are offering numerous opportunities right now. So if you're looking for an exciting new employment opportunity, or you want a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482 right now. They're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that help shape the future of our great city. Maximize your potential today and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, bullish or BS time on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Not bullish, BS on the weekend. Not a lot of football to watch. Senior Bowl, whatever the Pro Bowl is. I think there's an NHL hockey all-star game this weekend, Rod. Could be bullish on that.
Okay.
But I will be bullish on the Grammy Awards on Sunday night. I always watch the Grammys. I'm a big fan of the performances and
it's got concerts.
music's biggest night. A lot of collaborations. Typically, I always watch the Grammys.
Probably the best awards show, just because you don't have to care about the awards at all. You can just watch performances.
That's right.
From great artists.
And they do a great job.
And they do a lot of good collabos and stuff in there.
Oh, they
Interesting collabos.
Well, and Austin's own Terry Lacona, who is the man in charge of Austin City Limits, right, the television show. He is also one of the executive producers of the Grammy Awards. He's always out there performing. I've talked to him many times about just what a challenge that is.
Oh, it's a spectacle, man.
I mean, to create
it's crazy
and the logistics of it.
It's
to
amazing.
go from performance to performance and have one set and
I always
everything.
wonder how often they practice it, because these performers are all doing their own stuff.
Well, I know
and
Terry,
shows and stuff. I
Terry
want to get
Lacona
together.
goes out there a month in advance at least.
That's what I'm saying. But how often can the artists get together? Because they're all doing their own thing.
I know. It's a big logistical job, but that'll be Sunday night. So if you're into music, that'll be a big night for you. Also, today is Groundhog Day. We'll told you that. Did not see his shadow. Punxsutawney Phil. But bullish or BS on this, Rod?
Punxsutawney.
Bullish or BS? You and Ty. Billionaire Peter Thiel is funding something he's calling the Enhanced Games. To rival the Olympics, that would allow athletes who participate to use performance-enhancing drugs. According to Front Office Sports, Peter Thiel is in talks with several potential host cities. Organizers expect to launch the inaugural Enhanced Games by 2025.
I love it. Honestly,
I'm
man.
in.
Like I said, I love it. How can you not? At least he's admitting it.
I mean, have you ever wondered just how far like someone that's been doing steroids for like 5 years could throw a javelin or a shot put?
Yeah,
how fast they could run? Like I think it'd be interesting.
I think it's great. Well, we've already seen some of this, right? We've watched baseball steroid era. We know you can push peak performance a long way if you got performance enhancers. But the concern would be, what are the negative health effects? We know there are negative health effects of using steroids.
Would you be seen as encouraging
enhancers. Yeah, you know that. I mean, we know that from science and medical, right? From medical studies. So, yeah, I don't know how you do that in a responsible way when you know there is damage done.
But if it was announced ahead of time, it's kind of listed, this is what I've been taking. You know, if they do set an ultimate world record, we know it would be in that category, not in the
they wouldn't even be
traditional.
considered. They wouldn't even be considered for any of the
But as far as a TV show?
Oh, yeah, it'd be fun. But is it, what are we promoting? Are we promoting someone damaging their body that's with performance enhancers? Like with steroids and stuff? Like, we don't care about the damage done to the body? We don't care about them doing that damage at all?
Does the NFL care about the damage done to the bodies of their athletes?
That is fair. That's a good point.
Get these offensive linemen, fatten them up. As soon as they retire, they get skinny. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you're right about that. That's could be, for our entertainment. I guess we watch people risk their health, safety, well-being all the time for our entertainment. It's like, no different than Roman times.
It's kind of like
the Colosseum.
The thing I would compare it to is wrestling, right? Wrestling, we know is scripted, but at the same time, it's entertainment. And, these are really athletic people, and a lot of them are on performance-enhancing drugs. I think we know that.
I think the healthiest of the performance enhancers is basically HGH, right? The human growth hormone.
Yeah.
It's as natural as you can get. So maybe I would lean toward the more natural of the PEDs. Human growth hormone, breast milk. Give me some of that breast milk.
No, I want to know exactly what they're on and what they're taking.
I know. I think they should list that when they perform. Be like, he is taking this, and this, and we're like, oh, I would be on the HGH. That would be my thing.
Yeah.
Just give me all the HGH you can get. My wife's got a lot of it. I think I can just drink breast milk and be good. There's a ton of it in there.
This guy is on equine steroids.
Exactly. There you go. I mean, and then you'll find out.
I need to know.
Man, you know what? I'm for it. I would watch it. I would watch it. I wouldn't support it, but I'd watch
Enhanced
it.
Games. Let us know. Bullish or BS. This sounds like something to be airing on Spike TV.
Man.
That's true.
And of course, billionaires are like, you know what? I'd watch. I love it. That's great.
All right, we'll have more coming.
And the combat sports. They're talking about combat sports too.
Oh.
Fighting each other on PEDs.
We're not making you do it.
That's
if you
true.
want, we got people slapping each other on television these days. All right, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
We're rolling take A, we're rolling take overdub. Double dub.
Oh, man, Hook 'em Up with Ian. Rod B rolls on a Friday. Bottom of this hour, we'll be at the turn. Halfway through our Friday conversation, we'll do the at the turn. We're playing out of Pebble Beach this week on the PGA Tour. We get to our halfway point. Rod will also take us behind the burnt orange curtain. Got some headlines coming up. Big win for the Longhorn women last night up in Waco. We're from Vic Schaefer. Also, got to hear some more audio from our man Jim Harbaugh taking over the LA Superchargers.
Yeah.
Yesterday, his press conference was filled with golden nuggets of audio.
He's gonna be like that the whole time he's there, man.
Oh man,
he's been like that everywhere he's gone.
No question about it. Also, a lot of your conversation coming in on the text line 512-447-3776 on the idea of the enhanced games and Bullish or BS. It says, Rod, thank you for standing up for ethics on this program. In the long run, it protects the athletes. Although the metrics would probably show to be widely successful, people would pay to ruin their lives. Thanks a lot for standing up for ethics.
Yeah, I mean, I know they will, but I've done some research on it, but I know the long-term effects of steroids are
100%,
horrible. Like
100%.
It's really messed up. So I don't know. Because I'm sure now there may be healthier PEDs. Like I think HGH is considered a healthier. I don't know if they're a healthier form of PED because it's natural. Like
Correct.
It comes from our bodies naturally.
Correct.
And you're not supposed to use it, but I mean, that's what I would use if I was using it. If I want to use some PEDs.
This says, guys, they're already fighting each other on PEDs. It's called the UFC. Why else would the UFC stop using the USADA? And that's the United States,
I didn't know that.
anti-doping agency.
I didn't realize they had stopped.
I didn't realize that either.
Yeah.
Interesting point on the text line.
Not cool.
This says, Rod, actually, HGH will have your organs grow, a.k.a. Barry Bonds' head.
So, yes, you're right about that. Good point.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's all bad for you long term. There's no way that stuff is good for you long term.
This says, what happened to my body, my choice. People are going to do steroids anyway. Might as well showcase it. So there
I'm
we
a
go.
huge my body, my choice guy. Always have been.
Yeah.
I'm a my body, my choice guy. So if you choose to do it, yeah, you should be allowed to do that. But yeah, you should also be informed and educated about the risks of stuff like that. And I think that's kind of what gets back to the CTE conversation in the NFL. The NFL hid CTE and all their knowledge of it and the science behind it, which it did affect the players' ability to make an informed decision about whether they wanted to play that game for as long as they did.
Correct.
In the manner in which they did. And we saw once the CTE stuff became known, there are great players that decided to leave the game early.
Yeah,
like now
retire early.
Yeah. So
and now they have to go through concussion protocols. And
Yes.
they can't come back until they're fully through it. And
So my thing would be, if they're going to do that, at least everybody should know about the long-term effects of using those PEDs on your body. So all right, you know what? I'm lighting up this cigarette regardless. I know I read the box. I know what it says on here. Might give me cancer, but you know what? I want my menthol. I'm good. And hey, go have it. My body, my choice.
Exactly.
I've made that choice before.
It's
Even
exactly.
though I don't smoke the menthols anymore.
The menthols. I used to be. I can't see you smoking, but you used to.
I used to smoke a little menthol. I didn't do it while I was playing, but when I was done playing, and oh man, I don't know why I got into it, but I did.
On the Dak Prescott Cowboys conversation, that's been ongoing. This says, stop acting like football's a game of one-on-one. Brady doesn't win his Super Bowls without Belichick's defense, and he goes on and on. Well, that's true. I don't think I'm suggesting at all that you have to have a championship-level team to win a championship, right? Total team.
Yeah.
But we would also all agree to have a championship-level team, you have to have a quarterback who elevates his level of performance in the most important moments, in the clutch moments, right? That is a requirement of a championship team.
It is.
And I believe the Cowboys do not have one. I mean, whatever we think of Dak Prescott, what we do know over 8 seasons is in the biggest moments, he shrinks. He does not play his best. He goes the opposite direction.
Unfortunately.
And that is unfortunate. And he's a heck of a nice guy. I like Dak Prescott. The conversation is now being had about Lamar Jackson in the same regard. I like watching Lamar Jackson play football. He's a dynamic, one-of-a-kind, unique player. But at the same time, in the biggest moments where his team in the championship settings, where his team needs him to rise up, he has consistently not.
Yep.
And Dak's, body of work in that is larger than even Lamar Jackson's at this point. So it's not an unfair argument, and it's not an unfair question that the Cowboys should be asking themselves. Because if we're asking it, the Cowboys should be asking the question, and that's why we played the Kyle Shanahan conversation about Brock Purdy. You should always be looking for someone who can, because that's a requirement of a championship team.
Mm-hmm.
It just is. And if you don't have it, you better be looking for it. And that is the conversation we're having about Dak Prescott. Yes.
Elevate and separate.
And whatever you think, Alec, because Brock Purdy is a polarizing conversation for people. Some people hate him, some people love him. But there's no argument after what you've seen the last 3 weeks. When his team needed him most, he played his best.
Yes, he did.
He played his absolute best and became a different player. That is a requirement to win a championship. And it's, Brock Purdy might be the reason that Kyle Shanahan finally gets one, Rod.
It seems like it could, because he has a quarterback, although doesn't have the highest ceiling, and I don't know if you can say he's a great player, but in critical moments, in clutch moments, he plays his best football. At least he has been in the postseason. And that's your number one complaint about Dak, and that's people's number one complaint about Lamar Jackson right now.
Well, and that's why, obviously, the Green Bay game was this year, but the previous 2 years, Dan Quinn's defense was outstanding against the 49ers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They gave you the chance to win the game. I mean, the fourth quarter, it was a one-score game, and it was anybody's ball game, and Dan Quinn's defense against a very good offense in San Francisco, kept you in the game and kept you right there, which is what the defense should do. And you're not going to shut out playoff teams, right? You're not going to pitch shutouts like the Cowboys did sometimes this year. You're not doing that to really good teams in the playoffs.
No.
So your defense needs to give you a chance to win. Each of the last 2 Januaries, the Cowboys had that opportunity, and Dak Prescott couldn't go take it. And then this year, as we said, it was just a collapse. And this is the conversation where we will continue to have surrounding the Cowboys. All right, good stuff there. We appreciate you weighing in. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up at the turn, bottom of the hour. Right now, let's get the headlines. There you go, Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment and their brand new Buda location bringing you the headlines. Start with Texas basketball. How about the huge win for the Texas women last night? It was a nationally televised game on ESPN last night. Horns rolled into Waco. And the fabulous freshman Madison Booker scored 22 points. She runs the point for Texas. Aaliyah Moore added 19 as the Horns pulled away from 13th-ranked Baylor in the fourth quarter and earned a hard-fought 67-55 win. They improved to 20-3 overall, 7-3 in the Big 12, and the victory avenges a late December loss to the Bears in Austin for a fired-up Vic Schaefer.
Like, these kids are what they're going through dealing with. Deanna Gaston, not 60%. She's not ready. Tried to give us some help, did tonight. Madison Booker ain't practiced in 5 days. I mean, unbelievable. That kid's a monster. If that ain't the best freshman in the country, I don't know who is. For what she's having to do for our team, run the point, score, assist, defend, the kid's unbelievable. I mean, that number 35 might be as good as the one they've had here before.
A Kevin Durant reference from Vic Schaefer right there. We're number 35. As for Texas football, big departure for Steve Sarkisian's Longhorns yesterday. After spending 3 years on the 40 acres as the director of player personnel for the Longhorns, Billy Glasscock is leaving to take over as the general manager at Ole Miss for Lane Kiffin. And Glasscock served an important role in coordinating the recruitment of high school and transfer portal prospects in concert with the recruiting support staff. Over the past 3 seasons, Texas has signed 3 consecutive top 5 recruiting classes and just landed the second-ranked transfer portal class in average ranking. In the NFL, big departure for the Cowboys. We now know Dan Quinn is going to Washington, become the Commanders' head coach, and fill the 8th and final free offseason vacancy. Reports abound this morning that UCLA head coach Chip Kelly may be leaving the Bruins to join Dan Quinn in Washington as his offensive coordinator. In Las Vegas, the Raiders are expected to hire former Arizona and Texas Tech head coach Cliff Kingsbury to coordinate their offense. In the NBA, Houston Rockets have acquired Memphis Grizzlies center Steven Adams in a trade that involves Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round draft picks, and a blockbuster trade in baseball where the Baltimore Orioles, fresh off a 101-win season, have acquired right-handed starting pitcher Corbin Burns from the Milwaukee Brewers for a pair of top prospects and a draft pick in the upcoming draft.
All right. Looks like Ian Rappaport is reporting that Joe Witt Jr. is probably going to go with Dan Quinn to Washington as their DC. He said. He said he expects it. He's not. He said, I believe the quote is, "I would also expect, as colleague Steve Weish mentioned, So you got two guys on NFL Network saying that Joe Witt to go with Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator. So if the Cowboys are going to make this move, they might need to act quickly if they want to hire internally for Joe Witt Jr. to be the new DC, because the Calvin Watkins and Clarence Hill, essentially both of those guys, implied that it's his dream job to be the DC of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
He loves Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn has been one of his mentors. But here's Clarence Hill says, Cowboys defensive game passing coordinator Joe Witt's dream job was always to be the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. Will that dream come true? Calvin Watkins tweeting out Joe Witt is in-house favorite for the Cowboys DC gig. Here's what he said a few years ago, quote, my two dream jobs when I started off, and this has stayed the same. I want to be the head coach of South Florida or the DC of the Dallas Cowboys. That was back when I was at Louisville. So, head coach of South Florida, interesting. Those two things are very different. Head coach of the South Florida and DC for Dallas Cowboys. So, Joe Witt Jr. has always said this is his dream job, and he's the favorite right now for the job. But Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, and Steve Weish of NFL Network reporting that Dan Quinn wants him as the favorite for the DC job with Washington.
That's interesting. That'd be obviously either side will pay the money that it's going to take.
Money won't be an issue. Yeah, money won't be an issue. That's interesting. Yeah, you made to choose where he wants to go. Does he want that dream job, or does he want to stay with Dan Quinn?
It's a DC at either spot, and do you want to stay under Dan Quinn, or do you want to stay with Mike McCarthy and run the and we'll hear from Joe Witt Jr. coming up, just some previous sound that kind of gives you some insight into his focus and what type of mindset he would bring as a defensive coordinator either spot. And if you're Dan Quinn, you get that, right? You're going to elevate and be the head coach, and so you want someone who can come in and run the defense as you would want it to be, and right, you can have obviously huge say in it, but you want someone you trust underneath you. And Chip Kelly looks like he's coming into Washington too.
Yep.
So I mean, if you're the Cowboys, you're, you're not dealing with Dan Quinn in your own division, and Kellen Moore.
A lot of familiarity.
Yeah.
There's a lot of familiarity now in this division with one another. So I don't know if that's gonna work out. It can work out to your advantage or disadvantage. I think the Cowboys know as much about Dan Quinn's defense as Dan Quinn knows about.
Oh, sure.
Mike
no,
McCarthy's
it's familiarity.
Offense.
It's two-way street, 100%.
Yeah,
Let's hear this. This was some I found yesterday from Joe Witt Jr. when Dan Quinn left. Cowboy, folks were putting out sound, and he's been interviewed many times as the secondary coach for Dan Quinn. Here's a little bit of Joe Witt Jr. on his mindset when he's on the sidelines coaching for the Cowboys.
Are you and Dan like fire and ice? I mean, he's going crazy, and you're so calm and impressed by it.
Well, he's really emotional. That is who he is. He's such a good person. From that standpoint, I am always thinking about the next play. And so even when we intercept one for the touchdown and everybody's going crazy, my mindset is, okay, which players are tired? Who do we need to switch out? All right, who's on kickoff team? Bland, who intercepted that touchdown, he's on kickoff team. Hey, tell Bones to pull him off a kickoff team because he needs a blow. That's where my mind instantly goes. I'll get excited after we get the win.
All right, there you go, Joe Witt Jr. Kind of the that sounds like a good combination because Dan Quinn is.
Yeah, he's more emotion and passion. You need somebody who's logistical. You got a right brain and left brain.
Yeah.
Seems that kind of thing working on there.
So I mean, it does sound like, to your point from Ian Rappaport, that Dan Quinn would like to bring that yin to his yang to Washington. Cowboys may want to keep him there, or will they go outside the organization? You mentioned Brandon Staley. You mentioned Ron Rivera. A lot of Cowboy fans have mentioned Mike Vrabel. I don't know if Mike Vrabel would step down from a head coaching role, but Dan Quinn did it.
He did.
To rise back up.
Yeah, it's possible.
To coach a player the caliber of a Micah Parsons and the talent on that defense, especially when Trevon Diggs comes back with Deron Bland and possibly Stephon Gilmore. Now, Gilmore's a free agent this offseason, one of those, guys that got to work.
Yeah, but now you got two. Deron Bland's stepping up. So
yeah, you probably let Stephon Gilmore go.
Yeah, you probably will.
All right, well, we'll take your thoughts, Cowboy fans. What say you on that defensive side of the ball? Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain with the loss of Billy Glasscock for Steve Sarkisian. That came as a bit of a surprise yesterday.
Big.
Rod will take you through that situation. But I wanted to play some more of this Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh was introduced yesterday.
Just gold.
And it's just gold. We played the one earlier where he says he literally is going to drive his RV from Michigan. He's going to park it somewhere near this complex, and he plans to live there with his wife for the first little while.
I know everybody was laughing, but I'm telling you guys, he's mostly serious. He said he had to ask I guess their media
Well, let's hear
relations
this.
guy.
Yeah, let's hear this. So here's
Yeah,
Jim
they asked
Harbaugh. Yeah, and you hear him at the beginning asking, "Hey, can I tell this story? Should I tell him? Should I tell him?" Listen to Jim Harbaugh. What a gem.
Justin Herbert, you see.
The other one. One more.
Oh yeah, there's some things I've copied from Ted Lasso. I try to emulate Ted Lasso in a lot of ways. That's TV show. Yeah, that's one of the best. Jason Sudeikis, tremendous. I got a great story of how I met Jason Sudeikis. But I think that there's a life lesson in every one of those episodes. If you haven't seen that show, piece of advice, if I may, watch the Ted Lasso show.
So weird. All right, now let's get to the RV. He's going. Chris Farley going to go live down by the river. Listen to where he plans to put down some roots here early in his Chargers tenure.
I told my wife this. Should I tell him? Yes. Okay, so I want to drive my RV out. I want to drive my RV out and go to a trailer park, like down by the water or by Disneyland. There'll be two that I've researched that are close to the facility, and I want to Jim Rockford it for the next couple months until we move to the new facility. That's
too good.
I have that thought going through my head.
Did he just say Rockford Files?
Wow, that dude! I'm telling you, he's serious now. He wants to do it.
Now remember, Jim Rockford Files was he operated a small private investigator service out of his beachside mobile home in Malibu.
And Jim Harbaugh loves making TV references too. We talk about Judge Judy all the time, and Ted Lasso makes a lot of TV references. I like that though. He's a pop culture junkie too. He's a little bit of a pop culture junkie. It's hard not to like Harbaugh. He's got an edge to him, but man, it's hard not to like him.
It is. Well, and
he's so entertaining
because he wins. He's quirky. Right?
He's eccentric.
Yeah.
But if he was losing, you're right. We'd be like, man, dude's
weird.
Strange. Yeah, he's just
like Jerry Glanville. Remember Jerry Glanville, the coach of our Oilers back in the day?
Oh, yeah, like Mike Leach.
Yeah, he didn't win though. So he was just a weird guy that wore
Leach
black all the time and wanted to be Elvis.
Yeah. They used to run the run and shoot offense back then with Jerry Glanville.
Yeah, speaking of TV and Jim Harbaugh, he appeared on an episode of Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Back when he was playing.
I remember that. I actually do remember that. I think he was like to help Screech out or something.
Yes. He was like Screech's cousin or something.
Yeah, it was something weird, and nobody believed that Screech was related to him. I think I kind of remember this. I don't know why.
And he
all the stuff I forget.
And you say he talks about Judge Judy, but he went to a taping of the Judge Judy show, like he was in the stands or in the audience.
He's obsessed with him. Apparently, like him and his dad are like obsessed with Judge Judy. And I'm like, wow,
that's too funny. Jim Rockford, the Rockford Files.
I'm telling you.
One more from Jim Harbaugh, which is, and we heard a little bit of it a minute ago, but on his quarterback. I mean, one of the reasons you take this job is you've got a young star quarterback headed into the prime years of his career that you have an opportunity to maximize. Here's Jim Harbaugh talking about Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert, you see, I mean, he's as well said on that video. I mean, he's a crown jewel in the National Football League. Derwin James. There's another one. Talk about somebody getting me fired up. I mean, let's go. Justin Herbert walks up on you. Like, okay, all right, this is awesome.
All right, there you go. Harbaugh holding court yesterday.
I'm telling you, man. He's the media next to Justin Herbert is the media that are the biggest winners of this Jim Harbaugh thing. Media in that market. Now you got stories for days.
Well, it's almost like, but he was when he was coaching Stanford and then the 49ers, it was one of the writers out there that labeled him a fist with a mouth. Like that was his description of him. But it does feel like after watching that yesterday, he has softened a bit in his older age, right?
I think you're right about that.
He was confrontational, not just with the media back in the day, but with other coaches. Yeah. We know the rivalry with Pete Carroll. Jim Schwartz. I mean, but I think he's softened. We'll see because he can be good to the media, but he can also get a little surly with the media sometimes. But it was funny.
But when he's losing, he's winning. He's very.
Well, it was so funny because these media members would call out their name and who they work for. And he would always have a little one-liner for him, like Bill Plaschke, LA Times. Oh, legend's in the house. Oh man, it's funny. But you're right. So it does feel like he's going to be a good, and you kind of have to be that way. And one of the reasons the Spanos family is willing to pay this guy what they're paying him. You've reported or seen the reports of up to $16 million a season.
That's what they're saying.
It's hard to get headlines in L.A.
Yes, it is.
It's hard to get on the front page there, where it's Hollywood,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got the Lakers, and you've got the Dodgers, and you've got the Rams, who just won a Super Bowl, and Sean McVay's been to 2 Super Bowls now. You're trying to compete for that. You just moved into this market. You need a rock star.
Yep, you need a celebrity.
And, now you have a rock star coach to go. I mean, Brandon Staley was not a rock star.
No.
Anthony Lynn was not a rock star. Mike McCoy before him, not a rock star. Now, that was even when they were in San Diego. But Jim Harbaugh can be that. And it does feel like he has a rock star quarterback who.
He believes in him.
And one of the things wherever he has been, Michigan, Stanford, San Francisco, the quarterback play is excellent.
Quarterbacks thrive in his system.
Yep. Quarterbacks play because he was a quarterback, and he's involved in how the quarterbacks play. It's kind of like Steve Sarkisian here. Wherever he goes, he has quarterbacks.
It's a very quarterback-centric model.
Yep.
That Jim Harbaugh has.
But it's a physical running team, that. But then the play action, and that's if you're Justin Herbert, as you said, day one, that guy's really happy. This guy's coming to coach him up.
Yep.
So excited to watch that. And that division with Sean Payton now in Denver, and obviously Andy Reid and the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. And the Raiders are interesting with Antonio Pierce. He's a young coach, but he won that locker room pretty quickly last year when Josh McDaniel was fired. And now he's bringing in, reportedly, Cliff Kingsbury to run the offense. He's got brought in Marvin Lewis to be an assistant head coach. And whatever we thought of Marvin in Cincinnati, where he could never get over the hump in those Andy Dalton teams, he's a really good football coach, and he really knows defense.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he's, all the mistakes that he did make, he can keep Antonio Pierce from making those.
Yeah. Well, that's a really experienced coach to put on your sidelines. Remember, Antonio Pierce, when he was trying to build his coaching staff, sought the counsel of Tom Coughlin.
Yeah.
Who he played for with the New York Giants.
He's smart.
So, smart leaders ask questions and seek advice from other smart leaders.
They know what they don't know.
Yeah. And that's good. And so I like Antonio Pierce. That's fun. Raider Nation. And he is a black and blue Raider fan. Black and silver, I should say. That guy because he grew up in Los Angeles when the Raiders were in LA.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a huge Raider fan.
Yeah, he's one of us.
One of us. Yeah.
One of us. That's how they feel.
Yeah, so that
And
makes
Antonio
it really
Pierce
fun in Vegas with the Raiders. And now, obviously, you've got Hall of Fame
that
coaches.
Division is just.
Man.
I mean, Andy Reid and Mahomes are going to dominate that division, but it's going to be really interesting to see which one of those other three kind of rise up to challenge them.
You're right,
Who's gonna
because they've so
challenge them?
dominated, as you said. Well, and that's go back to the Cowboys. I'm frustrated because the Cowboys, outside of the Eagles, a couple of years have really dominated their division. Dak Prescott's been great in his division.
He has been
I
great.
just don't know why. January, Rob.
You know what it is. Yeah, well.
January.
Need the clutch gene. I love me some Dak, but you don't get that big Dak energy.
You
get
don't.
shrinkage in the playoffs.
You do.
Significant shrinkage.
Hey, this says Harbaugh has a rock star kicker too. Dicker, the kicker. That is correct.
Oh, I forget Dicker's there. Oh, that's awesome.
I love it.
Oh, man. Harbaugh's going to love Dicker.
Yeah,
Two quirky personalities like that,
I think you're right.
they're going to get along really well.
Hey, coming back, we'll be at the turn. We'll get you a little update from the PGA side of things. And Jordan Spieth with an interesting quote yesterday. Also, Rod's going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We've got off the record before the end of the hour on this Groundhog Day, 20 and 24. It took him up with Ian Rod B on a Friday.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Austin is a great city aside from the traffic, as you just heard there. But that's why it's one of the fastest growing cities in the country. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, well, so do our friends at Ironworkers Local Union 482, They don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build it. And many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. And now the good folks at Ironworkers Local Union 482 are allowing you to have the opportunity to join them. So if you're looking for exciting employment opportunities, or you want a refreshing career change, or maybe you want a challenge, or maybe you want to feel valued by your employer, you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local Union 482. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They're offering competitive wages, competitive benefits, and a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself by applying online at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
All right, it's At the Turn. We're halfway through our Friday conversation. If it's Friday, Rod, what does that make it?
It's a Freak Flag Feel Good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
That is correct, and it is a football Friday, but also a golf weekend as well. If you're a fan of the golf, they got a star-studded leaderboard there at the PGA Tour event in Pebble Beach, California. That's what's great about Pebble Beach. It's such a beautiful golf course right on the Pacific Ocean, but whenever you turn on, you never know, what the weather's going to be. I mean, it can be howling and gross, and the storm, fronts roll through, or it can be bright and sunny and beautiful. You just never know on the coast of California. But the leader is Thomas Dietrich, the German. He sits at the top of the leaderboard at 9 under. Patrick Cantlay one back. Matthew Pavone, the Frenchman, who just won last weekend, he's at 7 under. Had a great first round at 65. Also on the leaderboard, Ricky Fowler, Colin Morikawa. Sam Burns is up there as well. Justin Rose, Justin Thomas. Good to see Justin Thomas back and playing in good form. He's kind of retooled his swing and had a rough year last year. Scotty Scheffler's at 3 under par. So after round one, of course, they bounce back and forth from courses there at Pebble Beach and Spyglass. So it's interesting to see how this goes into the weekend. And speaking of golf, Rod, today is Groundhog Day. Funnier Groundhog Bill Murray movie Caddyshack or Groundhog Day?
I'm going Groundhog Day. For me, I don't like Caddyshack. But I'm not a golf guy.
You're not a golf guy.
That's why I don't like Caddyshack. So I will admit, Caddyshack is probably funnier, but it's not for me. It's not my.
Yeah, because you've ever been around country club type people.
Yes,
they nailed it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not into golf, so I didn't get all the references, and I didn't think it was that funny. But Groundhog Day, it's awesome. Groundhog Day, to me, it's kind of one of those transcendent comedies, and it still to this day, it stands the test of time.
I need to go back and watch it again.
Groundhog Day,
like Caddyshack, I've seen enough times I could like recite the lines. Groundhog Day, I've only seen a handful of times.
Groundhog Day is one of those. It's one of those movies where basically you can have a quote along because it's got a lot of those types of lines.
I need to go back and watch it. That's not one that I've seen over and over again.
Yeah,
and I don't ever see it on really. Like one
I
things about Caddyshack is you'll see it on TV all the time.
I see it on a lot actually. It comes on cable.
Oh, interesting.
Quite a
Maybe
bit,
I need to be looking for it more.
Yeah, it comes on quite a bit. I guarantee you'll see it around today. I guarantee you'll see it today.
Rod, what's your early review of the fourth season of True Detective? Are you caught up?
Yes, I am caught up. I actually like it. I think it's great.
Jodie Foster is the lead.
I think it's great. They're basically expanding the supernatural element that they touched on in season 1. Remember, they touched on a lot of this in season 1, kind of the supernatural element of the True
Matthew
Detective.
McConaughey character was very supernatural.
Yes, right.
Time is a flat circle.
There's a lot of surrealism involved in season 1, and I think now they've actually at this point, my wife was like, are we talking about because usually True Detective was about true crime. It was that kind of thing, almost a whodunit, and they had a little bit of a bit of a supernatural element on it. Now, I feel like this thing might be all kind of supernatural. I think they might go into some other realm with this.
Yeah, and
instead of just the old whodunit, murder plot, crime murder plot.
If you haven't seen the first 3 episodes with Jodie Foster as the lead, it's based in Alaska.
Oh, it's great.
A town called Ennis, Alaska, and it's when it's dark for the whole month. Essentially, the sun never comes up.
Yeah, a lot of Native American
and a lot of
themes in it.
Yeah, native to Alaska folks.
Yes.
I don't remember what the name that they.
Yes, they have a name for the tribe. I don't remember what it is. It's an official name.
And they have a lot of spiritual.
Yes, so
beliefs,
spirituality, the supernatural. There's a lot of that element in it. And I don't know if that's what it's going to be in the end, but right now that's a lot of the plot.
Yeah, it's good.
It's fun though. It's fun. Like I like it.
It's dark for sure, and literally dark. Like the sun's never out in the show.
True. But Jodie Foster's randomly like the comedic relief.
Yeah, she's
in it. Right? It's dark, but she's kind of the comedic. I think the writing's pretty good, and you said the writers are the same writers from season 1.
Yes,
and it feels like it.
It does. It is good.
Feels like
and but right before they started that season, they went back and showed the whole first season with McConaughey.
I know. I should have watched it.
That was such a great role for him. He was awesome in that. He's pretty good in everything he does. But Matthew McConaughey, if you've never seen that anthology, the 8 episodes of the first True Detective,
it's one of the greatest.
It's what he won the Emmy for, right?
He won the Emmy. That's when he won the. That was the McConaissance, right? That's the beginning of it. He wins the Emmy and wins the Oscar. Best actor for Dallas Buyers Club.
Yeah.
And I want to say he was filming it both like very close, not the same year or anything, but like he started his reinvention. He was tired of being rom-com, take the shirt off guy, and he wanted to be considered a true like actor, a real A-lister, and that's when he decided to go out some weird roles. His first was, and I remember this, he played a really, really corrupt cop. Because I remember when he started to because I took my wife to one of his movies because I thought it was gonna be he'll take his shirt off and then our date will be great because you'll get to see shirtless Matthew McConaughey, and it wasn't like that at all. Like it was it was Joe I forgot the name of it, but it was dark.
Yeah, McConaughey took a shift from the rom-com guy, the heartthrob, to a serious actor, without a doubt. And he's still doing good stuff out there with McConaughey. So, check out True Detective and good stuff there. And at the turn, we'll be watching what goes on at Pebble Beach. And obviously, we told you about the partnership with the PGA Tour and the Strategic Sports Group. That's a big deal, to the point where Jordan Spieth was quoted this week out there saying, maybe the LIV thing doesn't have to happen. Maybe we don't need LIV or the PIF, the Saudi Public Fund. Maybe this can work enough. So even players are now openly saying, you know what, this might be enough. Let's keep this and work from there. So we'll see where that whole thing goes with the Saudis, because there was so much blowback to that entire merger idea, and now the Strategic Sports Group have jumped in and invested $3 billion into the PGA Tour. So looking forward to how that plays out. And that'll wrap up At the Turn. Remember, go over to our digital properties here at the Horn, the Instagram and the online at hornfm.com, and check out the video of the golf course of the month, even into the month of February. Great Hills Country Club out there near the Arboretum. Check that out. Learn more about that great golf course. It is a member-owned club right there nestled in under the Arboretum. You're going to love it at hornfm.com and all of our social media pages. Appreciate them for all their help. Facebook as well. And that wraps up At the Turn, brought to you by our friends at Callahan's General Store.
All right, now big news on the 40 acres for the Texas football team, and this news broke, I want to say, right when I left the show yesterday too. It was right around that time yesterday when this news broke around 10 a.m. that Lane Kiffin, another win for Lane Kiffin on the recruiting trail. This time with his personnel department, Billy Glasscock, who was the Longhorns director of player personnel. He is leaving Texas and leaving Steve Sarkisian to become the GM at Ole Miss. So it's official. He served 3 years. He served 3 years as a personnel guy here at Texas, and previously served in similar roles with NC State and Minnesota. I mean, he's been a fast riser, but he is known for a guy that's got a great eye for talent. And Texas got him. Sark got him from North Carolina State, and he had done a really good job there. And now he's jumping to Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin. The director of player personnel is essentially Sark's GM. And we were just remarking earlier that you got a couple of schools now, including Ole Miss and UCLA, who are no longer trying to hide the fact that they have a straight-up NFL pro-style personnel department by saying they have a GM, and Glasscock's going to take over as the actual GM. Here at Texas, he was basically coordinating recruiting. He'd make the board, basically the Texas version of the big board, right? What players they were going to recruit at different whatever positions. Essentially looking at the roster construction, what holes you have in the roster, what are the strengths in the recruiting class this year overall. Like, is this a heavy class for O-linemen or quarterbacks? Do we need to prioritize certain positions in recruiting? He handles the transfer portal too. He's the guy that coordinates recruitment of the transfer portal as well as high school recruiting. It's a hell of a job. It is truly every major college football program in the country has a director of player personnel, and they are the de facto general manager. So basically, just think of Texas losing their general manager right now. That's basically what's going on. And like I said, he's really good. He had gotten rave reviews his time at North Carolina State and his time with Minnesota. He did follow Jerry Kill from Northern Illinois to Minnesota, but ever since then, he's pretty much been helping build programs and then rising up. Now, I don't know if you consider Ole Miss to be a step up, because Texas and the brand and where the Texas program is headed. So maybe he just wants to go build something new, or maybe they offered him the GM role and he wants that GM tag. You get that GM tag, and then that's one step away from the NFL deciding, you know what? He was the GM at this major college football program, and they did a great job. He built that roster. Maybe he can come help us build our roster the same way in the NFL. Different means and different ways of talent acquisition, but more and more we're starting to see more and more crossover between the NFL and college, starting to see the games conceptually, schematically look more like the NFL and pro, and you're starting to see, like I said, more of those coaches start to trickle up and trickle down from the college game to the NFL and from the NFL to college. So Texas will have to find a replacement. Glasscock did help Texas get top 5 recruiting classes in 2024, 23, 22. And those were, for Sark, kind of the building blocks for what we're about to see going forward. I think the replacement, or at least the number one candidate to replace Billy Glasscock, has to be Brandon Harris, who was also an assistant. I think he was the assistant director of player personnel, and he has been working with Billy Glasscock, and Sark really likes him. Remember, he passed on a chance to go to the NFL and coach under Sean McVay.
Whoa.
Sean McVay wanted him to be the assistant quarterback coach And he had to know. Brandon Harris is smart, who was a quarterback at LSU. He's smart enough to know that if I get on the Sean McVay staff in any capacity, I'm probably on, I'm a comet. Right? I'm on a meteoric rise at that point because I got that on my resume. He passed on the Sean McVay appointment, or at least the assistant coaching job, so he wanted to stay with Sark and stay at Texas. And maybe this is why. Maybe he knew behind the scenes Billy Glasscock won't be here for long. And if he leaves, I will take over as director of player personnel. That would be my first choice for Texas to replace Billy Glasscock. But I don't know how well Brandon Harris is. I know he's out on the recruiting trail a lot with the coaches. How much of that talent evaluation has he picked up from Billy Glasscock? Does he have the keen eye for talent that Glasscock seemed to have?
Yes, absolutely.
I just like saying Glasscock too, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunate name. He's overcome that, though.
No, exactly.
And it's like on my 12 because every time you say it, I chuckle.
It's fun to say. I'm not gonna lie.
Billy Glasscock.
Exactly.
Starring Billy Glasscock.
Billy Glasscock. It's such a great name.
So that's interesting. Brandon Harris would be a natural, and it's interesting to me that they're starting to just call them general managers. Which, okay, that's fine. You're the GM. But the first school I saw do that was UCLA. And we haven't mentioned this morning, Rod, but if Chip Kelly leaves, who's going to get that job?
Does the general manager stay?
I don't know.
He's a general manager. He's a general manager. He gets to hire the new coach, doesn't he? If he's a general manager.
Yeah, he's not. Well, because you have the AD, the athletic director, the director of athletics.
Yeah.
Then you have the general
manager of
manager
football.
who's running the football ops.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Because the reports are Chip Kelly's going to Washington with Dan Quinn, and that opens up wherever UCLA is. That's still a Power 4 job in Los Angeles, California, moving to the Big Ten.
That's a great job.
Potentially, and you get to live in UCLA.
Oh, yeah. Now you got to listen. You can beat USC. Lincoln Riley don't play no defense.
Yeah, that's right.
So you can build your team to beat USC.
I mean, obviously, Jim Harbaugh leaving opened up Michigan, and they promoted from within. Maybe UCLA does similar, but we'll see.
That's a good point.
So keep an eye on that. And, of course, that's the first school I saw or athletic department call him a general manager. Now, Lane Kiffin's going there.
Yeah. I think Texas might have one pretty soon, too.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
All right, good stuff behind the BOC. As we said, keep an eye on the Longhorns at the Senior Bowl tomorrow. Tavondre Sweat. Did you see Tavondre Sweat catching the pass and doing the Heisman pose? That's a big dude.
His stock is soaring right now.
Is it really?
It is. It is. And it's a lot of what he's done those practices at the Senior Bowl. It is soaring right now.
No one can block him.
And nobody's complaining about his weight. Nobody's saying anything about him not weighing in or anything, and nobody can block him. And he's all these videos of him pushing other human beings back and onto
not just human beings, but like really good offensive linemen.
Just
good prospects in the O-line. He's just dominating them. And I give Tavondre this credit, or his agent and whoever is strategizing, the fact that he didn't weigh in because he wanted to be his playing weight. He wanted to be where he's comfortable while he's performing against these other all-stars. But I would guess between the Senior Bowl and the Combine, he'll lose 10 or 15 pounds.
Yeah, because he ain't got to play. He have to play for a while.
And he's got to run. He's got to do the underwear Olympics at some level.
Yeah.
So that's smart, right? Let him stay at his playing weight, even if it is 370 pounds. They don't care. He's dominating.
Yeah, they don't care.
But then you've got a month to shed some weight, and if you weigh in at 350 at the Combine, but you run whatever, you do the shuttles and those kind of things, that's just a smart way to play it.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest complaints about Tavondre Sweat is, will his weight balloon
really keep
out of control when he gets to the NFL? And I don't think it will be an issue, but usually that leads to work ethic questions. Does he not work hard enough? Why can't he keep the weight off? Is he not devoted, committed enough to the game? Does he care more about food than he does about football? That kind of stupid stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's good stuff right there. All right, behind the BOC with the Longhorns now in need of a new front office member, or head of the front office, and Billy Glasscock with the good name. He also did a good job. That's
great job.
3 straight top 5 recruiting classes, just had the number 2 portal class, and doing a good job of organizing those things for Sark and the staff behind the scenes. All right, we'll come back. Let's some off the record. It is Groundhog Day, Rod. I have some Groundhog Day facts you probably didn't know.
Give it to me.
That will just it's unbelievable. I had no idea anything was going on in Gobbler's Knob.
Gobbler's Knob. Did we just have a Billy Glasscock and a Gobbler's Knob reference in the same segment?
Yes, we'll have that for you. Coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod. Be happy Friday.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right there, T.Y. Can we fire up off the record as we get to ahead of the top of the hour?
DD Mangudu.
Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
Well, I don't get the brain man comb.
Well, congratulations. Continue good sex in the Big East.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And boom goes the dynamite.
It's time for another edition of Off the Record.
Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. And thing sucks.
Off the record time on this Friday, Football Friday. It's also Baseball Friday. Remember our alumni game tomorrow at Dish Falk Field for David Pierce and the Horns with all the Major League and Minor League alumni coming back to play against the current roster, which will be a lot of fun. Hopefully the weather holds up. Always good to get some baseball in early February. We've also got big basketball tomorrow. We'll talk about that coming up into our next hour. And we said the Grammy Awards are Sunday night. If you're so inclined, if you're a big music fan, I'll be watching the Grammys on Sunday night, that's for sure. I always record it, Rod, and then I start late and I can fast forward through commercials.
Oh, yeah.
I join it about an hour and 20 minutes in, and then you you finish right when they're done.
Smart.
Pretty much.
Smart move.
And you can fast forward through performances you really aren't interested in, which sometimes happens, but I'm a big fan of all music, so I tend to watch it all as far as that goes. Today is Groundhog Day, Rod. 1886 is the first time that that Punxsutawney Phil, the groundhog, has been making predictions. 1886.
1886.
We know this, but don't put much stock in his prediction. He's been wrong
most of the time.
61% of the time. He only gets it right like 39%. You better off flipping a coin.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but the movie Groundhog Day came out 30 years ago now. Before that, there used to be 1,500 to 2,000 people would show up for the event. Now they have had as many as 40,000 people.
It's a party like that.
Show up at Gobbler's Knob.
It's just a party. They're looking for a reason to drink in the morning.
Attracts thousands of people. But how about this? In the 1880s, Rod, they used to eat the groundhog after he made his prediction.
Now that makes sense. Hungry back then.
They served him up.
Sir, how do you eat groundhog? How do you cook groundhog? You grill it? Do we barbecue?
The old school history books report that it was quite tender. Quite tender.
The groundhog was. You know what? Back then they didn't waste a damn thing.
No, you gotta eat it.
No, you gotta eat that. What the hell we gonna? We got this thing here. Looks tasty.
By the way, if you are a diehard member of the Groundhog Club, you are called a. Let me see if I get this right. They call you a groundhoggies, and they believe that Punxsutawney Phil is immortal, and that he drinks something called the elixir of life. All right. But you probably didn't know this: that Punxsutawney Phil the groundhog has a wife named Phyllis.
Hold up. How do we? Hold up.
I don't know. These people
Is she live in the hole with him?
Well, no, her name is Phyllis, and they've never had kids. In the Groundhog Club and the freaks say that she doesn't drink the elixir of life, and so she's not immortal, so they can't breed.
What the hell is going on with these people? Come on, man.
It's Pennsylvania, man.
Yeah, they got too much time on their hands. That's all that is. All right, I got something for you.
Give it to me.
This is something Ty will enjoy. You guys, do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I do.
You do? You got the last season of Curb is happening. I believe this year. It's going to be happening later on this season, later on this year, the last season of Curb. And so Larry David's been making the rounds, and he's one of the funniest human beings on the planet. And he's a big sports fan, too. So I always listen to his. He's got random sports takes. He'll probably be on some of your favorite, sports podcasts and stuff like that. But listen to him on on the Today Show. And I'm sure Ty's going to love this piece of audio. He's already heard it. Here it is.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Okay.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Well, actually, that's funny that you say that because you were so game.
Isn't it a little freaky knowing that there are people just standing there watching? Huh?
They can't television.
Yeah,
that happens.
We're hoping people are watching.
So you had a rule that there were some things you did not want to talk about.
Yeah, that was the thing. You told our producer, let's talk about anything. There's just one thing we don't want to talk about. So let's start there. What do you think about Travis and Taylor?
You've really got a nerve.
Yeah.
You know? You've really got a nerve.
You bring it out in us.
By the way,
We weren't going to.
I used the S word once before on this show some years ago.
Oh, geez.
I'm prepared to use it again.
No.
In answer to that question, and I think you know it's I don't give.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
A schnoodle. A
Yeah,
schnoodle.
a schnoodle.
Yes.
So Ty, there you go. Ty's not the only one who doesn't give a blank about Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce. Curb Your Enthusiasm star Larry David doesn't give a blank. He seems annoyed by it too. Thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Thought Ty
You
might
can be
like
annoyed by it. I just don't understand people get like viscerally angry about
He's so funny. No, he seemed like he was upset by it though. He seemed like he was like, I don't.
He just didn't want to-
But he told them I don't want to talk about it before the show. That means
Put it on the reader, the writer.
I don't want to talk about it.
So of course they started with that. That's funny.
Oh, man. I
But
love Curb. It's
so
great.
Curb is out. You know, by the way, his ex-wife in that show, is he still married to her in the show Curb Your Enthusiasm?
She's married to Robert Kennedy, right?
Yeah, she's married to Robert F.
Yeah.
Kennedy. That's funny. And like if he's probably going to run. Is he still running for president?
Yeah,
as an
he
independent?
is. He is.
He's an
Oh,
interesting
she's
guy.
actually married to him in real life.
In real life.
And
I didn't know that.
Larry introduced them to each other in real life.
That's right. That's right. That's how she met.
I did not know
that. was the connection.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's interesting for sure. All right, so off the record, Larry David, Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, I got another one too, which is weird, and I don't know if this is off the record, but it's related. There are reports and rumors that, and Barstool TCU started this, that they're going to donate 500 Horns Down shirts.
Oh, I saw that.
To the student section for their game against Texas on Saturday.
That's good.
In response to the Horns Down controversy that happened earlier with BYU. Even though at BYU, their administration was the one that decided to remove the Horns Down shirt. It wasn't Texas. Now it is blown up. So Barstool TCU donating 500 Horns Down shirt. They said if you're gonna, they tweeted out gonna throw a fit about this one too, Rodney Terry. So they're coming after Texas. So Horns Down is coming up again. Don't let it bother you, people. It's just free marketing.
I think it's hilarious. That's great.
It's free media, baby. It's beautiful.
Go win the game.
It's a beautiful. Exactly. Go win the game. Make them all look stupid. And by the way, they probably, as long as they buy some trademark, as long as they trademark it, hey, they got to pay us some money anyway.
Yeah.
Anything they buy with the Horns Down, it's a beautiful thing.
I'm sure it's in TCU purple too.
I'm
the
sure.
Horns Down. Which,
yeah, it probably is. There's no way they put the orange on that thing. No.
Unlike the goofy Oklahoma fans who actually buy the big Bebo sticker, like
they buy it,
and then they put it upside down on their car.
They give the Longhorns a bit of money first,
which they're paying royalties to Texas to stick something on their vehicle of their
right.
rival.
It's the simple purple one.
Yeah, simple purple. That's good. Good for them. But Rod, the McConaughey movie we were talking about, Killer Joe.
Killer Joe was it.
Joe.
My wife walked out on it.
Oh no!
I had to leave. She thought it was gonna be a rom-com, and he was doing some nasty stuff in it.
Well, we'll be back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. conversations this morning, talking Dan Quinn to Washington. What the Cowboys do in response for circling around the name Joe Witt Jr. Could be either the DC going with Dan Quinn to Washington or could be promoted for the Cowboys. Keep an eye on that conversation. Could happen pretty quickly. If the Cowboys do want to retain Joe Witt Jr., they may have to.
They better hurry up.
Right? Because Dan Quinn wants to bring him with him. By the way, is Dan Quinn okay essentially being the third, maybe the fourth choice in Washington? I think you're going to have to just swallow that.
Yeah.
Because now reports that Washington not only offered the job to Ben Johnson, they also offered it to Mike McDonald.
Yeah.
And they would have wanted to talk to Jim Harbaugh, which, that's just
those are all candidates that I think I would have taken over Dan Quinn.
And you just got to accept that and run with it, right?
Yeah, that's no
Can't be
shame
mad
in
about
that.
it.
That's the process. That's what it is.
That sure it is. 100% for any job like that.
And listen, Mike McDonald should be. I would have looked at Mike McDonald over Dan Quinn's defensive mind just because of and it's only 2 years, so that's not a huge sample size, but it's enough of a sample size. The McShanahan offenses that are taking over, you just remarked that Liam Cohen is going to end up taking another one of these coordinator jobs.
Buccaneers.
All right, that's another one from the McShanahan trees, from the Sean McVay side of things. Guys, that's the offense you're going to see most of the time. You're going to see
Gotta have a plan for
You're
it.
going to see that offense half the time. And if you go look at Mike McDonald's Ravens defense, since he became the defensive coordinator there, when he's faced one of those McShanahan offenses in any form, they're averaging, guys, 20 points per game. He's holding McShanahan offense to 20 points per game. That's a really good number. And this year, those numbers have gotten even better because you go look at, he held Shano and Mike McDaniel, 49ers and the Miami Dolphins under 20 points.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good scheme, without a doubt.
He's figured out something against that scheme.
Yeah, I mean, having seen it twice this year, because as a Texans fan, I watched the opener and then the playoff game, and the Texans still haven't found the end zone against that defense.
Exactly.
And it's a very talented defense. I
It
mean,
is talented
they got dudes. They got all pros at linebacker and safety. And
but he built it the right way.
He did. No, he's a really high-end candidate. I think Dan Quinn. I mean, for 3 straight years, the Cowboys have had top 5 defenses under Dan Quinn.
Oh, Dan Quinn's defense is cutting edge.
So it's a good choice for Washington, I believe, if you couldn't get the Harbaughs or the Mike McDonalds or even the Ben Johnson, who's sticking with Detroit, which is an interesting move. Hey, there have been some stories that we haven't addressed that are kind of interesting to me. We mentioned that it looks like Chip Kelly's going to go with Dan Quinn to Washington, which then opens UCLA. Is Pete Carroll a name there? Would Pete Carroll interest you at 72 years old? If you lose your coach in February, that's not great timing.
Mm-hmm.
And you're UCLA and you're moving into the Big Ten next year. Would Pete Carroll be a name? Stabilizer?
It's not a bad idea. I thought, Boston College should have hit him up. Potentially he might take that job. UCLA, I mean, you got more talent. He knows Southern California.
Sure.
Really well. And he'll hire a good coaching staff because coaches respect Pete Carroll.
Well, as you said with Boston College yesterday, let him then kind of seek for the heir apparent.
Yeah. Hire your successor.
You're not in a good window right now trying to replace high level coaches.
And they got revenue issues. They got money issues at UCLA too, though.
They do.
They got some money issues going on there.
Well, I think Pete Carroll's still being paid by the Seahawks.
That's why it may work, is what I'm saying. Like, because Pete Carroll may not care about the money. He's like, no, I just need a spot.
Yeah. And go in and coach opposite. How about that? The one-time USC coach taking the UCLA job.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Yep.
Keep
That'd
an
be
eye on
cool. That would be pretty cool, though. Yeah, get a former USC coach of your rival.
Yeah. Well, also, the Lakers beat the Celtics last night in Boston. I don't get this NBA. The Lakers aren't good, and the Celtics are really good.
NBA regular season.
I know.
You know how that goes.
I mean, that's crazy.
I'm not sure how much you guys care.
And I'll say this for the baseball folks who are going to be out there at Disch-Falk Field tomorrow watching the couple things for the Longhorns in a second, but let me mention the Baltimore Orioles. Pay attention to this. The Baltimore Orioles, who won 101 ball games last year. Rangers beat them, of course, in the playoffs, but they were kind of new to the whole situation. Orioles were ahead of schedule this year. They just acquired Corbin Burns, who's a Cy Young winner, to pitch atop their rotation. That's a big move for the Baltimore Orioles. If you're a Ranger fan looking for spring training coming up, and the Astros in that American League, Yankees and Red Sox in that division, this is a big-time pitcher from the Milwaukee Brewers who that's what they didn't have in Baltimore was that top-of-the-rotation ace pitcher. This guy's been one of the best pitchers in baseball for the last 4 or 5 years, and now he's going to Baltimore. That's a big deal. So don't sleep on that. So some big stories out there, including how about the Longhorn women's basketball team? What's a huge win at Baylor last night?
Big win.
Props to Vic Schaefer. To go on the road with a banged-up team. We've been playing this cut this morning, but look, then we play this again, Ty. This is Vic Schaefer talking about his team. They're injured. Of course, we know they're without Rory Harmon to begin with. She's their best player. And when Rory Harmon, who's their point guard and kind of their quarterback, got hurt, they turned to this freshman, Madison Booker, who's She wears number 35, which is important to this quote from, or this cut from Vic Schaefer. And by the way, credit our friend Bob Ballou from
Shout
CBS
out.
Austin, who did an interview with Vic Schaefer. He actually drove up to Waco to cover the game for CBS Austin. He interviewed Vic after. But I want to play this. But think about this. She's a true freshman, and she's like a 6'1" point guard, Rod. And she's a bigger point guard for women's basketball. But she's a true freshman. She's and she's not 100%. They're banged up, and they get a big win at Baylor, and have now won back-to-back games in Waco. Here is Vic Schaefer after the game.
We have to get our kids up every night because somebody's trying to whip your butt. Obviously for Baylor, they said it all week. They were going to send us out the right way, send us off to the SEC. It was personal. It goes on and on. But here's the thing. You better be careful when you start talking about owning the state. You better be careful. And I don't think they own the state since we've been in Austin. So there you got it.
You overcame a lot tonight. I'm sure your heart stopped a couple times when Aaliyah went down, Madison hobbles off. What did it take to overcome, not the injuries, as much as it did just this crowd, this atmosphere, and what Baylor can do to get this win tonight?
It's toughness, man. Like these kids are, what they're going through, dealing with. Deanna Gaston, not 60%. She's not ready, tried to give us some help, did tonight. Madison Booker ain't practiced in 5 days. I mean, unbelievable. That kid's a monster. If that ain't the best freshman in the country, I don't know who is. For what she's having to do for our team, run the point, score, assist, defend, the kid's unbelievable. I mean, that number 35 might be as good as the one they've had here before, back when he was a freshman. I mean, she is special.
There you go. Vic Schaefer, adamant. They don't own the state, Rod. You like that?
Own the state?
I love that guy.
Yeah. No, man, Vic Schaefer's awesome. I mean, that dude. Yeah, but his pregame speeches and halftime speeches are fantastic. That's a good question. What coach at Texas gives the best pregame and motivational speeches? Who do you think? Vic Schaefer's in the conversation.
Oh, for sure. Oh,
He's up
my
there.
gosh.
He's up there. He's definitely got to be up there.
He is. That's the kind of guy you want to play for, though. He's demanding. There's no question about that. But, man, he doesn't put up with much.
Yeah.
But, yeah, as far as that goes, as far as motivational.
He might be. He might be the top, actually. He's got a lot of passion.
He does.
Mm-hmm.
And Madison Booker, you heard him say, number 35, that's Kevin Durant's number. And he was a freshman, a sensational freshman at Texas. And he was All-American and Player of the Year. And he's at least lobbying for his young freshman as well. That's a huge win for them. So props to Texas basketball. Texas men, as you mentioned, the upside down, the horns down T-shirts that TCU's giving out. 500
TCU Barstool says they're giving out 500 for the game. And I imagine they're not going to renege on that like BYU did and force their students to remove them. No, they're gonna throw it in Texas' face. They always say guys, it is the greatest form of free media in college sports right now, and it's getting more and more popular. The beauty of it is as Texas gets better in all their sports, they become more hated nationally, and then nationally everybody starts to throw up that form of free media. You can't lose. It's beautiful.
They're putting your brand on a T-shirt.
Your brand on a T-shirt and selling it. And sometimes they're buying your merchandise just so they can turn it upside down, so giving you money on top of it and promoting your brand free of charge. Guys, you cannot ask for it better for free marketing than what you're getting right now for the brand. It's amazing.
It's a tough place to play too, and that's the tough. If you're
gotta win though.
If you're gonna watch that game at 1:00 tomorrow, I'm not a fan of the TCU court. It's kind of distracting. It's just a weird. The way the design they have all over the court makes it weird to watch the game. But TCU's been playing some good basketball, and they're 5-3 right now, 16-5 overall for Jamie Dixon. The kid that transferred in from Texas Tech's been playing really well for them. So we'll see. I mean, Texas is 3-5. This is a must. I mean, they're all must wins now when you're 3-5 and you're down at the bottom of the conference with Cincinnati and UCF, West Virginia. All 3-5. Worst team in the conference, Oklahoma State. They're down there at 1-7. But you got to find some wins here. They're tough to come by because you're going to play TCU, then Iowa State, who's sitting up there at 5-2. They got to go back to Houston. And by the way, the game to watch tomorrow after Texas plays at 1, that'll roll right into Kansas-Houston tomorrow at Fog Allen Fieldhouse. So if you're looking for some college hoops on a Saturday, that's a good one. That's Kelvin Sampson's team on the road against Bill Self and the Jayhawks. That is a very important game in the Big 12. Number 4 against number 8, 9, 7, 6. I don't know what Kansas is.
The Big 12 is just tournament basketball in the regular season.
That's right, and that's why those Saturdays when they're all matching up, it's fun, man. You get some really good basketball Without our football now, you got to have something to keep you entertained, and that's pretty good.
I just wonder if in tournament time, are these teams going to be considered battle tested, and all the Big 12 teams will thrive in tournament play? Yes, or they'll cannibalize each other and just eat each other alive. By the time they get tournament play, they won't be fresh from beating each other up. So I don't know which one it's going to be. I think it'll be a little bit of both. I think some teams won't have the depth, and they won't necessarily have the kind of the physical and mental toughness to go through Big 12 play and then go through tournament play. But I think there will be a couple of teams who they'll elevate and separate in that time, and there's a good chance your champion comes out of the Big 12.
Yeah. Oh man.
Good chance.
I think there's a real strong chance of that.
Yeah.
UConn though, the defending champs, might be the best team.
They got something to say about that, of course.
And they're really good.
But just based on the amount of teams, high level teams.
Oh, for sure.
You got a good shot.
I think you can almost guarantee there'll be at least one, maybe two Final Four teams out of the Big 12.
That's wild.
They're just that good.
Yeah.
These are really high end teams. But you do kind of get worn down too. There's an argument that by the end of this conference gauntlet and then the conference tournament, kind of like,
I can guarantee there are going to be teams like, I don't give a damn about that conference tournament. Not considering what they've done in the regular season and climbing that mountain.
Well, that might be good for Texas because Texas might need that. Because remember, they're the defending Big 12 tournament champions, and they would be in their final Big 12 tournament when they get to it in March. So, well, we'll see. But Rodney Terry's team, 1 o'clock tomorrow against Jamie Dixon's Horned Frogs. Big win for Texas women last night. And this doesn't pay to piss off Vic Schaefer and the Lady Longhorns. There you go. That's good.
No. When
Vic takes it personally.
I would say when Vic's fired up, you don't want to be in his path and feel his wrath. He is, man. That dude, like I said, he coaches with passion, and I got a feeling that when he was upset about, what game was that? Was it last week?
Oklahoma. Oh yeah,
he said the practices are gonna. He even said it.
We'll take care of this come tomorrow. Sunrise tomorrow.
I feel bad for them ladies because I've been in some meeting rooms having some bad games like that where the coach can't wait to rip you a new one in the film room and then get you out in the field and just wear you out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Vic, I mean, I remember listening to the interviews with him, with Craig Seaway. During the COVID year, it almost drove him crazy not to be around his players. Like
I can believe
there
that.
was so much
that kind of dude. Yeah,
and that was his first year. He's trying to get. I mean, you could almost hear it through the phone that he was losing his mind.
Sark's first year too. Sark talked about how he was disconnected from the team and they had to do meetings in these weird places.
Well, they didn't have his facility done.
They said they could never be together as a team. They were never together as a group because they didn't have the space.
Right, and that
and the COVID, it's COVID and construction for Texas for football. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, people call that excuse. That's just a factor. When you're trying to build chemistry and camaraderie with a team, and you can't be around them, and you're separated.
A little tough. Could be a little. Think about it like a long distance relationship.
Yeah,
it's the reason they don't work. You got to be around each other.
Yeah. Then they get together and you find out, man, I don't really like.
I don't really like this person. We found it out during COVID. Remember, all the couples who got divorced, we thought and assumed that the birth rates would increase after COVID because everybody would be shacked up and they just be banging it out all the time, and they didn't. Actually, divorce rates increased because people got together and they were stuck together for so long they realized, I don't like this person unless I get an 8-hour reprieve going to work and I can be out in the world and I come home and I can be with them for 3 or 4 hours. That's when we work. That's when we're a good couple. But we got to be with each other.
For 8 hours. We're apart for 8 hours, and then we hang out for a couple hours.
If we got to be together for 12 hours a day, it ain't. No. I don't like this person for
Not
that long.
compatible.
Yeah, so that was a shock to everybody sociologically. Like, man, the divorce rates went through the roof. Yeah. People don't like getting along. And people don't like their kids as much as they thought either because they had to teach their own kids. They had to homeschool their kids. People realize, my kid's an a-hole. Yes. Your kid is an a-hole.
Been telling you that for years.
Yes. You should believe your teacher. Your kid is an a-hole.
Why were you blaming the teacher all this time? Yeah, he doesn't listen. Doesn't sit still very well.
Yeah, now you know.
Yeah. Oh, and surprisingly, boys struggled with COVID more than the girls did, which tells you.
Oh, no doubt.
Of course.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't want to get into the educational side.
But I'm with you, yeah.
Never mind.
There's reasons for it.
There's reasons that you boys are struggling more with the current way of education. But either way, can we get to Rod's rant before we go into a different rant? We've also got a very special guest who will join us at the bottom of the hour. We've got some Who Said That before the end of this 9 o'clock hour. Let's get to Rod's rant, though.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real!
My God! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm!
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, I want to get to the Dallas Cowboys candidates for their defensive coordinator job because, honestly, I think there are like 10 different names that could be legitimate candidates for incredible candidates for the defensive coordinator vacancy for the Cowboys. Before we get to that, though, something that I heard the other day I thought was interesting. Now, Caleb Williams is, by almost every projection, going to be the number 1 overall pick. Like, honestly, I haven't seen anything different. And that's been for like 2 years. For the last 2 years, he's been considered to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. But recently, there have been some rumors that maybe Chicago won't draft a quarterback. That's out there. Even Ty believes they could do something as stupid as not draft a quarterback, and it's possible. They could. But also, or that Caleb Williams may not want to play in Chicago just because of their terrible track record and history with quarterbacks. And if they right now they may not have the structure, coaching staff, personnel in place to help him achieve and reach his ultimate level of success as a young quarterback. They may hold him back because organizationally they're just a bit of a fustercluck. Here's Colin Cowherd earlier this week saying he's got sources out there in Cali. He's a big USC fan, talking about how he thinks Caleb Williams' dad may be steering this ship and conversation in a different way. Here it is, Cowherd.
Some concerns here that Dad's a little too involved. Now, dads are very, very involved in high school and college quarterbacking. So that's just part of the new world we live in. But I still contend, you're going to think I'm nuts here. I do think it's possible that Washington trades up and Chicago allows Washington to trade up because Caleb and his group do not want to go to Chicago. He's from the D.C. area. I think Dan Quinn is considered the big concern for Caleb Williams, and you have to admit this. Where you land matters. Chicago has never developed a star quarterback.
Okay. You did mention Dan Quinn there. They got the number 2 overall pick. There's some belief that, first of all, Chicago, I don't know if they're interested in drafting a quarterback. They should be, but Ty's brought up a good point that they've had some bad decisions about quarterback in the recent history of that franchise. And right now, some of their moves are sending mixed messages, mixed signals about what they're going to do for the future. Are they going to trade Justin Fields? Are they going to reinvest in Justin Fields? Whatever's going to happen there. They could be open to potentially trading that number 1 overall pick. And if they were, it'd be the Commanders most likely that could get it because they're right behind them. And if he's from D.C., and maybe that's
from that area, Maryland area.
So maybe they can make a move if Chicago's not interested. But he may not want to go to Chicago. And if he wants to go to Washington instead of go to Chicago, then he could pull one of those Eli Manning, Deion Sanders clout cards where I ain't playing for you.
Well, remember, John Elway and Deion had baseball.
They had
leverage
baseball.
Play.
Great point.
Manning was a Manning. And had Archie.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're the Bears, to go back 1 pick and you still get Drake May or your pickup quarterback,
you get a boatload of picks,
and
for
you can get a king's ransom from Washington to get Caleb Williams, which with a new owner and they're looking to rebrand that team to get a star like Caleb Williams to go with Dan Quinn would be a big get. But yeah, we'll see. That's interesting. I saw that too. That he wants to play with either Washington or Vegas. With things I read about Caleb Williams.
Yeah, Vegas makes sense just because of branding wise.
And that's where Cliff Kingsbury is now.
And that's a good point you bring that up because Cliff Kingsbury is on the record for saying that Caleb Williams is the most talented quarterback that he's ever coached. Now, he recruited Kyler Murray, or that he's ever seen as a young quarterback. He's recruited and coached Kyler Murray, and he recruited and coached Patrick Mahomes. And he's saying Caleb Williams is the most talented young quarterback that he's ever coached. And Cliff Kingsbury knows his stuff. He knows quarterbacks really well. And there's talk that Caleb Williams' dad and Caleb Williams really love Cliff Kingsbury. So I wonder if there could be a move trying to get Vegas has
the 8th
trade up to get somewhere close to where they could draft Caleb Williams if they bring in Cliff Kingsbury.
The Bears are dumb enough to trade out of that pick and give up on that talent.
They are.
That's on them. But yes, Vegas would have to go up from 8 to 1. But if you're Vegas, you've got really good pass rushers. You've got a pretty good team. You need a quarterback. You need a quarterback, and now you've got Antonio Pierce with Cliff Kingsbury. That would be interesting. But obviously, Washington would only have to go up 1 pick to make that happen, and wouldn't have to give up as much as to go up from 8 to 1.
Yeah, no, eight. Crazy enough, you're actually drafting too late to get one of those top QBs. You got to move up into right now the top 3.
Yeah, you do.
'cause
They're probably going 1, 2,
2, and 3.
especially with the teams there. Washington, Chicago, and New England all need quarterbacks.
Yeah, so that's out there. Just it's buzzing right now that Caleb Williams just doesn't want to play in Chicago, but he may not have to worry about that if Chicago doesn't want to draft a quarterback, which we also at this point are uncertain about. Okay, let's talk about the Cowboys and their defensive coordinator vacancy. Ty, do you have this audio ready from Ian Rappaport on NFL Network? He is reporting that an in-house hire is probably most likely for the Cowboys, but also now that very same in-house hire, he reported that earlier, but this clip is him saying that very same in-house hire that is the odds-on favorite to be the next DC for the Cowboys is also the odds-on favorite to be the next DC for Dan Quinn in Washington.
Now, the Cowboys have an opening at defensive coordinator. I would also expect, as colleague Steve Weiss mentioned, Joe Witt to go with Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator. He's currently Cowboys' secondary coach, but now a new opening in Dallas as well.
All right, so Clarence Hill Jr. and Calvin Watkins both reported that Joe Witt Jr. is on record for saying the Cowboys' defensive coordinator job, it was his dream job. All right, and this is a quote from a few years ago. My 2 dream jobs when I started off, and this has stayed the same. I wanted to be the head coach of South Florida or the DC of the Dallas Cowboys. That was when I was back at Louisville. So his dream job is open, but he is a Dan Quinn guy and a Dan Quinn disciple. So does he want to follow Dan Quinn or want to stay with the Cowboys? It looks like he is right now, at least David Moore of the Dallas Morning News reporting that he is the front runner to get the job with the Dallas Cowboys as their DC. So he's the front runner for both positions.
Yeah.
DC with Dan Quinn, DC with the Cowboys.
Keep an eye on that. And here's a tweet I just saw, Rod, from a report from @David Moore of the Dallas Morning News that the Cowboys are interviewing Mike Vrabel for their DC vacancy next week.
That's smart.
That is smart.
That's if that's indeed the case.
That
That's
would
smart.
indicate maybe they know Joe Witt wants to go with Dan Quinn to Washington. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a situation right now that I don't know what either side's waiting on, if that is your number one choice. Now, if the Cowboys want to interview Mike Vrabel and do their due diligence, maybe that's why they have not named Joe Witt Jr. the DC. And if that's the case, he's probably going to leave.
Yeah.
Because I imagine right now he's probably whoever offers him first.
Well, if you're Joe Witt Jr., you're going to take the defensive coordinator position that's offered to you.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know if it's coming from the Cowboys.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
right.
They're going to talk to Mike Vrabel and Ron Rivera and some of these other candidates, which is what the Cowboys should do. Same time, if you're Joe Witt and you have an offer sitting on the table, you got to take it.
You got to take that.
Especially with a coach you know very well and know the system, and there will be immediate chemistry there because you already have that chemistry.
Yeah, and so it's been reported by multiple sources that Witt is expected to follow Dan Quinn. Even got that from a source with Washington as well on their side that they believe that he's going to follow Dan Quinn. So we'll be looking at a vacancy definitely for the Cowboys. So just really quickly to go through some of the names. I think John Keim is the reporter who said the name I heard Quinn had told teams he'd bring in as DC, multiple teams, was Joe Witt Jr. So apparently that's been his guy from the jump. Like, this is going to be my DC. He's been telling teams that as he's
on
been
the interview process.
Yeah, this is going to be my DC. So that likely is going to happen. All right, so here are the candidates real quick. In-house, I guess we can take Joe Witt Jr. off the list, but obviously he may have been the first candidate. But take him off the list. Al Harris Jr. Remember Al Harris as the secondary coach for them. Trevon Diggs put out a tweet saying Al Harris for DC, so he likes Al Harris a lot. There's Aiden Dirt, who is the D-line coach, so he knows the Dan Quinn system really well. If you're going outside the organization, Don Wink Martindale is available. Remember, he loves to blitz, and he knows the division from his time there in New York with the Giants. Sean Desai also knows division. Remember, he was fired by the Eagles after replacing Jonathan Gannon there. Ron Rivera, you mentioned him. Brandon Staley is still out there. Now, he interviewed with the Rams, I think, most recently. So that wouldn't make sense to the Rams kind of bring Brandon Staley back, but he's out there. He's a Vic Fangio disciple. Clint Hurt is another respected mind in the defensive community that is out there, and he's famously he took the Seahawks defense 2 years ago. He was a member of the Seahawks defense. Ejiro Evero, who was recently with the Panthers, but the new head coach there, Dave Canales, has not yet confirmed whether he is going to keep him as DC. There's a rumor that he will. Mike Zimmer has expressed interest that he would like that defensive coordinator position. Mike Pettin, who was famous, I think, most recently with the Browns. And he's in Green Bay, too. He was with Green Bay for a while as well. That's a name that's been out there. Shane Bowen, another name. So those are some of the names, and it will most likely be, I think, one of the most recognizable defensive coordinators. I think they'll probably go with a bigger name, like a Ron. If they don't get Joe Whitt Jr., they'll go with a Ron Rivera or
Mike
a
Vrabel.
Zimmer or a Vrabel. They'll go to a big name.
Well, if Vrabel's interviewing, according to David Moore, and David Moore's been covering the Cowboys forever, that's reputable. If he is interviewing, that would tell you at least he's interested, and because all the head coaching jobs are now gone.
Yep.
And if you want to stay coaching, we just saw Dan Quinn go coach the Cowboys defense and land another head coaching job. If that's your path, Mike Vrabel would be interesting. But Mike Vrabel obviously would come with immediate threat to Mike McCarthy, because everybody would then say, maybe rightfully, that if you get off to a slow start, you've already got the replacement for McCarthy.
Maybe that's what Jerry Jones wants.
Maybe that's what he wants.
Maybe that's what Mike Vrabel wants.
Maybe so.
Right?
Maybe so.
Unfortunately for Mike McCarthy.
Yeah. So almost like Vrabel coming in to coach the defense to keep McCarthy, which running the Tex Coast offense, but kind of everybody knows eventually Vrabel's going to, take control. I don't know. We'll see where that goes. Good stuff with Rod and the rant there. We'll keep an eye on that. That, according to Dallas Morning News and David Moore, that Vrabel will interview next week. I don't know if we have to wait till next week, but that's what David Moore says. Hey, we'll pick that up on the other side. Also, a very special guest, our friend, the coach, Anthony Williams, will be with us for to highlight the big event he's got coming up. We'll also get some Who Said That before the end of this hour. It's Hook 'em Up on a Friday. Underdog Fantasy, folks, the big game coming up now 9 days from now. And throughout the playoffs, we've been telling you about Underdog Fantasy, the ability to have fun with the games you're going to watch. And you're certainly going to watch the big game, right? They're in Vegas coming up in 9 days. We'll make Underdog Fantasy a part of that. You pick them, you watch them, you win them. You pick 2 to 5 players who are going to play in the game that you'll be watching. And then you select whether they're going higher or lower on in-game stats. And if your pick hits, your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night coming up in 9 days. Underdog Fantasy is completely legal right here in Texas. It's a ton of fun to play, I promise you. Even games like in the NBA where you're not super interested in the game, you put 2 to 5 players that you're watching. Well, now you're rooting for it. And now you're in. Now you're invested, having a good time. And, of course, you can win real money here in the state. Just download that easy-to-use mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with the promo code Hogan, my last name, Hogan. Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. And so the 100 becomes 200, obviously. Doubling your money to start this thing out. And the big game coming up in 9 days, they'll give you that special pick of higher than 0.5 total in your first pick 'em entry. So they have that for you. That's another little inducement. Check it out. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Hogan. Get your first deposit of 10 or more up to 100 matched, plus that special pick in your queue at Underdog Fantasy. Do it for the big game. Do it for all the games at UnderdogFantasy.com.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
All right, Rod, it's Hook 'em Up on a Friday, and we'll have a round of Who Said That for the top of the hour. A lot of texts coming in and conversation. This says, trade Dak and 3 future first-round picks to the Bears. Get that pick. No, I don't think either side's going to do that.
Yeah,
but
Bears ain't going to do it because they don't want to pay Dak.
Dak's paid.
It's the price tag.
Price tag,
that makes Dak unattractive. Dak's play is pretty good, but the price tag is big.
Well, that's, as the Texans now know, to have that first-round quarterback that's
on the cheap,
better than the contract.
Man, it's like
a
rent control department in New York City.
That's exactly right. Somebody says, what about Belichick as defensive coordinator? We talked about that. That's unlikely. Bill Belichick wants to get that coaching record. And Mike Vrabel is young enough in his coaching career that he could take the Dan Quinn route and go do a good job with that defense and elevate and get back into the cycle.
No question.
So Bill Belichick needs to coach.
He needs to coach. Run out of time.
Yeah.
And he only got one interview this time around, guys. So I think he had fewer options than he anticipated. Well, than any of us anticipated. I thought he'd get more interviews than one. Only got one.
Well, in both cases, we thought maybe Vrabel and Belichick might need to be traded.
Did Vrabel get any interviews?
I
don't think he got any.
Vrabel did. Yeah.
Did Vrabel get any?
He had several. He had several.
Okay.
Several people brought him in, but they went with the younger, hot commodities and Jim Harbaugh in that group too. But I would say this: that if you're, we thought originally that the Titans and Patriots would be able to trade them. Not so much. It's probably why they're both in both cases. They just let them go because there wasn't much.
That's a great point too. Maybe it's because there was no market for them.
Yeah, I mean, you do your due diligence. Like, well, okay, and they didn't get it hired. Yeah, you weren't getting a draft pick for them.
No,
pretty clear.
Not a Howard, no way.
All right, Rod, introduce our next guest on the Vaqueros Hotline.
Yes, joining us right now on the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. It is a very good friend of ours. He does great work in the community, helping get young folks a chance to showcase their talent. Joining us right now, Anthony Williams. He is the president of he's the president of Texas Football Showcase, and also a really good friend of ours. Anthony Williams, what's going on, Coach? How you doing? What's up, Anthony?
Hey guys, Happy New Year. How you doing?
Doing great. Happy New Year to you as well. We appreciate that. And it's that time of year, right? We've got UIL realignment coming down yesterday. Recruiting's going on, and you are, as Rod said, have all kinds of activities for young people to help them thrive in the sport of football. Tell us about your unsigned senior underclassmen skills exposure showcase. Long name, but it's important. It's coming up next weekend. What are the details on that, and how can our audience or their youngsters be a part of it?
Yeah, no, thanks guys for having me back on this year. This is it's going to be our 15th annual Unsigned Senior Showcase. As we all know, with recruiting and all things you mentioned, Aaron, that are going on, signing day, the second signing day will be next Wednesday. And so a lot of kids who are thinking that they're going to sign with a D1 school, it may not happen, especially now with the transfer portal. The high school scholarship number has decreased tremendously. And so, as always, me and Coach Anthony Wood, head coach at Westwood High School here in the Northwest Austin area, are doing our Unsigned Senior Rising Underclassmen Showcase. If you're an unsigned senior class of 24, or you're in the transfer portal and you don't have film, and maybe you're class of 22 or 23, you have the chance to come out to Del Valley at their indoor complex. Thanks to Coach Todd Patman over there for having us again for, I think, going on our 8th year. We're going to host a showcase, and we're going to have a lot of coaches who are still looking for really good players here in the state of Texas to round out their rosters. Now, Division I schools can't be there, and so we'll have a lot of Division II, Division III, NAIA, and junior colleges there who are still looking to help athletes use football to get a better education. On top of that, we'll have what we call our rising underclassmen. So if you're a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and you've been sitting behind a senior, or this is going to be your big year coming up this fall, you'll get a chance to get some verifiable combine time, which is important in the recruiting process to add to your profile. You're going to get some great coaching. I've put together a great coaching staff with a lot of former Longhorns on it to coach you up in individual drills, and then we'll get right into one-on-one so you can showcase your ability in front of college coaches, recruiting staff, recruiting services and analysts, evaluation people, things like that. It'll all be inside, so whether the weather is nice or cold or hot, we'll be nice inside and be ready to go. So we're looking forward to giving these kids a platform, kind of one final platform for the class 24 and kind of a springboard platform for those rising underclassmen going forward into their sophomore, junior, or senior year.
It's really a great opportunity, Anthony. It's Sunday, February 11th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And there's actually an early bird sign up. You're going to get $25 off until February 11th of that $50 fee. But it is a great coaching staff, as you said, Anthony. You go over the coaching staff here. I mean, a lot of guys, some of the guys I played with actually. You got Corey Redding coaching with this group. Fozzie Witt, Kwame Cavill, my old teammate back when I came to the Fort Acres, one of my mentors. Great coaching staff you put together here, Coach.
Yeah, no, all these guys are great guys, and it all starts with my partner, Coach Anthony Wood, probably one of the best quarterback whisperers in the state of Texas. Over at Westwood High School, he'll be taking care of the quarterbacks and teaching them all the things they need to do to become a better quarterback. You mentioned Fozzie. Fozzie's become a big part of our group, does a great job coaching running backs. You mentioned Kwame Cavill will be joining us. He's been gone for a few years, but he's back coaching the receivers. Former head coach at Huddle High School, Brad LaPlante, will be coaching the O-line, one of the best O-line coaches here in the state. Former Stony Point Tiger, former Texas Longhorn, Tevin Mims will be handling the D-line. Former strength and conditioning coach at Texas, Derek Scott, will be coaching the linebackers. A local high school legend here, running back Storm Woods, who is now coaching DBs over at Hendrickson High School. He'll be doing the DBs there. And then two of my favorite guys you mentioned, if you've never been around and you guys know, Casey Stoddard is a walking pile of energy. Brings a lot of energy just the way he played at Texas and at Houston. Casey's going to come in and work with Coach LaPlante with the O-linemen. And then my new one, Corey Redding. Corey and I were talking at a recent UIL state playoff game when North Shore played here at Pflugerville, and he's ready to kind of get back and start sharing his knowledge of playing the game with the next generation of athletes. So he's also going to be working with us on the D-line. So it'll be him and Tevin Mims working the D-line. So really good staff. If kids really want to learn and understand how the game is supposed to be played at a high level, this is the staff I put together to teach you that. This is not going to be a kind of a photo op kind of thing. Obviously, that will take place afterwards. But these guys are coming in, and the kids are showing up. They'll be coached hard, and they'll understand what it's going to take to make that jump, Rod, as you understand, from being a really good high school player to being a really good college player. And so we're really excited about the staff. We'll have a lot of coaches there. Obviously, with post-COVID now, we don't get as many coaches on site as we used to. So now we've gone to a live stream. So we partnered with a company called Texas Football Life. They're going to record it and do a live stream so that coaches that can't make it can still watch the event live, or they can watch the recording, and players will be able to use some of that footage to add to their highlight video to show coaches what they're doing in the off season to get ready for the upcoming season and why they're a top prospect that they should be looking at. So we're really excited. We're going to have Buffalo Wild Wings feeding the coaches afterwards, and looking forward to getting after it on Sunday, February 11th. I know it's Super Bowl Sunday, and we normally don't have it on Super Bowl Sunday. That's because the NFL pushed their season back, as we all know. I always have hosted this event the first Sunday after signing day, and I'm not going to change it now. So that's why we're going in the morning. We'll register at 8 o'clock. We'll get started with the football drills, the combine testing at 9. We'll finish at 12, and everybody will have a full 6 hours to get back home wherever they live. Plenty of time to watch the Super Bowl.
Nice. Plenty of time to watch that Super Bowl, and that's a great way to do it. Football in the morning and football in the evening with Anthony Williams and that great coaching staff. What are the best ways for folks to hear this and their interest is piqued? How do they get registered? How do they learn more, Anthony?
Yeah, thank you, Eric. So there are two ways. They can either go to TexasFootballShowcase.com and register, or they can go to our Riser site, TexasFootballRiser.com. And so they can go there and register. There's a scan code. If you follow me on Twitter on @WilliamsUSA, either on IG or Twitter, the flyer is there. It's pinned on my profile. You can either go to the website or you can scan the QR code and it'll take you right there. We are looking forward to hosting. We've got about 100 kids signed up now. We're not going to be a mega camp. We want to make sure that we have enough kids there for the coaches to evaluate properly. The way the system works is coaches, if they like you, they'll call you over. They're all going to have their own kind of like a recruiting table, like a recruiting fair. They'll have their uniforms and their helmet and collaterals about their school and the admissions process all there. And the thing I take, and Rod and Aaron, you guys have been supporting me on this event for many, many years. It's probably my most memorable event for Coach Wood and I, because there's a lot of kids that will be coming on Sunday, February 11th, who have zero recruiting exposure, no offers, no nothing, and players are going to leave there after Sunday with offers of either official visit or full-time offers to play the sport they love the next level. And so that's one of the things we take pride in. Obviously, with the rising underclassmen, and you guys know a few of the names that have come through and really kind of stamped their name on the recruiting team the following year. Kids like Deuce Vaughn were kind of discovered at the showcase. A kid named Patrick Taylor, who's now running back with the Green Bay Packers, came to the showcase. Samaje Perine, that played at Hendrickson, is now playing running back for the Denver Broncos. So there's been a lot of great alumni who kind of use this platform to kind of spring-load themselves into the national recruiting scene. So we're proud of those kids also, but we really want to put more emphasis for these Class 24 unsigned seniors, to give them one last chance to play the game at the next level. So I appreciate all you guys' support. I hope to get a lot of high school coaches out there out supporting their kids that have given them 4 years of blood, sweat, and tears to win district titles, and then also a showcase to showcase your underclassmen who are going to be the next big thing on Friday nights here in Texas.
Hey, Anthony, I got one question before we let you go. You've been doing this for a long time, and it's great work, too, giving these young men an opportunity to showcase their skills so they can play the sport they love when they may have been overlooked, right, or under-recruited. Have you noticed a change in the amount of kids who are unsigned or the amount of kids who are under-recruited now that the transfer portal has become kind of the new norm? Have you noticed a change because of the transfer portal and what you do at this level?
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. We've seen the numbers. Actually, two things. One, COVID took the numbers down a little bit, but I think now, as you mentioned, the transfer portal, where literally I've talked to many college coaches across the country, and they're taking probably half of the number of high school kids that they used to pre-transfer portal. And so with the advice that I tell families and kids that I talk to in like clinics and booster club meetings and all my other events is you might not want to wait for that big offer to come. Take the offer you have now, whether it's at a D2 or an FCS, and just go ball. Rod, just like you did, just like Aaron did when he was at Texas, go ball. And now because of the changing landscape, you might be able to use the portal to upgrade. But if not, don't wait around for an offer that may not come. So come out here, ball out. You're competing now not against the kids in your graduating class, but you're also recruiting against kids who are played in college or not played, and they're a year or two older than you. The dynamics have changed, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to either you can ball or you can't. And if you're really, really good, somebody's going to find you and say, hey, you're a really good player. Do you want to come over to our school and play for us? So don't let all the NIL and the transfer portal, that stuff will take care of itself. You just got to take care of your business in the classroom, take care of your business on the campus of where you're at, being a person of good character, high integrity, and make sure you can ball. And at the end of the day, if you do those three things, life will present opportunities to you to get your education partially or fully paid for.
Amen.
Great stuff, Anthony. We appreciate it, and glad to help anytime we can. It's Super Bowl Sunday morning from 9 to 11 out at Del Valley in that great indoor complex they have there with Coach Patman. The website, again, is TexasHighSchoolShowcase.com. Get all the details there. And for all the reasons Coach just mentioned, sign them up and make sure you share that with a youngster. If you know someone who this would work for very well, make sure you share that and send it along. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate it.
No, thank you for your support, guys. Have a great rest of the day and have a great weekend.
There you go.
Thanks,
Coach Anthony Williams. And, yeah, Coach Anthony Wood, also a tremendous leader of young men as well. And those two put that together. Really is cool. The opportunity to showcase your skills, get coached by some of those names you just heard, Casey Studdard, Corey Redding. The list went on and on. But, it's a live stream. So, you get to showcase your skills. Coaches who can further your football career help you with an education. I
love that. That coaching staff is loaded, though. It really is. So, yeah, you're right. So go to Texas Football Showcase .rise events, and that's RYZE. Riser, events.com. So Showcase, Texas Football Showcase. If you go to Texas Football Showcase, you'll be able to find out all the details there. But if you're looking to communicate with Coach Williams, you can hit him up via Twitter at AWilliamsUSA, or you can hit him up at AWill86 at ALWill86@gmail.com.
TexasFootballShowcase.com coming up February 11th. We'll come back. When we do, it's Who Said That, Rod, on a Friday, coming next. All right, Rod, we've had some great audio already this morning, including Jim Harbaugh, the new coach of the Chargers, declaring he wants to drive his RV out and go down to a trailer park down by the water. I want to Jim Rockford it for the next couple of months until we move into a new facility. It's one of the greater statements you'll see.
That dude is serious, too.
He's dead serious.
He's dead serious. Y'all better believe him.
Remember, Jim Rockford lived on a dumpy-ass mobile home on Malibu in that show back in the 70s, Rockford Files.
It's before my time.
Remember who else lived in that and did that? Was Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon.
Remember
I remember that. He was living
down on the beach.
Down on the beach.
Yeah, it wasn't better living on the beach.
That's what Rockford was doing.
On the beach is awesome. If you live in a trailer park on the beach, like on that trailer in the beach, that's kind of cool. Trailer park, like just hanging out, like down by like some, I don't know, some river or
like We Are the Millers or something.
Bayou or something. That ain't cool. But the beach, oh man, that's a different situation.
He walks on the beach.
Oh man,
at the ocean.
Chicks will dig that.
Chicks will dig that.
Chicks will dig a trailer on the beach.
Yeah, Mel Gibson. I saw some of those scenes.
Yeah.
All right, Rod. What other good audio do you have for us that maybe I need to try to figure out who it is?
So I got a bunch of them. I sent you like 4-5 clips. You can dial any of them up you want to. We can play Who Said That.
We need to find those leaders, those competitors. As Jay Stu would say, those dogs. Like, we need some dogs. Like, we got to get some guys that are passionate about football, that love football. They want to come out every day and compete on the practice field, in the weight room. We need competitors. We got to bring that back here. We got to bring that back here to Bank of America Stadium, to where people get excited about coming to see our team.
Bank of
some
America.
dogs.
Bank of America says that Dave Canales.
Oh, you were close. Dan Morgan.
Dan Morgan, the new GM.
GM's like, we need some dogs.
Gotta get them dogs. We need none of them cats.
I love that is now. That coach had to be the first one to make that like a viral thing. I'm sure somebody was using the term "we need some dogs," but it wasn't. It hadn't become like a common term until the coaching rant.
Coach, of course, from Carolina back in the day,
right?
Well, he started with the whole thing about, we got this cat. We got some dogs in our house. He tells his whole life story.
Yeah, he tells about Bo. I think the dog's name was Bo. Bo, can't keep Bo tied up in the back.
Come on, Bo. Hey, so who is this, Rod? You're probably not going to know, I don't think. But at the same time, it was on our radio station this week on the Rich Eisen show, talking about the relationship. It's a former teammate of a couple of guys, and he's talking about a relationship between Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Who said this?
Travis blew me away with his mental ability to conceptualize football and to see everything on the field. And I think until he met his match and Pat and the way they see the game and the way they're able to free flow, we knew how good Travis was, but we didn't necessarily know how special he was from a mental perspective. But, I can remember in walkthroughs, Travis and I kind of talking, making jokes, and the quarterback's kind of calling the play. Travis isn't really listening. He's off in a different world, but he's still able to hear enough of it and get to the line and know what to do and just feel out football. He has such a brilliant football mind. That was the thing that I really took to when I first got to know him and I first got to see him, is just how easily he sees football, the space. He's just kind of on a savant level in terms of taking it all in and knowing where to go.
Is that why he's so wide open?
There we go. There is. Who said that, Rod? Any guess? It's a tough one.
I have no idea.
That's former Chiefs offensive lineman Mitchell Schwartz.
Okay.
Won a Super Bowl with them back in 2000. Whatever Super Bowl that was that they Super Bowl 54 4 years ago. But yeah, just talking about his savant level of reading routes and zone defenses, and then Patrick Mahomes' ability to mold with that, and that's what makes them unstoppable. I mean, going in, it's your game plan.
Well, it's that chemistry, you just can't defend it. We saw that bromance between Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knew where Texas was going with football. You just couldn't stop him.
Yeah.
All right, Ty, you can dial another one of those clips up. We can play Who Said That.
What's the story? You guys were coming back from London. You guys played over there, and you guys were on the team plane.
If you leave the day before the game, so Saturday, you sleep, you play, and then you head back immediately. It doesn't matter how late the game is. So London was not much different, but we got there Thursday. And when you go to London, you have to they want you to sleep the whole time. So they give you an Ambien or whatever. You guys get high, and they just go to sleep. And then on the way back, they're like, you guys need to stay up because it's night in London or whatever. The time change, I'm not great with time, but going back, you're going to want to be up. So anyway, we go back and it's we lost on we went for 2 at the end of the game and didn't get it, but the whole front of the plane, all first class, they gave it to the players. And there's guys are smoking, music. It's just nuts, like a cloud all around, first class.
Oh,
It was crazy. We had one guy, he was smoking a blunt on the plane, and this like
imagine that in an NHL plane.
Yeah, this like male
gummies on
male
an NHL
stewardess or male flight attendant comes up. He's like, "Excuse me, sir, like you can't do that." And he's like, "Oh yeah, for real, okay." He walks away. The minute he leaves, like, man, him, and lights it back up. And the flight attendant kind of just sat back in his seat for the next 5.5 hours and just let guys go nuts.
Oh my god!
And it's
All right, there you go. That would be pretty hard to figure out.
I don't know who that is, but that's a great story.
It is Taylor Lewan. Them telling that's part of their podcast. Taylor Lewan and Will Compton do a podcast together, and they were talking about the difference. They were with an NHL podcast too. The difference between NHL flights and NFL flights. The NHL group is Spittin' Chicklets with some former NHL players, and that was Taylor Lewan talking about what NFL flights from London and from overseas are like when you're coming back. Yeah, it's rowdy. I would say the flights, I've never got on flights that were that rowdy. But yeah, those flights get pretty crazy. They don't listen to to all of the receptionists, stuff like that. They don't listen to those folks. No, none of the flight attendants. No, they don't run those flights. Only the coaches can get up and tell them guys what to do. That's about it.
All right, we come back. Well, it'll be the fabulous fifth hour, which on a Friday, always, even a football Friday, is the fabulous 25th hour of our week. Always gets a little loose, or tends to get a little loose. We'll have some fun with it. Also reset those top stories of the Cowboys. Going to go outside the organization to hire their new defensive coordinator, or they promote from within. If they are promoting from within, they might want to hurry. Dan Quinn may want to have eyes for one of their coaches. We'll tell you about that coming back. Also, all the other big topics of a Friday morning on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Fabulous fifth hour on this Friday. That makes it, of course, the 25th hour of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B of this week.
Yes, sir.
Good conversations all week long. Just glanced at the weather app, Rod. It's going to be rainy today and cloudy, as you know, because you're already out there in it. Tomorrow, though, 70.
Beautiful.
70 and sunny, perfect for the 2024 Texas Baseball Alumni Game.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is coming your way. I might have to make it
out.
Are
you going out there?
Well, usually for me it depends on the weather. I love baseball, but I'm not going to go out and sit in Disch Falk Field when it's freezing cold.
Get sick just because you don't watch the team.
Especially but it is neat to see all the former players come back and wearing their baseball, their whatever pro team they're with against the current team, and it's a real treat for the current team to be able to be around those guys. There's some great ball players in that group that are coming back, so looking forward to that. But the weather looks great, so yeah, I may try to make it over to that for sure. This weekend. It is tomorrow. There's a fan appreciation day as well. I know Coach Pierce is excited about his team. I can't wait to get Coach Pierce on the show when we can and talk to him about it.
Coach Pierce is now the pitching coach as well, right?
That's right.
He's doing the
Troy
pitching
Tulowitzki's
duties.
back. Remember, he shuffled when Woody Williams was let go, and it's a strength and a curse sometimes because Coach Pierce was the pitching coach at Rice when they were so good and winning World Series, right? So he tends to, I would say, sometimes maybe try to meddle with the pitching coach.
That's what he knows.
That's what he knows.
That's his expertise.
And so,
it's probably going to be harder on that coach than other coaches.
And I think for Coach Pierce, okay, I just want to do this. I'll coach the pitchers. But getting Troy Tulowitzki to come back was real big, right? To have him come back and help with the hitting and the fielding. And this is a really talented ball club that brings back. Unfortunately, they've already lost a couple of players. They had a pitcher or a player that got hurt already. The loss is going to have some surgery and
retirement.
The way they had a kid from Duke.
Yeah,
who they were projecting as their starting first baseman, Luke Storm.
Yeah,
who for personal reasons decided he was done with baseball.
Yeah,
and Coach he graduated from Duke and he was transferring here, and I think as the way Coach Pierce put it, he was done. He was done with ball, I guess. Yeah. Which that guy 6'5", who was going to play first base.
Oh man!
So they'll move Jared Thomas back to first base where he played last year. Looking forward to getting to know this team, but there's a lot of familiar faces. LeBaron Johnson Jr. will be your Friday starter. Almost certainly he's the Big 12 preseason pitcher of the year. Tanner Witt is back, Rod, and by all accounts is back to his normal self. Remember, he came back last year off Tommy John surgery and was never really right, but now he's had a full summer and off season. So Tanner Witt is back. Charlie Hurley, the big right-hander, is back. So really a good pitching staff, and it looks like a deep pitching staff. So looking forward to seeing this team. 10:30, they'll do the team autographs to 11:30. 11:30 batting practice, then 1:30 to 2:30 a photo op, and then the alumni game itself is at 2:30. So go in and go down and take all of it in, or just the game at 2:30. Free admission. Free admission. $3.99.
Can't beat that. Yeah.
I think even the parking garage is free. They're just going. You'll get, there'll be some people out there in left field, and I'm assuming, knowing the creative folks at the Occupy Left Field crowd, there'll be some TVs out there to watch the Texas basketball game, which is at 1:00.
Yeah. Oh, that would definitely be some TVs.
Texas
out
at
there.
TCU.
TCU planning on having 500 horns down shirts with the horns down hand symbol given out by Barstool TCU. Now, maybe they won't do it, but they're claiming that's what they're going to do.
Well, good for them.
It's done deal. That bothered.
And as we said, and it's people talking about Rodney Terry is going to get mad about it. Rodney Terry, nobody at Texas got mad about the situation at BYU. That was BYU officials that forced the T-shirt change.
But it became a
story.
story.
Have done.
It became a story.
Well, for sure. Well, Rodney Terry with the horns down thing and the layup and the handshake line kind of launched this whole thing.
Yep.
But I'll defend Rodney Terry to the point that I don't think he was as mad about the horns down as he was about when it was happening. Like right as they're shaking hands, and he was essentially saying, "Hey, man, have some class here. Shake hands." But either way, it was the timing of it, and of course, people who hate Texas, which is plenty, are going to have fun with it, and good for them.
Like I said, guys, I'm not going to tell you I predicted it, but I predicted it. I told y'all. I said the horns down will become more and more prevalent. You're going to the SEC. They have more passion in any other fan base than any other conference's fan base. And on your way out of the Big 12, they hate you more than ever now. All right, because they want you out, and because of what you've done to their circumstance. So you're experiencing more. By the way, all your sports programs are now playing at a really high level. So you're going to experience more hatred than ever before because of that. But because of the, you're exiting the Big 12 in such a, obviously, in a very difficult way. Obviously with Brett Yormark, he eased the tension. But there's a lot of tension with Texas and Oklahoma exiting the Big 12. You weren't going to have any friends there. Nobody's rooting for Texas. So a lot of horns down, a lot of hatred, a lot of animosity and vitriol for Texas. And in the SEC, that's just the way they do business. That's just the culture of the SEC. Everybody's throwing horns down. Whatever annoys or bothers you or whatever degrades your and disrespects your symbol and your brand, they're going to do that. So I'm telling you, you're going to see it more and more. But it's a beautiful thing because it is the best form of free media and free marketing and free advertising right now in sports. I don't think even in pro sports there's a better one.
Agreed.
I mean,
and we've had this conversation many times on many shows that I've been a part of. Most iconic brands in sports, right? I mean, the Nike swoosh would be the New York Yankees interlocking NY.
Yeah.
But Bevo's up there pretty high.
He's up there, man.
And as far as the college brand, there's not, because most of them, and I just said the letters of NY, there are very few that have no letters. Right, there are very few that are just a swoosh or just the Bevo head.
It's a symbol, yeah.
The symbol that you can put on a sticker or something like that. Very few of those in marketing and in branding.
Yep.
They're gold. They're gold, Jerry.
Agreed.
They're gold. So and you can send your examples, but UT as far as college brands is way up there. Now, if you bring in letters, I mean the interlocking ND for Notre Dame is big. New York Yankees is big, but as far as just a silhouette or a brand. The Bevo is huge, and so it's good for Texas. All right, not huge, Rod. I gotta get to this real quick to start this hour. I've seen it. So for painting the picture, we're doing the show live again this morning from the South Austin Onion Creek headquarters here, aka my house, and in my front room. And in the front room, we have a big TV. Right, this is where I watch games.
Oh yeah, got 6 different pictures in this screen.
Right on channel 205 on my DirecTV, I can watch 6 different channels. It's called the Sports Mix.
Man.
So right now I got ESPN in the top corner. Fox, I can see Skip Bayless yelling about things. But down in the corner, there's ESPN2.
It's a lot.
There's NFL Network. We got tennis. We got some pickleball going on. But so on these channels, as we're kind of doing the show, and I'm looking up, 3 times this morning, I've seen a 30-second commercial for something called ball hammock underwear.
Oh, yeah. I've seen those. Yeah.
And I thought it was like a bit they were doing.
No. It's like it's kind of off of the manscaping thing.
Ball hammock underwear,
right? Don't they have like?
And they show a little diagram of where the balls should rest.
It's like underwear specific to handle the package, to make sure the package is handled correctly, and it does
pouch underwear for men.
Yeah, so you can capture the boys to make sure that they have support.
Is this a thing that's necessary?
There's not enough support for. I mean,
I'd have to try it.
There's not enough support. You'll admit that.
I can't say I don't need it until I tried it.
There's not enough support down there. You know that. There's just not. It's not. You'd be flopping and flipping all over the place.
Sure.
You want to be with the boys to, kind of stay secure in one location. That doesn't happen. And that's when you can have injury, right? Because they're moving around too much.
Yeah, this hurts. You've got to shake it a little bit.
Exactly. The boys to stay secure. So I think this is a new thing, though, because there's like the manscaping. Now you have a razor specifically designed to, obviously groom that area. I think now you have more metrosexual men. Ain't nothing wrong with that, by the way. Men who are willing, they have now more beauty products for men. That's not an industry that's taking off. Skin care and face masks.
Yeah, because we're being marketed to. It's stuff we really don't need.
Like moisturizer for men, that kind of thing. So that's why I think now there's a market for it, because now men are willing to take care of themselves and groom themselves more than they ever have been in history.
Do we really need a ball hammock, though? I mean, I'd have to try it. I don't think we'd.
Did you need a Manscaped razor?
I don't have one.
It was
I have a groomer, but that's really I do I do a lot of things with that thing. That's for my face.
Hold on. You're not using the one on your face, also on your Manscaped areas, are you?
Yes.
No. They should be different. They should be different.
They don't have to be different. Mine aren't different.
They don't have to be different.
I don't want the thing I use on my face to use on my back and my butt and my undercarriage on my face. Sorry, guys. Wrong.
You can change the blade. They come with multiple blades. You just pop it off and put the other one on there.
I have a Manscaped apparatus for everything not on my face, because there are other things that need shaving other than just the family jewels.
Well, the one I have has 3 different heads that I can pop right on there and pop them off.
Are you cleaning your heads?
Oh, yeah. But I only use the one for each specific thing.
Oh, so you only use a head for the manscape.
Yeah.
All right, that's kind of still. I use a whole other razor. I don't even mess with that. I got a razor just for manscaping. And it's not a Manscaped razor, but it's a razor I only use for Manscaped.
Well, here's the question. We're getting back to the ball hammer, but first and foremost, because women buy all this stuff because they get marketed to, it's all stuff they probably don't even need, but they buy it all.
Of course.
And now they're turning this trick on us.
Yes, they are.
Like, you got to have all this stuff. No, you don't. We live perfectly fine. It's like whenever how about this, Rod? When you get married, you realize this, or you get real serious with a lady, you realize that you don't know how to drive. Like everywhere.
Yes.
Like,
oh, my God.
Yes. Now all of a sudden I have this partner with me. Who and I don't know how many times I said this to my wife. I don't know how I get anywhere when you're not here. I don't know how I get anywhere if I didn't have you sitting here.
Yeah, critiquing every little part of my driving skill in the building. Yes, agreed.
I mean, what would I do without you?
You going too fast. Hit the brakes too hard. This, that. Yeah, it's like,
it's a damn miracle I get anywhere.
That is true. Maybe that's every marriage, dude.
It's every marriage.
Definitely mine.
It's every marriage. God love her. She's not. It's just this is how that you interact. But at the same time, we're being feminized here from the marketing side. You got to have this and you got to have that. We really don't need underwear with ball hammocks in it, but we've survived all this time without it perfectly fine. But it's $30, and they have one here, Rod, that says the junk in the trunk, and it's got like an elephant's trunk on the front of it, like it's got a picture.
The
junk in the trunk.
Well, I think it's with big junk. Because sometimes...
No, it's actually got the picture of the elephant trunk.
That's what I'm saying, but are the underwear designed for big junk? Is that what they're saying? Big junk with the big trunk, so you might need underwear that gives you a little bit more space in certain areas?
Feels like it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, man. Listen, ask women if they needed Spanx. Spanx came along.
But that sucks things in.
I know, but did they need it? Women be like, hell yeah, we need it. Hell yeah, we need it. So I think
that's why I say I would have to try it before, because I might put it on and go, oh, damn.
Exactly.
I've been needing that.
Your boys, boys are
So the reason for bringing this up in the fabulous 25th hour of the week is if anybody out there has ordered these, let me know. Let me know if it is a revelation of some kind. My assumption is I would put them on and be like,
Yeah, they'll just be draws.
They're just feels like the underwear I'm wearing my whole life.
No, you're right. This is why you're right, E, and I know you're right. Because you know what this happens with? Water. Like there will be a company, it'll just be water. And it's all about marketing with water.
Oh, everything's marketing.
It's all the same crap, but they just market it well, and then that water, it sells better than the other water. It's like, it's all just water though. It's like, yeah, but some water the bottle matters, right? The packaging matters. All of this this celebrity endorsement of the water matters. All that little stuff. It's like, in the end, it's just, they're all water. So just like that underwear, I guarantee it's just like Fruit of the Loom, just like Hanes, but they're going to market it differently for the hammock or whatever, the ball hammock and all that. And that's all it is, brother. So you're right. That's all it is.
I'm always, because I am a proud communications major from the University of Texas. So in communications, you take marketing classes, and you've got to, and marketing 101 is just playing on your emotions, right? It's psychology. I mean, you're either going to make somebody jealous because they don't have it. You're either going to make them feel guilty because
that's a good one.
You're not giving your child this.
Scared
they don't have it. Guilt, right?
Scared.
Jealousy is a big marketing paddle. The old FOMO thing too. The fear of missing out, right? Fear's big. That's all marketers do. They're playing on your emotions. That's why I try not to have emotions when it comes to what I buy.
Try not to have emotions. When I walk into a store.
Try not to.
Not at all.
And the commercials. But, they're going to use the guilt. They're going to use the shame. They're going to use your insecurities, Rod.
Yeah. But you know what's really helping this movement? You call it the feminization of men. Men are becoming more metrosexual and more concerned about grooming. It's online dating. It's online dating. It's social media. It's the Instagram world. Men have never seen themselves in so many pictures ever. And they know they got to take a lot of pictures, so that's why I think you got this whole kind of movement of men being groomed.
That's why I put it out here. I want to see if people swear by them, because maybe they do. Maybe they are something I have to try. Because I always used to be big with my kids. They couldn't say they hated something until they tried it. Especially with foods. If you can't sit here and tell me you hate it because you never had it.
That's fair.
But I'll have to try it. Somebody says Duluth Trading Company makes something similar. They are awesome.
See? There you go. Exactly. They telling you right now, man, they're awesome. I'm telling you, E, sometimes these products can change your life.
Change your life.
I know, and if it's more secure for my boys, listen, I would do anything for my boys.
Well, and you're about to hit the stage, Rod. You got
family jewels.
You got a 5-month-old, 6-month-old now, baby Monroe.
Yeah.
Here in about 6 months to a little bit more, she's gonna start stepping on your package all the time.
Oh no, I don't.
Maybe
don't like
sooner
it.
than that.
I don't like that.
Like when you're holding it in your lap, you're going to get stepped on.
Oh, I don't like that.
And between that stage and parents out there can attest, and then they'll be sitting on the couch doing something and they'll come and jump on you.
Yes, sir.
And then wait until they're like 3 and they headbutt you.
Oh, because they're at a certain height. They're right there. And they come running towards you. Oh, see? This is why you may need a hammock. You may need a hammock for them things, man.
You might, Rod. You might, because you're
damage being done.
My kids are older and gone. I won't have to worry about that until grandkids.
Oh,
which I guess will happen at some point. I'm assuming.
No.
But yeah, get ready because parenting is all about. I mean,
that is pain too.
They made a very successful TV show out of it. America's Funniest Home Videos is like 80% crotch shots,
junk shots. Yeah, just men getting hit in the junk,
and it's like, mostly kids.
It's like that little he's got the little softball they play, and the kid hits it every time. It goes right to dad's junk. Boom. Yeah.
This says, Dammy, high roller buying Duluth underwear, $29 a pair. No, I didn't buy those. That was a texter. And they are expensive. That's the other part. These are $30 for a pair of underwear.
For one pair of draws, $30?
That's what I'm looking at.
I can't do that. No. Because, first of all, I would say this about men. Most men don't throw away underwear. They just kind of rot away and wither away.
Stack in your drawer there.
So they got like holes in them, and it's basically just a couple of fibers held together. But, man, $30? I buy... most expensive pair of underwear I buy is probably Calvin Klein. Calvin Klein's pretty.
That's designer,
that's pricey.
Right? And they're comfortable.
And
typically, for my experience, those
but you get like 4 in a pack.
Yeah, those more expensive will last longer.
They do,
and stay in shape better, right?
Yeah,
they don't get all.
Yeah.
They don't wear out, I guess, and so they stay and last longer for you. But yeah, here it is. $30
for some draws.
$30, $27.99.
Wow.
That junk in the trunk with the elephant's trunk on it. You can also get one with a bald eagle on the front. I know. Are
there actually those symbols on the underwear or just on the packaging?
No, on the underwear. The elephant's trunk is on the underwear.
It's on the draws. Yeah. I don't know if I like that either. I don't know if I want stuff on my underwear these days. As a grown man, I don't need characters.
As a kid, it was cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Cartoon characters on your pajamas.
Draws. Yeah, that's cool. I was a grown man. I don't need to pull off my pants and have my woman like, what is that? Is that an elephant? What is that? Is that a hawk? What is that, an eagle? I don't need to explain stuff on my underwear.
And they also do have underwear for small, average, and large packages.
Yeah.
Who's clicking on the small?
I don't know.
Who's going to be honest?
That's a great question. Who's going to be honest about that? But you can't buy the big ones. It's going to make you look bad.
Like my condoms. Hey, give me those Magnums.
Magnums, baby. The XLs. I like them XLs. Yeah, it's like, well, not everybody can fit the XLs.
Yeah, not everybody.
Taking them. Like the XLs, baby.
Because, you think about it, women buy different size bras because that's what they have, different sizes.
Yeah, but men
ain't doing that.
I always say men lie up, women lie down. That is not a sexist statement. I'm talking about like things women lie. If you ask one about her sexual partners, she'll probably lie about it, and she'll probably lie about fewer sexual partners. You ask a man about his sexual partners, he'll probably lie about it, but he'll lie up. He'll be like, oh yeah, I'm about 40. 30, 40, something like that.
Fish tails, man.
Yeah. That's so.
How big was that fish?
Yeah, ask a man about his weight. He's going to tell you he weighs more than he does. His height, he's taller than he is. A woman, she'll probably say she weighs less than she does. So women lie down, men lie up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right.
But I'm just wondering, we got to do some marketing studies here. How many actually do click on the small packages?
Yeah, I mean, if you need
I guess
underwear,
if it's just you,
and if it's a woman buying for you, she knows.
Oh,
she knows. She's like, well, he don't need the lower. He don't need the elephant trunk ones. He's the average. He's average. Nothing wrong with being average.
Anytime I bought anything for my wife, you always err on the side of too small.
Small, exactly. You don't
she
want
can take it back.
I've done that too. You better buy. You want to buy that top or that blouse or something? Nah, man. You better make sure you.
She'll hold up. You think this is really gonna fit? I'm like, you can take it back.
Be like, yeah, and have her go back and have to get a bigger size.
That's right.
Yes, I agree with you on that. I made that mistake before.
Yeah, but if you're a lady buying this for your man, you better air up. I would.
Yeah, don't hurt your man's feet. You don't want to see small, right on the back of that. Yeah, that ain't what you want to see. Extra small.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming after.
Oh, there it is again, E.
There it is.
That's your commercial. You just started
there it is.
On.
It's on ESPN First Take. Look at it. It's got this whole like cradle thing in it.
That's what they know the demo they're going for.
Shinesty.
Ball hammocks.
I mean, you watch it and you think you're watching Saturday Night Live. I'm assuming Saturday Night Live will make a skit out of this.
They better. It's too funny. They better do it, man. It's brilliant. Between that and the manscaping, man, they're just trying to help the guys out here, man. They're trying to help the guys out. They said guys need to take care of themselves a little bit better, and you need to start with your family jewels.
Not for $30. I'll stick with what I got. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way that's.
I am interested in the technology though, because they imply there's a serious technological advancement here where they will hold up your junk. In most underwear, they don't.
No, it holds up the balls.
Yes, I'm saying like holds up the holds the
Yeah.
package. The package gets supported.
If you actually listen to the commercial, it talks about
sagging,
cradling your whatever. However they
you don't want things
phrase it.
sagging as you get older, and that's what Father Time is. Father Time will use gravity to pull down.
Oh, that's true.
Everything, and that includes as women. They talk about that with their breasts all the time, right? That's why they get breast lifts. They get a lift.
Especially
That's why
after
they get
kids, right?
That's why they get a butt lift. The butt lift is really to lift your butt because your butt is sagging. Like everything else in your body.
Comes in, yeah.
And gravity also affects that. It affects those.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Here we
Pick
go.
it up. Support it.
Here we go. You can buy the flyless boxers, the cooling boxer.
Yeah, because you need to stay cool. You know what? They told me that when I was we were trying to have kids. Like you don't want to get too hot down there.
Important.
The temperature is important. You want to stay a certain temperature.
I also have a brand that you can buy for Shinesty. SHI.
Is it an underwear company, Shinesty?
Yeah, SHINESTY is the name.
Wow.
They have flyless boxer, but then they have one called long leg.
Okay.
The long leg.
Wow.
That you can buy.
Okay. I'm not.
Ball hammock pouch underwear.
Wow.
Your balls will thank you. It says.
Yeah, I'm sure they
anti-bouncing or anti-bunching, no itch stitching, 4-way stretch.
You say anti-bouncing and bunching?
Bunching, just bunching.
I don't want to bounce either though.
And here's my favorite. Remember we had the Travis and Jason Kelsey sound previously. The supportive enhancing pouch keeps the goods off your legs and out of the grundle.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. They want to make sure your package stays in a certain place because it's just flopping around.
The word
going wherever you want to. Every man is have to adjust on the fly. You don't want to adjust on the fly with these underwear. It keeps it in place.
I've now heard the word grundle twice or seen it now because remember Jason Kelsey was talking about with the quarterback's got to get his hands up there.
Grundle sounds like it stinks.
Yes. Well, remember Jason Kelsey's a center, so right the quarterback's. Hey man, you got to get your hand right up there in the grundle. You got to make sure you're up there.
Y'all intimately knowledgeable of one another.
Too much, y'all. Too much.
Yeah, but I said now. But think about it, we just did an infomercial for these damn underwear.
We did.
And now there gonna be some people out there, whether a woman or man, will you know what? I'm gonna look up these underwear and I might buy a pair for a gift for somebody. And that's probably what they're gonna be. They're gonna be gifts for dudes from women. I bet.
Sure. Well, and if it's a gift, then maybe. But I'm not going to buy that for myself. Come on, $30. All right, good stuff, guys. Let us know if you've used those, if it's necessary. I don't know. Out yourself where you need to.
Please do.
We'll come back. When we do, we will get back to the Dan Quinn conversation, moving to Washington. Who are the Cowboys going to replace him with? Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time because the Longhorns did lose. Been a lot of acquisitions and positive news for the Longhorns this offseason.
Oh, yeah.
Lost a key one yesterday. You probably didn't know who he was, but
you know his name.
Yeah, now
Glasscock. That's why every Longhorn fan knows Billy Glasscock. It's a great name, man.
It is.
I love that name.
Well,
also, we got to talk about something we have not mentioned. Dave Canales and his wife have written a book.
Oh, I want you to talk about that.
We got to talk about this. It is so interesting. I don't want to mock it either.
No,
I want to talk about it. It is fascinating.
Yeah, we'll talk about that coming up. He is the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers after his good work with Geno Smith in Seattle and Baker Mayfield.
Fascinating story.
In Tampa. We'll hit that. Also, what's popping for the end of the hour on a Friday, the fabulous fifth hour here on this Friday morning. Groundhog Day. Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow, so if he is accurate, which he almost never is, we should have earlier spring this year, which is pretty cool. We're coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
I recall when I used to come home, never had a dime. Lord, I always had a good time.
Fabulous fifth hour on a Friday, Groundhog Day. Hook 'em up with Ian, Rod B. Ty, who are we hearing here?
This is Leonard Skinner.
Oh, that's an old Leonard Skinner song. I thought maybe something new you were jamming on. All right, there we go. I think I've heard that Leonard Skinner song. Huh. All right, so we've got a lot happening. We're talking Cowboys, talking Longhorns, Longhorn basketball tomorrow, Longhorn baseball tomorrow. Big win for Texas women last night. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. And after the game we played earlier, Vic Schaefer, a little surly.
Yeah.
Because apparently he'd been here in Baylor claiming that they own the state. They own the state of Texas. And they were ready to send the Longhorns out of the Big 12 with the law. That was the Longhorns' last trip to Waco as a member of the Big 12. And probably won't be playing Baylor in the future. And that's been a rivalry, of course, back to the Kim Mulkey days. That's one of the exciting parts about moving to the SEC. Texas will be reunited with Kim Mulkey, who now coaches at LSU. But safe to say the Longhorns aren't going to be in any hurry to schedule games against Baylor.
No.
In any sport.
Yeah, I agree.
Even though it's only 100 miles up the road, probably not.
Yeah, not going to happen. Yeah, they're ready to move on.
Or will they? I know in football you won't.
Yeah, I was going to say football, but you're right. Other sports, I mean, that's up for grabs.
Baseball would be most likely, and softball, just because, you want to schedule good non-conference games, but you don't, travel is a problem, and weather can be a problem early in the baseball season. So
Yes,
I could
again.
see Baylor and Texas playing early games.
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, and it's kind of like they played the Texas State series, where they played 3 games with Texas State, but they played over the course of the year.
Mhm.
Like they'll play one-offs,
Yeah,
and
you're right
sometimes
about that.
two-offs. You can do that with Baylor. It's close enough.
That's true. The proximity, I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, that would actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, that would actually be more likely where Texas would play Baylor on a Tuesday in a midweek for strength of schedule, like they do anybody else in the state of Texas. That would be likely. But basketball, especially women's, because of the
it's just too tough
vitriol between the two programs.
Yeah.
I mean, Kim Mulkey, if you get down there and you talk to the Longhorn, the folks in the women's athletic department, they are not fans of Baylor.
I can see that.
Because of Kim Mulkey and because she is who she is. She rubs people the wrong way. And, the history of Baylor and all the scandals and everything that's gone on there. Let's not rush into playing. But I think baseball would be the most likely, softball too, since it is, it's only an hour and a half up the road.
That will be interesting to see who from the Big 12, Texas, the different sports end up playing, 4 or 5 years down the line in the SEC. Who they still have a relationship with,
Yeah,
that kind of connection.
would Texas basketball
Texas Tech
on the men's side still play Texas Tech? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I wonder who will still, and it may not be anybody. Maybe at that point Texas has totally moved on.
Well, it would almost certainly, in basketball, once you enter conference, it would likely just be, in November, December type of thing. We'll see. I know, Longhorn fans can weigh in, but there is the idea of proximity. So these are close. They're closer to you.
It used to be.
In football, they're not.
Yeah.
We know that, right? Because you're going to the SEC. You're now playing A&M, but you're not going to go back and play any of these teams.
No.
Unless you're forced to, I guess.
The Maggies are excited, though. I was talking to Maggies last night. They're excited about that game. Rekindling of the Texas A&M rivalry in Aggie land. They're excited about it. They're already talking about it.
That's a hard ticket. That's got to be a hard ticket to get.
That's going. I mean, that'll be a hotter ticket than Texas OU. Next season.
Yeah, for sure.
Next season. Not all the time, but next season, I'm more excited about that game than I am a Texas OU game, which is rare.
Yes. I mean, because it just hasn't happened in a long time. Last time we saw Justin Tucker was nailing a field goal to win the damn thing.
I was there at that game. I was on the field.
Oh.
That's the last time I was in Aggie land, I believe.
Case McCoy.
Oh, man.
Hero forever. Justin Tucker nailed that kick. Mac Brown, yeah. But yeah, that's been a bit. But we're looking forward to that. That'll be a really tough ticket. Much like the ticket to get to see Texas play Georgia here next year is going to be a tough ticket.
Yeah.
Because the Georgia Bulldogs are already mad, all their fans, because they can't get tickets.
Yeah. Well, they like I said, they're used to SEC towns and SEC cities. But, Austin is a major metropolitan city.
And it's F1 weekend, so
yeah,
there's nowhere to stay.
I think they thought, oh, man, we get tickets to, SEC games all the time on the road. But it's like, yeah, but Austin, not in a city like Austin, because these cities don't exist in SEC country.
No, they don't. They don't. Vanderbilt's the only one, and that's not a hard ticket. But Vanderbilt's a great city.
It's a great city, but they're not a great football program.
No.
So I think that's what they didn't plan for. They didn't plan on, man, Austin's a tough town to get hotel rooms in and stuff. It is a pop culture mecca. There's always something happening.
Well, listen, I mean, the F1 weekend in particular is
that's
really tough.
That's too much money. That's just your money that you bringing in from Georgia. It don't even
compare.
It don't make a ripple compared to the money coming in for F1.
I know, and so that's already been on Bulldog message boards. But so that ticket will be tough. I promise you. If you want to, and I have not convinced my wife to do this, you could rent your house out that weekend and make a lot of money.
A lot of money, especially
if you're willing to do it.
If you're within, I'm with you. If you're
we're on Onion Creek, and we're 10 minutes from the track.
Y'all could kill it.
Yes,
because y'all are right down the way, and y'all got a nice house for entertaining. Because people came to party.
Yeah, we could make good money on this, and you had I'll rent it out to a Georgia Bulldog fan. I don't care if you don't have anywhere to stay.
That's
you
true.
Just outbid the rich dude from Europe that wants to come to F1.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you.
Man. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you're right. You probably need to think about that. I don't know what you. Well, you just get like a hotel. I guess it's hard to get a hotel room. You got to stay with a friend, I guess. You don't want to waste all your profits.
Yeah,
not going
you're
to get
right.
an expensive
You're
hotel
right.
room.
No, I will find lodging.
So just pay a friend, like, hey man, I'll pay.
Stay at one of my kids' house. That's what I have kids for.
That's exactly why you got kids. Hell yeah, they're back done. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. Those damn kids. No, you staying with them.
Yep, I'm staying with them.
Staying with y'all. I ain't got to pay y'all a damn thing.
Exactly right.
That's the beauty. I ain't got to do it. I ain't got to pay y'all nothing.
That's exactly right. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on tickets. Yeah, that Aggie ticket's going to be tough. Before we get to behind the burnt orange curtain, though, Rod, you had some thoughts on Dave Canales,
yes,
the head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, so we have some audio of Dave Canales. He was talking about his wife, and he got really, really emotional talking about his wife at the introductory press conference. And what people may not know is that Dave Canales, in 2022, actually, he and his wife co-authored a book about their marriage, really, and about the rocky road to kind of get back to redemption for their marriage. The book is called This Marriage, The Question That Changed Everything. And in the book, Coach Canales reveals that he had a porn addiction, that he was unfaithful to his wife, and he said essentially, I was living a secret life. Now, the book was published in September of 2022 when he was with the Seahawks. His wife also talks about how they at one point were ready to give up on their marriage and didn't. She said we wanted other people to start feeling safe about their journey toward a vibrant marriage by helping them see they are not alone. And even Tony Dungy actually wrote the foreword in the book too, which is pretty good. But they are really almost brutally, uncomfortably upfront and forthcoming about what they went through in their marriage, about his infidelity and his dark confessions. She say a huge part in the severed intimacy that I was experiencing with Lizzie was because I was addicted to porn, Canales wrote. It was like a gateway drug for me, creating pathways in my brain that allowed me to use sex coldly for my own benefit. It was a secret, silent struggle that I had for years before I was married. And he thought when I wrote this book, he was sure I would never be a head coach. He said that. He said, I was sure of it. He said, I was so devoted to the mission, which was to save my marriage, and also the mission, because he's a man of God, to spread the word about what we went through and how it would inspire other married couples to, really try their best to save their marriage no matter how difficult things become. He said from the start of our relationship, I was binge drinking and going out with my friends without Lizzie before I was ever unfaithful to her. I was already there in my mind. Bad habits combined with addiction made it hard for me to resist temptation. It was a pattern I knew well before we even started dating. He said I was a recovering narcissist. He said basically I was a narcissist, and he credits his wife for helping him clean up not only his behavior, but also credits the church because he's a big man. He's a huge man of God. But he also says he and his wife worked it out, and this book is all about their journey to try to get back to being able to have a healthy and a constructive marriage. It's unbelievable.
Well, it's bold. It's vulnerable for sure.
But he got a head coaching job.
And he did.
In spite of that. That's amazing.
Well, yeah, the Panthers said they knew all about the book, obviously. I mean, that would look terrible if they didn't know about the book and hired this coach. But, yeah, I mean, we also know, he's been a coach for like 14 years. Those are long hours, right? You're away from your family a lot, but that is a very vulnerable thing to admit to and then to put out there.
Oh man!
But it certainly can help, and he's not back and shouldn't. It's a faith-based book that I think people can use as a tool in their own lives.
It's fascinating. It really is. Like I said,
sure.
It is fascinating. And he said, those long hours. He said they weren't to blame for his issues, but they gave him opportunities to make bad decisions. So there you go, Dave Canales. That is talk about being genuine. Talk about authenticity. You don't get more authentic than that. I mean, that is. And by the way, Sark has, when you want to openly, battle your struggles and overcome struggles. And I don't know if Sark wanted to do it, but he had to do it.
Sure.
But when you have to do it or you want to do it, I do think it changes you as a person. You almost forced to become more authentic and genuine as a person. And so shout out to Dave Canales. That is like I said, it's fascinating.
What's the title of the book people are asking?
It's called This Marriage with a question mark, the question that changed everything. And yeah. And it's, like I said, to me, it's fascinating because his wife, and that's why he got emotional talking about it. We'll play that sound later on. His wife, she stuck with him through all this. And most of the time, man, wives just leave a guy after all that. Because it sounds like he was the one causing most of the trouble.
For sure.
And she was just being a faithful wife. So, there you go.
All right, that book is available. Good stuff right there. He's now the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. So let's pick up the behind the burnt orange curtain. Somebody said, our buddy D-Fry says, I'm thinking about VRBOing my place in Driftwood this April because of the eclipse. They're predicting more than 50,000 people coming around the Dripping Springs.
We read that because that's one of the places where you're going to be able to see it clearly or something.
Fredericksburg, Kerrville.
Yeah.
Kerrville is one of the zones of totality.
Yeah, there you are. Good,
and
good,
if you
good job.
kind of draw an arc up from Kerrville down into West Texas and up, that's where the zone of totality is. So, yeah, little old Kerrville, Texas is expected to be overwhelmed. But if you can get a place in Dripping Springs, that's only 40, 50 minutes out there to see the eclipse. That's early April. I think April 5th is the big eclipse.
It's going to be nice.
It's going to be a big scene here.
Huge scene.
They're expecting thousands.
People traveling from all around.
Oh, yeah.
From outside the state and all that kind of stuff. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. We'll obviously talk about that and remind you as we get closer to it. But that's a good idea, D-Fry, to VRBO your
Do
home.
it, D-Fry. Do it.
You can come stay with me. Come stay here, and then when I VRBO my house for F1 weekend, I'll come stay there.
Hey, now that might be a plan right there.
Now we're talking. That's what my kids are for. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now a couple of quick stories. We did have some audio, but we'll pass on the audio because I want to get to the big story about Texas Director of Player Personnel. But my man, Richard Hightower, who I played with, we used to call him Peanut, who coached with San Francisco, coached with the Chicago Bears. He actually was one of the coaches for the East-West Shrine Game. And he actually got his coaching start with my man Shanahan and was an assistant here at Texas at one point, but played at the University of Texas. So I want to give him some props and say congratulations. That's pretty big time for him to be coaching the East-West Shrine Game. And this is a guy that was a special teams coach, if I'm not mistaken, with the 49ers and with the Bears. He's been rising up the coaching range, but for him to get that type of acknowledgement and responsibility is really cool. So congrats to my man Richard Hightower, Peanut. He did a good job, and I'm sure that he was really excited about that. All right, speaking of Longhorn football, unfortunately, Texas will be losing one of the key figures in building this roster since Sark got here, and that's Billy Glasscock. He was the director of player personnel. He is leaving to become the GM at Ole Miss. Yeah, Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin has been killing it lately. He's been on the recruiting trail, transfer portal, but now taking one. Him and Sark are really close too. Taking one of Sark's personnel guys, actually his top personnel guy, director of player personnel. He's going to be the GM. That's his second Power 5 team that's named a GM in title. UCLA did it, and now most recently Ole Miss doing it. And listen, Billy Glasscock was great. I mean, you've had top 5 recruiting classes since he's been here. He served as essentially the coordinator of all your recruitments from high school to transfer portal. He would, obviously get the support staff up to speed on roster construction, what holes they had in the roster, what they were prioritizing in the recruiting classes that year based on what they lost, and also he would coordinate the coaches into where they needed to go in recruiting and what players they need to focus on in recruiting. I mean, he's the one that matched up personalities of coaches with certain players to say this player should be recruited by these players. I mean, he was their de facto GM. That's it, period. And they're losing their GM. Just think of it like that. He's a fast riser. Started out in the junior college ranks and ended up with Jerry Kill Remember Jerry Kill in Northern Illinois, and when Kill went from Northern Illinois to Minnesota, he followed him there and served as director of recruiting operations. He also was named one of the top 5 national director of recruiting operations finalists for like a national award. He ended up at North Carolina State. Got a lot of love there for his talent evaluation. Apparently, he's got a really good eye for talent, but also a great sense of roster construction, how to build a roster, and not only how to build it, how to maintain it. Building a roster is one thing. You got to maintain it, though, not just build it, because the guys are constantly leaving. Transfer portal, guys are leaving. Guys are graduating. Guys are going to the NFL, hopefully. You got to worry about maintaining the roster and also the initial build of it. And that all aligns with the vision of the coach. And Billy Glasscock's done a really good job of that with Steve Sarkisian. So Sark's got to find a new personnel guy, a new de facto GM. I think Brandon Harris is probably going to be the top candidate in-house, at least, to replace Billy Glasscock. Remember, this is a guy really sharp, got an offer from Sean McVay to be an assistant quarterback coach a couple years ago, passed it up because he really liked Sark and really wanted to stay at the University of Texas. I can tell you right now, I probably would have told him that was a bad move, considering how hot Sean McVay assistants have been lately. If you want to be a fast riser, hitching your wagon to Sean McVay is a smart move. And he knows that too. He's a smart guy. He passed on that, declined on it, because he really liked what was happening here at Texas, really liked Sark. Maybe he knew Billy Glasscock was not going to be here long and that he might be the next one to take over that position.
Or, this would be a theory we could dig into, Sark, Lane Kiffin's a buddy of his. He's looking for a good GM, and he's like, I don't want, like, you can have mine. I'm going to promote this guy. You know what I mean? Because if Brandon Harris is that riser. Because it would be, to me, I mean, all's fair in love and war, but if you're Lane Kiffin, you know, that's your guy. That's your buddy. That's your man, Steve Sarkisian. You guys coach together. They're friends. But same time, you wonder if there was, I don't know, something to that.
Sark did to Saban, though. Saban saved his life.
Oh,
Saban
sure.
saved his life, and he stole his coaches. So.
Oh, I know.
All's fair in love and war.
Absolutely. But if you're Sark, I mean, because people will say, well, why didn't you, was it about money? Why would you want to be in Oxford? Or he knew he had a really capable replacement, and Brandon Harris is ready for that post.
Yeah.
And we'll see. And maybe he was fearful of losing Brandon Harris to another gig somewhere else.
That's a good point.
If he's already been turned
now,
down the Rams.
That's a great point, too. Because he's definitely got another offers if Sean McVay's offered him.
That's right. All right, we'll come back. We'll play a little round of Who Said That, Rod,
Who
to wrap
said
things
that?
up. And by the way, if you're looking for other zones of totality for this April event, the Eclipse, Rod, I'm kind of fascinated because I'm looking at the map. I like maps. Kerrville, Texas, is a spot. The southeast of Dallas is going to be a good spot. I got to find that exact spot. But it also looks, if you're near Cleveland, Ohio, you're going to be in a good place.
Oh, okay, yes, that's your hood.
But it looks more like Lorain, Ohio, would be a good spot. Buffalo, New York goes right through Buffalo.
Buffalo, New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're looking for spots, there you
It's
go.
a website you're on, or are you looking at like a map, an actual map?
Yeah, it's eclipse2024.org.
I got you.
And it shows you the exact path and where it could be. That'll be the zones of totality.
Like that.
Where it's a total eclipse, and that's Kerrville, Texas, and other spots up through North Texas and out into Arkansas, up into Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio.
Okay.
All the way to Buffalo.
Nice.
So
Like
yeah,
that.
if you're totally into science,
the
and
more
solar,
you know, the more you know, kiddos.
But more importantly, if you don't care about the eclipse, which I think is pretty cool, you should not be frequenting the hill country on April the 8th.
And don't stare at it.
April the 8th.
Don't stare at it, kids. It's not good for you. Right?
Do not do that.
Yeah, don't just stare at it. Don't do that. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's who said that? What's popping on our final segment of a Friday? Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday.
What is poppin' on a Friday? Or as Jack Harlow would say, what's poppin'? And including a busy weekend. Now, there's not a lot of football. You got the Senior Bowl tomorrow at 11 if you want to check that out. The game, as you said, the practice is much more important than the game itself. But it is on tomorrow if you're looking for some football. 1 o'clock Longhorn basketball. We'll be playing at TCU with the Horns Down T-shirts in the student section. You can guarantee that.
Yep. Get your mind right.
Get your mind right. Be ready for it. We also have this, Rod. We've got, the men's basketball team plays tomorrow. Texas women just beat Baylor in that nationally televised game last night. On Sunday, they're going to quick turnaround and play the number 2 team in the country. Kansas State's coming to town at the Moody Center. It's a huge game, 1 o'clock. Kansas State really, really good. They already beat Texas once up in Manhattan, and the Longhorns would like to avenge that. So quick turnaround from Thursday night to Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. K-State, sitting atop the Big 12 and number 2 in the country. So get on out there and get on out there. Also, as we said, the alumni game for baseball is tomorrow. That should be a lot of fun. I'll be watching the Grammy Awards on Sunday night, that's for sure. I'll be coming with my thoughts. Record of the year, the big one, album of the year. We're going to go ahead and give album of the year.
You know who's up for it?
I do.
Who is it?
Taylor Swift.
Oh, she's going to get it.
SZA.
Oh, SZA. People love that SZA album.
I've seen a lot of critics say that should win, but likely won't. Also, Olivia Rodrigo is getting a lot of love.
I haven't heard any of her stuff.
She's got a great song called Vampire.
Okay.
She's kind of an up-and-comer. Janelle Monáe with her very sexual Age of Pleasure album.
I've heard some of her stuff. I like the SZA, like I said.
Lana Del Rey has been nominated. She's
this is album of the year?
Mm-hmm.
These are all women.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Miley Cyrus.
That's badass.
The only male in the category of album of the year is John Batiste, the brilliant musician.
Actually, it's crazy. We have a tradition. We listen to music, like during bath time and stuff like that, tummy time with baby girl. And we pick a different artist every day. That's just a random artist.
Very smart. I
Country,
like that.
it could be hip hop, R&B, whatever. John Batiste was 2 days ago.
Brilliant musician.
Brilliant.
Yeah, he won the best album last year.
Oh, unbelievable. There's a documentary about him on
he's professional.
Netflix, maybe?
Well, he's got this amazing combination. He's from New Orleans, so he grew up in the belly of it.
Great story. They
And then
discovered him on was it a late night talk show? Which one? Was it Jimmy
no, but he
Kimmel?
went to Juilliard.
He did, but he got kind of nationally recognized on the show.
Yeah, he's on he does the music for the late show.
Yeah, it's one of them.
The one that comes on after Jimmy Fallon.
Okay, he's one of them, and that's how he got.
And so, I saw him in concert recently. He's unbelievable.
He is great.
Unbelievable piano. He plays he's a concert pianist if he wanted to be, but he's got that New Orleans jazz root. But he's the only guy. The other record of the year nominee is Boy Genius, and that's the three ladies who did that: Phoebe Bridgers and Lucy Dacus and Julian Baker. So very, very female heavy.
Go for the ladies, man. Girl power.
And if you don't like Taylor Swift ruining your football, you might not want to watch the Grammys because she's up for that award too.
Oh man, if she wins that, you'll never hear the end of it.
She might.
Taylor Swift, then Travis gonna propose to her after they win the Super Bowl too?
Yeah.
Oh man, on the field.
I'm assuming Travis will be there. It's his off week.
Oh, you're right. He is gonna be there. Yeah, you're right. Good point.
100%.
He'll definitely be there. Yeah,
right?
that's her big moment. She's been there for his big moments.
Oh, for sure.
He's gonna be there for hers.
He'll be jumping up and down.
Damn right he will.
Is he gonna take his shirt off?
Nah, not this Travis. He's a little more civilized. That's Jason. That's his brother.
Yeah.
Wilding out. The brother Travis is a little bit more civilized than Jason. Jason's an old lineman. You know how old linemen are. Linemen are always kind of wild.
So I'll be watching that. I'll come in. I always say I wait for like an hour and 15 minutes, record it, and then I start. And then you can fast forward through commercials, and I usually end right about the same time.
And some of the speeches you don't care about.
I don't need to hear your political beliefs.
Exactly.
Who you're going to bash today. That's not for me. I'm going to watch for the music and the performances because I like them, and they're pretty damn good ones. But we'll be watching. Album of the year, record of the year, new artist of the year is a big category for sure, and we'll have that on Monday. Rod, you will not be here Monday or Tuesday.
No, I will be getting extractions, wisdom teeth removed. Oh man, it's gonna be I don't know if it's gonna be painful. It was painful after. I'm gonna be knocked out for it.
So Dr. Eckert, it must have been pretty serious. He got you in for an appointment the next day, and now you're already going in to get him taken out.
He did not want me to waste time with this thing.
That's good.
That's why y'all need to see Dr. U. Let's go do the same thing for you. Dr. Eckert is awesome.
Dr. Eckert is the man.
Yes.
But you'll get back as soon as you can. I think Wednesday we'll see you.
Wednesday,
Ty and I and special guests will carry the mail on Monday and Tuesday. coming back off of the busy weekend. We'll have certainly a lot of basketball and football to talk about. It should be fun. But
Super Bowl breakdown. I'll be ready.
I'll be thinking about you, man. Good luck. If you need me to bring you some applesauce or some soup or something, let me know.
I appreciate it, man. All the time.
That's going to be painful.
Thank you guys for holding it down.